circulation, but one that's incredibly strong as well. There you see it in the velocity data. Let's zoom down very closely if we could and take a closer look at that velocity signature. So right in here, that is it right there. That is a monster tornado that is now coming towards Route 169. Please, folks, our hearts going out to these people. We hope that you're hearing us. We hope that you've got all the warning that you need to get to your safe place. We're going to have much more on this situation coming up on the other side of the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. There is now a tornado emergency in effect for a storm that is right along the Alabama and Georgia state line. That is Lee and Russell counties under warning right now. An extremely dangerous tornado, very well-developed storm. You see that swirl that is showing up on the radar picture there. That is debris that is being picked up into the storm, and this is now moving east at 55 miles per hour, now making its way towards Smith Station. Still a very intense circulation, most likely a large and exceptionally strong tornado. This is not something that we see very often. Please, folks, we want you to take this as seriously as anything that we talk about here on the Weather Channel. Let's zoom in a little bit tighter and get a better look at where the storm is going to be headed. Now it is just off to the west of Route 280 there, coming towards Lee Road 179. So this feature right in there, that is the tornado. That is what we call the debris ball, and that is, again, an extremely well-developed circulation that is now coming towards Lee Road, and it's going to be moving towards Smith Station. Looks like it's going to be coming right into Smith Station. We've got a brand new scan here, now just moments away from moving into Smith Station, now coming across Lee Road 9 and Lee Road 246, and it's going to be coming towards Route 280 and towards Smith Station. So here's Smith Station, and it looks like it could be coming either right into Smith Station or maybe just a little to the south there, depending on the exact motion of the storm. But it's basically now moving off to the east, an exceptionally well-developed storm. I also want to show you the debris that's being lofted up into the air right now. This is a very well-developed debris signature. So all the areas in red are showing you where we're getting more rounded returns, rain and hail, that type of thing. And then here where you see the blue and green, those are irregular shapes. And in this case, that is probably mostly tree debris because it just went through a very heavily forested area, much more rural area. But you notice there are many more streets in this area, especially right around Smith Station, and that's where this storm is headed. So again, this is as serious as it gets. If you're in Smith Station, north side of Monterey Heights, maybe south side of Shotwell there, you've got a large, extremely dangerous tornado now coming your way. You've got to get into your lowest, most interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. If you've got a helmet, that's a great idea as well. One of the big injuries that we see in tornadoes are head injuries, and so if you've got a helmet, that's certainly going to help you out. You want to get into an area that's got very small amount of wall space and away from the windows as well. So again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado now coming towards Smith Station. Please, please, folks, get to your safe place right now. Our hearts going out to these people in Alabama right now. All right, we do have other tornado warnings to tell you about, so let's go through the list of those, and we'll come back to the storm in just a few moments. A bunch of warnings right now into Georgia, a whole string of tornado warnings in Georgia. You've just got a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere today. There's a lot of wind coming out of different directions at different levels, and that is more supportive of tornadoes. So I've got a tornado warning now for Macon, a string of them on either side of 75. Let's go down to the one in Macon, take a look at what's going on with that. And this tornado warning now just, it looks like this cell, wow, very well-developed circulation in this case as well. Now we're a pretty long ways away, so we're shooting fairly far up into the storm, but at least in the mid-levels of the storm, got a very well-developed circulation, even a little bit of a hole showing up right there. That is Bibb and Crawford and Peach counties under warning. That circulation coming towards Walden at 338, coming towards Macon, and a very large municipality there in Macon coming up in just a few minutes. Let's put that timing back on there if we could very quickly, Matt. Looks like it's going to be coming towards Macon right around 3:49 or so. So you've got somewhere around 25 minutes or so to get ready for that one, as that moves along very quickly, about 40, 50 miles an hour to the northeast. Now to the south. Let's take a look at some of these other tornado warnings that are now in effect. Crisp and Dooley and Wilcox County under warning until 3:45. That's near Cordele. Got another warning near Americus, Georgia right now. That is now into Americus. Let's look at the velocities on these storms and see what's showing up. Velocities are not as impressive in these cases, so hopefully that means that we're not seeing real strong circulation there. It certainly looks like that at this time. But again, a tornado emergency in effect for Lee and Russell counties in Alabama. We're going to have much more on that on the other side of the break.
We've got a confirmed tornado just north of Smith Station as severe thunderstorms continue to rip through. It's a heavily forested area, and some of these areas have actually seen some debris get kicked up on radar. The debris ball appears to be moving directly toward the Smith Station area. It's got a population of about 5,400. So, Carl, right now we're looking at a very dangerous situation. It looks like we do have confirmation of a tornado on the ground here near or just north of Smith Station.
Yeah, this is just one of those situations that makes your heart sink. We're looking at live pictures here in Alabama. We've gotten many reports of a large wedge tornado emergency now in effect for Lee County. And so the level of damage that is expected from the storm being characterized by the National Weather Service in Birmingham as catastrophic. Catastrophic damage expected from the storm. There it is as we swing around there. You know, you see one of the problems here in the southeast is that it tends to be very humid on severe weather days. So you've got very low cloud bases, and there's a lot of tree cover on top of that. So oftentimes you can't see the tornado until it's on you. You can see you've got, it is right in there. That is the tornado right there. My goodness, folks, you were looking at a monster tornado. Looks like the feed is frozen up there. A monster tornado on the ground in Alabama right now. There's another look at it, and looks like a very large wedge tornado there. We're seeing some large hail popping off the ground in the foreground there as well. We have been looking at debris on the radar for quite some time. The storm has come into Smith Station, maybe not quite as well developed on radar, but when you have a storm that's this strong, this intense, it takes a long time for it to spin down. It doesn't just go away. So as you look at this right now, what we're seeing is that ball showing up. That's the tornado right there. So let's just go ahead and track that out, Matt. Let's take that. That's going to come right across Interstate 185 here as it moves just a little to the north of east. So that's going to be coming into Nankippoo at 3:38. About 8 minutes. You've got about 8 minutes to get ready for a large wedge tornado. Flat Rock at 3:45. Midland at 3:48, Ossahatchee at 3:54. In all of those areas, you've got to get to your safe place, lowest, most interior room, as this storm really means business. Again, we're talking about a large wedge tornado, and the National Weather Service characterizing the damage potential as catastrophic. We've been seeing debris being lofted into the air with this storm for quite some time. This is as serious as it gets, and that is coming right into that 185 corridor. Now, here is the debris. Right in there, still an exceptionally well-developed debris signature. So all the red that is showing up there is rain, and in some cases it's hail. It's more rounded objects. When the objects are more irregular, when it's parts of branches and trees or structural debris, then it shows up as these values, these blue and green values. And when we see that in the exact same place where you've got the strongest rotation, we know we've got a very serious tornado. And our heart's going out to these people in Alabama. This is just the last thing that we want to see, and this is a very, very serious tornado. We've got another live picture for you now, and we're looking at, I believe, some debris coming up here in Salem, if I'm not mistaken. There you go. Not precisely sure. It looks like that could be a billboard, perhaps. Cell phone tower. That's exactly what that is. Thank you, Tori. Cell phone tower that has been felled by this tornado. I'm sure just the first of many, many images that we will see here. An exceptionally scary day across parts of Alabama right now. You see some tree debris there, some trees that have been stripped. And off to the left, you can see the tree that's been knocked down there, and they've been stripped as well. So this is what you expect to see in the wake of a very dangerous tornado. I do want to show you some of the other tornado warnings that we've got going right now, because there are a lot of them. We'll get back to this storm in just a moment, but there are many other areas that are being threatened by tornadoes right now. One of them is Macon. So this is a warning for Bibb and Houston and Twiggs counties going until 3:45. Well-developed circulation. Oh my goodness, look at this. Extremely well-developed circulation. Now, we are shooting fairly far up because we're looking at the Atlanta radar. The Macon radar is out, but that is a strong mid-level circulation. Let's take that forward. Let's track that forward. Also looks like a large hail threat now coming into Rutland. So that'll be moving into Rutland at 3:40, Wheeler Heights at 3:52. Gordon at 4:11 and Cooper's at 4:20. So the south side of the Macon area, possible tornado coming your way. Certainly a very strong mid-level rotation showing up with that storm. Let's go off to the south and take a look at some other areas. And got, again, a string of warnings. Now, look, just looking at the velocity data here, as we just eyeball this, these all don't appear to be as strong as the one that we were watching closer to Columbus there. It looks like there might be one that's a little bit stronger east of 75 now, but for the most part, these are not as strong. We can just take a look at some of the, maybe just take a look at the warnings themselves, just quickly run through those, Matt. See what counties are being warned on right now. I've got Macon and Sumter County under warning until 4 p.m. Let's go to the cell to the east. Dooley, Pulaski, Wilcox counties under warning until 3:45. Then to the east of that, Dodge, Telfair. Again, seeing some rotation there, but not nearly the level of rotation that we were looking at with that other storm. And then further south to the southwest, another warning coming towards Albany. And that is in effect for Baker, Calhoun, and Early counties, seeing some rotation now south of Morgan and making its way off to the east. Okay, so I just wanted to run through those very quickly. Let's go back up to the main storm, the worst storm that we've seen so far today, and that is near Columbus. And we're still seeing very strong velocity signature right there, still seeing debris. You'll notice that this is now embedded within an area of rain. So this is what we call rain wrapped. For a long time, it was in an area where you had a clearing out ahead of it. Notch there that was free of rain. Now it is wrapped into rain and still going. Obviously, we're still seeing that signature showing up, but hopefully that means that it's going to begin to lose some of that warm and humid air that enables it to be so strong. It may be that we're seeing change in the cycle of the storm here, a change in the life cycle of the storm, and we're moving towards getting a little bit weaker. But this has been a large wedge tornado. Let's drop back down and take a closer look. And we're still seeing a very strong velocity signature, and we'll look at the debris as well. Still seeing a lot of debris showing up now. There's a brand new scan coming right into Interstate 185, north side of Nankapoo, and coming into the south side of Rehoboth. And you want to get to your safe place in those areas right away. Let's track that forward, if we could, Matt, very quickly here. And that's going to make its way towards Fortson and Rehoboth, Turntime Crossroads, and Waverly Hall in the next few minutes here. So please, folks, get to your safe place right now. This is, again, as serious as it gets. Tornado emergency for parts of Alabama, including Lee County right now. I want to get over to Ray and let him take it over for a little while. We'll come back to this and take a look through the radars. Ray, this is just one of those things that just, it really makes your heart sink. We just do not like to see this.
Yeah, it does. And when you can confirm it, too, like we're getting confirmation of damage and things like that, it certainly makes it dangerous. Thanks a lot, Carl, for the information. All right, we're going to go now to little pictures coming out of Arlington, Georgia. This is in and around the Albany area, and you can see dark clouds on the horizon there. Looks like a shelf cloud, and more of the severe weather that we are tracking this evening as more dangerous storms occurring now, and more are likely. We saw the tornado watch did get extended on into far southeastern Georgia, now into parts of South Carolina until 11 o'clock. So these storms are going to keep going. The Storm Prediction Center thinking that we will have that severe weather threat right on through the nighttime hours, at least until 11 o'clock. That's why they put the watch out. But right now, looking at some pretty ominous thunderstorms in this area near Arlington right now. Charles Peak on that storm for us. And, you can see when these cells are isolated, we call them supercells. So these are the more intense thunderstorms, and thus it's exactly what we're seeing here. Now, we're not getting any reports of anything on the ground here, but right now this is a Doppler indicated now tornado warning, and these storms will continue to push east and go right into that area that has just been put under the tornado watch. So let's time these storms out and watch them as they head on off toward the east as we go through this evening. The strongest storms projected to go into areas in the southeast Georgia. These are the ones we'll have to look out for as we get into the afternoon. As we continue to watch these storms roll east, the strongest storms pushing on through Savannah and about 10, 11 o'clock tonight, then offshore. So they do move pretty quickly. Earlier, some of these storms were moving at about 55 miles per hour. So that's a pretty decent clip. And as these storms continue to push on through, we'll watch them go through the Atlanta metro area. They're probably sub-severe. Down toward the south is where the severe weather threat's a little larger, but heavy rainfall going into Toccoa and Gainesville, pushing on south and off toward the east. So Atlanta, we do not think you're under the biggest threat for severe storms, but down into some of the southern counties, the Atlanta metro area, you are most likely going to see some more stronger storms. So hitting these severe storms down near New Orleans and Houma, strong storms, occasionally severe, but most of the stronger storms are to your north and east. As we watch these thunderstorms push on through, we'll see by 7 o'clock this evening, most areas starting to see the heavy rainfall settle down. So New Orleans over the next 6 hours, that's where you're probably going to hit your biggest threat. That's going to be with heavy rainfall and some gusty winds on the south and south end leading side of this. Through Montgomery, stronger storms pushing east. Most of this activity now getting into South Georgia. And Carl, we've seen that watch extended now into eastern southeast Georgia. Now it's South Carolina. So probably expecting this activity at least for the next 5 or 6 hours, maybe even up till midnight.
Yeah, you've just got a really energetic atmosphere. Yep. There's no doubt about that. There's a lot of wind shear. I've got an updated TorCon to tell you about right now. We've raised the value to 7 for South Georgia, 5 for southern South Carolina, and again 7 for central and South Georgia. Looking at a 70% chance of a tornado within a 50-mile radius there in that area of South Georgia and South Central Georgia. So let's take a look at the radar picture right now and follow these storms. Now, we are seeing somewhat encouraging developments on the radar here. We're still looking at a very dangerous storm, but it is now getting wrapped into the rain, and I think to some extent being cut off from that warm and humid air that wraps into the inflow of the storm. So it's not quite as well developed as it once was. There's still a very dangerous storm here. We're still seeing a debris signature on the radar, very well developed circulation, and right in there's the strongest circulation. Let's take a look at the debris right now. And so here, too, we're not seeing as concentrated an area of debris. So these are all signs that I think we're getting towards the end, at least for now, of the cycle of this particular storm. Sometimes they cycle around and they begin to develop once again. But I think at least for now, it's looking a little bit better here. So let's hope that continues to be the case. We've got other dangerous storms to tell you about, though. One of those off to the southwest, and Macon County is under warning right now. We want to go to this area just east of 85 here and northeast of Montgomery and take a look at the warning there. Matt, let's just go up to just outside of Columbus, off to the west there. Right in there, right in that area. We want to zoom into that and take a look at that storm. Sorry. Well, let's take a look at this one first of all. So we've got a warning here that is near Highland Home, and right there you've got a broader circulation. It's not real strong. Now let's go up to the northeast, and right just a little farther northeast, right there we go, near Columbus. Let's zoom down there. That's exactly what we want to look at. Here we are seeing a stronger circulation right in there, and we're seeing some debris showing up with that storm as well. That now making its way off to the northeast. So that is a confirmed tornado, radar confirmed tornado moving east at 60 miles per hour, Lee and Russell counties. So these are the very same counties that were just hit by this large wedge tornado, and now we've got another one coming in. Let's look at the debris signature here. It's not as well developed in this case, but there is some debris there, and let's go ahead and track that forward and show folks where that's going to be headed. So this is going to follow pretty close to the same path that this last big storm followed: Society Hill, Watley Crossroad, Crawford, and Phoenix City. And let's hope that it's not the same storm that we just saw coming through these areas. But you've got a tornado warning for a lot of the same areas now in Lee and Russell counties as well. Now let's jump over to Georgia and take a look at some of the storms that are ongoing in Georgia. We've got a big string of tornado warnings. I mean, look at all these tornado warnings. This is often how it happens. On the most dangerous in Twiggs counties, under warning until 3:45. This is south of Macon and coming towards Jeffersonville. So we're looking at this area of the storm. Let's look at velocity right now. Still seeing a very strong circulation. Now we're shooting pretty far up. Unfortunately, the Macon radar is out. Bad day for it to be out. And we're looking at I believe, the Atlanta radar. So we are seeing at least a strong rotation in the mid-levels of the storm, which can translate to the lower part of the storm. Heads up there in Jeffersonville, McIntyre, Toomsboro, as well as Tennille at about 450 or so. Now let's jump to the south and take a look at some of these other warnings. Got, again, a string of warnings here. Got one for Ben Hill and Irwin County going until 3:45. Zooming down there, we're looking at a cell. This is Dodge and Telfair. And Wilcox County is under warning until 3:45. Looking at velocity data, that area jumps out. That is just east of 129. Let's go ahead and track that forward, see who's in the path of that possible tornado there. Jacksonville, Workmore, Towns, and Hazelhurst. Then let's go up to the northwest. Let's look at the storm that's just west of 75, Matt, if we could, right in here. Dooley, Houston, Macon counties under warning. And seeing a pretty strong circulation in that case. That is now just west of 41. That's coming towards Elko, Hawkinsville, Cochrane, and also Chester. Okay, let's take a look at some of the other storms that we may have missed here. Zooming out, we've got one in southwest Georgia. Looks like another one ongoing in East Georgia as well. Baker, Calhoun, Early counties under warning until 4 p.m. And looking at a circulation on the southwest side of that storm, so right in there, that is north of Milford, and that's going to be coming towards Albany. If it does hold together, the warning does not extend that far, so that's one that we're going to want to watch, keep a close eye on. And then let's jump over to the eastern part of the state, if we could, and take a look at that warning that is ongoing more towards South Carolina. Looks like that may have just dropped off. Okay, so some better news there. Okay, well, we're going to go back one more time, if we could, to our main storm and see what's happening with that. Last that we checked on it, we were seeing that it was becoming increasingly rain-wrapped. And so, indeed, the velocity signature is not as well defined there, but here we've got a second storm that is coming into the same area. Let's zoom down on that, and that appears to be tightening up. Let's look at that second storm right now, Matt. So right in there, a very tight velocity signature that is now along 29. You know, I cannot believe that I'm saying this, but some of the very same areas that were just hit by a large wedge tornado now possibly facing another tornado coming into this area. An exceptionally dangerous day, and we'll have much more on this coming up in a moment.
And a destructive afternoon for some in south and southwest Georgia and parts of southeastern Alabama. We're live right now looking in Arlington, Georgia, and tornado warnings in effect, multiple tornado warnings in effect here out across South Georgia. Tornado watch in effect, and that watch has been extended on off toward the east, but we've had a confirmed tornado, at least one, and now we're getting into an area that may actually be looking at another confirmed tornado in the same spot that just got hit. But ominous skies, and we're continuing to watch a severe weather threat as we head on through this evening as these storms continue to race on off toward the east. Just amazing, not only that these storms are tornadic, but the forward speed of some of these storms. The dangerous skies continue to push on through South Georgia. And, you know, folks, if you have a way to get warned, please find out what that way is and know where your safe place is. Maybe go over that plan quickly of where you need to go if you do get under some of these tornado-warned storms. So we want to bring in our severe weather expert now, Carl Parker. Carl, you know, this is just amazing. We've got another thunderstorm, another tornado now possibly moving over that same area in Lee and I think Russell counties that just got hit earlier. Yeah, and we're hearing now that tornado is crossing the track of the first tornado. Yep. So what an awful situation. We had a tornado emergency with a large wedge tornado moving from Alabama into Georgia. Now another tornado crossing that
that very same path. So let's first of all show you the first tornado, which is now counties under warning, and that's going until 4:15. Let's take a look at the velocity. This is still a very strong area of circulation that is showing up. This is where we're seeing low-level rotation in the storm. So tracking that forward, that's going to be coming into Ridgeway, Talbotton, Pobity Crossroads, and Ypsilanti as well. In all of those areas, you need to get to your safe place, lowest, most interior room. Keep in mind the storm has had a history of producing very serious damage, and we've been looking at a large wedge tornado for some time now. We are not now seeing debris showing up here, so it may be sometimes you see strong rotation continuing in the lower part of the storm without there actually being a tornado. We can only hope that that's the case, but with the rotation being this strong, if there's not a tornado now, there certainly could be one at any time. Now to the south, Chattahoochee, Marion, Muskogee counties under warning until 4:15. Here we are looking at, again, really strong rotation now just west of Buena Vista and moving along rapidly. So that is going to be coming into Zellaby in 8 minutes. You've got 8 minutes now in Zellaby to get to your safe place. Buena Vista 4:06, Tazewell 4:14, and Rupert at 4:29. You do not have very much time at all. These things are moving really quickly, 50, 60. We got one report of one moving at 80 miles per hour. Now let's jump to the northwest, and we'll take a look at the storm that is following in the path of the previous large wedge tornado that had a tornado emergency on it. Lee and Russell counties under warning until 3:30 Central Time. Let's look at the velocity in this case. This has become a little more disjointed now. See how it's sort of elongated there? So that's encouraging. Doesn't mean that we're not seeing a threat. We are still seeing a threat, but let's hope that that continues. Crawford there in the path of this storm, Phoenix City, Columbus, and Chautauqua as well, about 4:36 or so. All right, got a bunch of other warnings to tell you about. Let's move over and into Georgia and show you what's going on. Look at this string of warnings from just south of 20 all the way down to Albany. So let's just kind of run through them one by one and take a look at the velocities and see what we're looking at on the inside of the storm here. So first of all, this one just south of 20, that's Greene and Hancock, Putnam counties, seeing some circulation. Let's get a little bit tighter there, Matt. I think we are seeing some circulation there. It's coming towards Devereaux, right in there. Yeah, look at that. So that is a tight little, that could very well be a tornado. Let's look at the debris and see if there's any debris showing up. Correlation coefficient, not seeing any debris, but there's a very tight little circulation. And a lot of times when they're real tight like that, that means that you do have a tornado. So we could very well be looking at a tornado in this case. That coming towards Shoulderbone at 4:16, the Lewis School, areas around the Lewis School, 4:23, and then the Mary Olis Wilcox Health Center after that. Now to the south of that, another warning. Looks like, at least for the time being, things are looking better in Macon. Warning now for Twiggs and Wilkinson counties. That's going until 4:30. Wow, tight little circulation there, very strong. Let's look at the correlation coefficient, see if we've got any debris. I'm not seeing anything clear-cut that's co-located, but we are looking at a strong circulation. So let's just go ahead and track that forward. That coming towards Route 441, Myrick's Mill, 358, McIntyre, 415, and Toomsboro by about 4:23 or so. Now to the south of that, we'll take a look at some more storms. And we've got some storms now south of Perry, that's Dooley. Houston, Pulaski counties going until 4:15, getting ready to cross 75 there. We are seeing circulation here, but it is a broader circulation. So, let's hope that that means that we're not looking at a tornado in that case, but we certainly could be. Then to the south of that, another tornado warning, another broader circulation, but more of a shear line in terms of the velocity data. So, it doesn't really jump out at this time, but there nonetheless could be a tornado here. So just taking that forward, extrapolating here, it's going to be getting near Lands Crossroads before very long. There we go. There's the timing, Lands Crossroads at about 4:10 or so. So an exceptionally dangerous day. We have had already a large wedge tornado with damage, with debris, parts of Alabama and Georgia. We're going to have much more on the severe weather coming right up. Welcome back to our coverage of what has been a very scary, very dangerous day in parts of the Deep South as an energetic upper system comes through, producing tornadoes. Not just any tornadoes, but large wedge tornadoes. That entire black mass that you see there on the left, just beyond those trees, that was the tornado as it was near Salem, Alabama. We got many reports of damage, We know that there was debris in the air for quite some time. This is a monster tornado that came through eastern Alabama and into western parts of Georgia. And now there is another tornado following along that same path. And we've got a dozen tornado warnings right now in parts of Alabama and Georgia. That's pretty typical on a day when you tend to have the parameters in place to produce tornadoes. You often get a large family of tornado warnings. So this is what we call a tornado outbreak that is occurring today. And let's take a look at some of these warnings here. First of all, that storm that we talked about moments ago, that now making its way into Talbot County as we speak. We are not seeing as well defined of a radar presentation, but there is still a very strong velocity signature. This is wind that's coming toward the radar there in that blue and green and going away from the radar in red. So that's still a very strong rotational signature. And we are seeing some debris showing up right in there. Wow. So this thing is beginning to show that it's getting together a little bit more as compared to what we were looking at earlier. Let's zoom down on that if we could, Matt, and get a closer look at where that's going to be headed. So once again, this large wedge tornado that occurred earlier now producing a debris signature and now just west of Talbotton and moving rapidly to the east. So you've got just moments right now in Talbotton before the storm comes in, probably coming in at about 4:06 or so. You've got about 5 minutes. About 5 minutes to get to your lowest, most interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. If you've got a helmet, that's also a great idea. This thing just keeps on going here. And then we've got many more tornadoes to tell you about, at least tornado warnings. Chattahoochee, Marion, Talbot County under warning until 4:15. Here, too, we had been looking at a strong velocity signature near Buena Vista. That continues to be the case. Let's zoom down a little closer on that. Very strong rotation showing up near Buena Vista. Let's see if there's some debris. There's some in the same exact area where we saw that first storm that I talked about moving through eastern Alabama. Exact same area, another tornado that has crossed the path of this first tornado. And right now, as we look at the velocity data, you notice there is some hint of some circulation there. We're seeing some green and some red, but it's not as concentrated, it's not as well defined, and so the storm is not as strong as it was a little bit earlier. So at least an encouraging trend on the radar for the time being. But these storms can cycle. Sometimes they can weaken a little bit and then get a little bit stronger, which is precisely what we're seeing with that first storm that we talked about moments ago. All right, let's take a look at some of the other warnings. And we'll go up to the north, up around I-20. A lot of rain with this storm. This is Greene and Hancock and Putnam County. So there are going to be cases here where it's not going to be clear cut. It's just going to be rain and rain and rain and heavy rain and then wind. And then suddenly it gets a lot stronger. And that's the tornado that is coming through buried within that rain. In this case, though, an elongated area of circulation. So, not nearly as well formed as some of these other storms. Better news there. Wilkinson County under warning right now. Big hail core showing up just to the south of Gordon. That's another feature, another hallmark of supercell storms with that rotating updraft. They tend to be able to suspend hail for longer. Pretty strong circulation there. Let's track that forward. Going into McIntyre at 410, Oconee 430, Sandersville 446, and Davisboro at 502. Now we'll take you to the south. Not seeing a lot of debris associated with that. We'll take you down to the south, and I'm not sure where we're going there. Wow. So you see, let's just hold that for a moment. Okay, so you see what's happening here. If you look at the character of these velocity signatures, this is the one that we just talked about there, pretty strong. And then you've got some others showing up in the southern part of the state. But these are the two that we're really most concerned about right now. Let's just quickly take a look at the one to the south of Warner Robins on 75. Let's get a look at that storm, see what's going on with that. Again, sort of a looser, broader velocity signature just east of 75. That'll be coming towards Hawkinsville. Another storm to the south of that. And if we can jump down there real quick, that's Dooley and Houston counties under warning, by the way. Ben Hill, Irwin, Turner counties under warning until 4:30. We've got a little appendage here. Rotation likes to sit right there. That's coming into Lands Crossroads. This is becoming a little more elongated, so it's not quite, again, as well defined as some of these storms that we were looking at off to the north. But still, it is possible that we could be seeing a tornado coming towards Lands Crossroads. So heads up on that. Get to your safe place in that area. Want to go back, if we could, to those two storms that we looked at the top so we can sort of reset there and get a look. And we are seeing some circulation in that storm, by the way, as well. So again, this is Talbot County under warning. This is the storm that produced the large wedge tornado. A lot of damage with this storm already. It's now into Georgia. This warning going until 4:15. We are still seeing a very strong velocity signature with this storm and debris signature as well that is now coming into Talbotton. And so it is now, what is it, just about 4 minutes, nearly 5 minutes after the hour. So just as we said, about 5-6 minutes after the hour, be coming into Talbotton. And that's happening right now. So hopefully everybody has gotten to their safe place. Right now, let's look at the debris, look at the correlation coefficient, and we are still seeing a very well-defined debris signature with this storm. It just makes your heart sink to see this. Our hearts going out to these people in West Georgia. Let's hope that this is not the same storm that we were looking at earlier. It looks like we've got a brand new tornado warning with this storm, that for Talbot, Taylor, and Upson counties going until 4:30. And Matt, I want to jump down to the storm just to the south very quickly as well. Take another look at that. That was the other one that also had a very strong velocity signature. Chattahoochee, Marion, Talbot counties. And yes, indeed, Buena Vista. Let's track that forward. Really strong velocity signature right now. That'll be coming into Tazewell in a matter of moments. So, folks, in Tazewell, please get to your safe place right now. Into the severe thunderstorm outlook for the rest of tonight, and just show you where the greatest threat area is. And that basically extends across parts of the southeast. We've got a TorCon value of 7 for South Georgia right now. So that is way up there. That means you really got to be on your toes in South Georgia. We've got a 5 for parts of South Carolina. And we are also looking at a 5 farther south into northwest Florida. So, Ray, it has been just a terrible afternoon. And, you know, you've got all these parameters in place. You've got, you know, more than enough wind shear for strong tornadoes. Just a matter of whether we were going to get the instability, and we got that. And here you see the result.
Yeah, we do, and it's going to continue over the next few hours into the night. Thanks, Carl Parker, for that life-saving information. And speaking of, you want to keep your family safe and get them into a safe place quickly during severe weather, and that can mean the difference between life and death. Meteorologist Mark Elliott now with the safest place in your home to take shelter.
When you're under a tornado warning or you hear a tornado siren, and especially if you can see that tornado, now is not the time to grab that smartphone and start filming. Instead, it's time to get inside and seek shelter. You run inside to seek shelter from the storm and come up to your bedroom, which normally is pretty safe, until, of course, a tree crashes through your roof. Coming down to a lower level, great idea. Trying to see where the storm is outside those windows, bad idea. It was a good idea to leave the windows, but this exterior wall doesn't help you as much as you might think. No, tree limbs or 2x4s, they're like toothpicks when winds get as fierce as in these storms. Yes, your garage is on ground level and has 4 sides. No, it isn't going to protect you the way you want it to. So this is where you do want to be. Not only a low level, but the lowest level you've got. And you want to put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. And then you stay here until it's safe. Because this room could be the one thing that saves your life.
All right, certainly a dangerous situation here, and we'll continue to watch not only the severe side of Scott, but also the north side here, where we've got 80 million people under a winter weather alert of some sort. Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, New York City. Snow's on your way. Some places could get half a foot or maybe even more. First weekend of meteorological spring, and Chris Warren, Old Man Winter, says otherwise. Says, hey, you know what? Let's hang on a little bit longer to this winter weather. We don't just flip the switch on March 1st and it's over with.
That's absolutely true. In fact, a lot of areas do see a lot of snow this time of year during the month of March. I mean, you can still get these big cold spells that happen, and it's actually going to happen next week. And then the moisture that's coming up, that moisture is creating a little bit of fuel, if you will, for some of that severe weather that we're seeing. We'll get back to the tornado warnings here in a few moments on the Weather Channel. But here in Louisville, Kentucky, we're looking at where the snow's basically come to an end. I say basically because there's still slight chance later on we could have a few kind of like little sneaker showers. But as far as accumulations go, I think we're pretty much wrapped up there. In fact, the snow was coming down so fast that was leading to the accumulation because the ground is pretty warm. And notice that it's not completely white. There is some melting here. And so I say it's the ground that's melting it because the air temperatures have dropped right at the freezing mark. So the ground temperatures were a little too warm to get any significant accumulation. But if the snow comes down fast enough, like it was, we did see pretty much all white except directly underneath. But right now, it's water. We're not looking at extremely freezing, extremely cold temperatures yet, but that is expected to change. Going forward, later on tonight and into the morning, temperatures are going to drop down into the 20s and then eventually teens in 20s for overnight lows and then daytime highs staying below freezing the next few days until getting back above freezing midweek to the end of the week. But looking out here across the Ohio River, and we're looking out across the Ohio River at Indiana. And again, if you take Interstate 65 right here all the way down, you're eventually going to find yourself into Alabama. And we want to go back to Ray stage it because it is in Alabama and into Georgia where there's a lot of severe weather right now, Ray.
All right, thanks a lot, Chris. And yeah, we're on the severe side of Scott and continuing with tornado warnings as South Georgia, Southwest Georgia getting hit hardest now. A tornado emergency around the Columbus area. And notice now that storms do look like that they are weakening just a little bit, but still dangerous thunderstorms nonetheless coming through Columbus with heavy rain and strong winds. And none of these storms at this point, at least it doesn't look like we've got much in the way of tornado warnings on these storms, but we'll continue to watch them very closely here. Here's some of your damage reports. Damage along Highway 280 near Smith Station. That was the first storm that went through the Smith Station area just about an hour ago. Down in Marvin, a confirmed damage near Dupree in Alabama. Multiple homes damaged with a tornado confirmed by radar. So we are starting to get reports in now of damage, and we've had at least 2 confirmed tornadoes. And now when a tornado warning or tornado emergency is issued, this is issued when a severe threat to human life is imminent or ongoing. Catastrophic damage is imminent or ongoing, and a tornado is visually confirmed or the radar strongly suggests that we do have a tornado. So that could be either by our velocity signature, even our debris signature, our correlation coefficient. But right now we've had at least 1 tornado warning and a tornado emergency issued for these storms that we have had confirmed tornadoes in parts of Southwest Georgia. So we're continuing to watch these storms as they move through and off to the east. And they're racing on off toward the east and the northeast. 60, even at times 80 miles per hour. So we're watching these severe thunderstorms and these warnings continue to push through Talbot and Taylor County, Upson County in South Georgia. This does include the Lincoln Park area and the Talbot area as these storms push on off toward the east. You're going to want to get in your safe place. We do have a little weak signature here showing up with a velocity, but it does look like some of these storms have shown some signs of velocity. And yeah, we still do have a debris signature here on the correlation coefficient as this storm moves on off toward the east. So if you're in the Logtown area at 436, take cover now. Roberta and even Moran at 457. You still have some time here to get into your safe place as these storms move on off toward the east. But as we emphasize, they're moving very quickly, so you're not going to have much time to react as these thunderstorms and these tornadic thunderstorms, Doppler indicated, move on off toward the east and the northeast. Macon, I believe that's Schley and Taylor counties, including the cities of Marshallville, Reynolds, and Rupert. That's until 4:45. This is also a tornado warning. Looks like a pretty tight signature here with winds blowing toward and away from the radar. That storm's heading off toward the north and northeast also. So another very dangerous storm. Not seeing much on the correlation coefficient. This would show where there could be some debris popping up. At least for now, we don't see anything confirmed there. And then back toward the west, right, we're on the Alabama and Georgia line here. This is where that first tornado went through. We're in Lee County near the Smith Station area once again until 3:30. Most of this signature now is weakened just a bit. And it does look like still a very dangerous thunderstorm with a tornado warning continuing here over the next 20 to 30 minutes. And look at this, at least at one point a dozen tornado warnings, but numerous storms here with the potential to produce tornadoes, all continuing to head on off toward the east and just north of east at about 50 to even at times 60, 70 miles per hour. Up further north, Greene, Hancock, and into Putnam counties. This is a this is a tornado warning until 4:15. So the areas around Devereaux, Phoenix, and Sparta. Not much in circulation here, but still a very dangerous thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado. Wilkinson County and the Irwinton, McIntyre, and Toomsboro area until 4:30. This is another tornado warning heading on off toward the east and northeast, and just issued now for Washington, Wilkinson, and Johnson counties. Another tornado warning until 5 p.m. Once again, starting to see a little bit better here rotation of this storm as it pushes on off toward the east. So 4:17 in the Toomsboro area, down toward Davisboro and Louisville at about 5:18. Take cover now. These storms are rapidly moving on off toward the north and northeast at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. More on the severe weather threat in South Georgia coming up after the break.
Welcome back. One of the scariest things that you will ever see occurring earlier today in eastern Alabama. This is Salem, Alabama, very close to the Georgia state line. We saw a monster wedge tornado producing debris for miles and miles. We're getting many reports of damage. Actually, EMS responders are responding to people that have been trapped in the area. A huge tornado, and you can see the difficulty here as well because you've got very low cloud bases with that humid air coming off the Gulf of Mexico and a lot of tree cover in the southeast. It is not the same as being out in the plains where you can see for miles and miles and you can see exactly what's coming your way. Oftentimes, all you see is black sky, and before you know it, the tornado is on you. And the other part of this, and this is often the case also during big tornado days, is that they're moving very quickly. These storms have been moving at 50, 60, in some cases 80 miles per hour. And this is not over yet. We are still looking at an ongoing tornado threat. We can show you where these confirmed tornadoes were. Very serious damage near Marvin, and that is south of Auburn in Alabama. Smith Station damage along Highway 280 as well. So these are very early reports. It may be that we end up seeing quite a bit more damage than that. And some of these storms continue to be very strong. So let's take a look just south of Atlanta. Really never made it up into the Atlanta metro area. It's just a little bit too unstable, a little too much rain, and temperatures just a little too cool. There's Talbot, Taylor, Upson counties. So this is the same storm that produced that monster wedge tornado. And finally now, we are finally beginning to see that area of circulation elongate. And we're also seeing that there is still some debris, but that area of debris is also elongating. So at least for now, things are looking a little better with this storm. There is still an ongoing tornado threat, and sometimes they will cycle and they'll end up becoming stronger once again. But at least for now, it's in a weaker phase. And so let's hope that that trend continues. To the south of that, we're looking at a tornado warning in Macon, in Schley, in Taylor counties going until 4:45. Let's look at the velocity data. The signature has been really strong on this thing, continues to be. That is just east of 19, right in there. Let's look and see if there's any debris. Not seeing any debris associated with that. Let's hope that that's a good sign. Let's track that signature out and show you where that's going to be headed in the next few minutes. Again, these things are really moving along fast, coming into Winchester at 4:48, Fort Valley 4:56, Perry at 5:08, and Warner Robins at 5:19. Now, let's take a look at some of the other storms that we're watching. This is back into Alabama now, and this is a tornado warning in effect for, let's put the counties up there if we could very quickly. Matt, this is not very far away from Union Springs, Barber, Bullock, and Pike counties under warning until 4:15. And here it looks like the velocities are not all that impressive at this time. That certainly could change at any moment, but again, sort of an elongated area of circulation that we're watching there. We've got a whole slew of tornado warnings in central and south Georgia right now. Let's take a look at some of these. North of 16, for example, got one area that is where it looks like we're going to see that tornado warning drop off. Johnson, Washington, Wilkinson counties under warning until 5 p.m. Looking at the velocity, wow, very tight circulation. Let's zoom down a little bit tighter. Really tight little circulation showing up there. Unfortunately, today the Macon radar is out. and that has been very bad news indeed. So we just haven't seen the storms as well as we could. But when we see a very tight area like that, then we know there's a pretty good chance that there is a tornado near Beach Hill and coming towards Oconee. So if you're in Oconee right now, you need to get to your safe place right now. This has been a really rough day for tornadoes. A lot of parameters favorable for tornadoes, plenty of wind shear, and we could be looking at a tornado coming towards Oconee in just the next few minutes, maybe about 5-6 minutes or so. Sandersville 446 and Davisboro at about 5:01 if it continues at that time. All right, let's jump to the south and take a look at some of these storms in the southern part of the state. I've got one here that is not very far away from Hazelhurst, Appling, Jeff Davis counties under warning until 5 p.m. Seeing a broad circulation here. It's broad. It's not as strong. It's not as tight. But still, we could be looking at a tornado that coming towards Route 221. Let's jump over to the west and take a look at some of the other storms. Got another tornado warning in effect for Ben Hill and Irwin. That cell's just about out of that county there. Another warning here for Turner and Worth counties. Looking at the velocity there, again, sort of a broader circulation. Possible tornado coming towards 75. Just east of Albany, got another area of circulation that is broad, but it's pretty strong. And now along 82. Let's time that one out and see where that's going to be headed. In the next few minutes. And that's going to be coming up towards East Doherty, Sylvester, Ashburn, and also into Irwinville as well, about 5:24 or so. So it has been one of those days. It has been a day in which we are likely to be looking at a tornado outbreak when it's all said and done. And let's take a look at one last look here at the storm in Albany. And let's take a look at where we go from here, where we expect the storms are going to be going forward. I want to show you the model forecast very quickly, and you can see where we've got storms continuing to fire in southeast Georgia, northwest Florida, South Carolina over the next few hours here. Still going to be a very critical time, Ray, as you've got plenty of instability. And again, just the wind fields have been amazing today. Exceptionally strong winds in several levels of the atmosphere. And that's, that's one of the big requisites for a big tornado day.
Yeah, you get that strong wind field and keeps them going and keeps them strong, too. And they're moving, as you mentioned, too, pretty quickly. So that's going to give people not too much time to react. Thanks, Carl Parker, for that update. And more rain thunderstorms. Luckily, we're seeing a weakening in the intensity here as the storms come through Columbus. We're right on the Georgia-Alabama border here. And as we watch the rain come on through now, we see a lessening of the severe weather threat there. But the damage done, the Smith Station area actually hit twice. We've got reports of damage along Highway 280 near Smith Station. A little further west, confirmed damage in Marvin, a tornado confirmed by radar. Multiple homes also damaged here as storms ripped on through, and that was at the point where we had the strongest signature, and at least from what we saw from video coming in, that is when the tornado looked at its worst. So at least right now we've got no less than 4 or 5 reports of damage, but more trickling in here now. The latest, the damage to mobile homes with trees and power lines down. So this area here in we're looking at east central Alabama and just getting into southwest Georgia. Here is the border of those two states, just to the northwest of Columbus. That's where we're looking at the most significant damage, as it looks like we're probably going to have a damage path somewhere like that as those storms moved on into the east and western and southwestern parts of Georgia. Society Hill, that was the one report we just got. Now Griffin Mill coming in with multiple trees down out across Lee County, 240 miles west of Smith Station, and some of those storms continue to produce this damage as we headed on through just the past couple of hours. Numerous warnings currently in effect, so now that threat is pushed on away from the Smith Station area. That's certainly good news, because you were warned twice for 2 tornadoes possibly pushing through there. Even in Marvin County, we did have near Dupree multiple homes damaged. I think we covered that one. But Carl, as we're seeing, obviously we had the confirmed tornadoes and what we'd expect, and that's now damage reports starting to come in.
Yeah, and it's not quite over yet. As you mentioned, tornado watches continue into this evening in many areas. So here's a look at the tornado watches that go until 6 o'clock tonight. So that is parts of South Alabama and Mississippi, also into a little part of Louisiana. Has not been as active in Louisiana, thankfully, as we've got a lot of people right now in New Orleans for Mardi Gras. There's this tornado watch going until 8 o'clock tonight, and that is for central parts of Georgia and also northwest Florida. And now the newest tornado watch Does include southeast Georgia, Savannah, and into South Carolina as well. So Charleston and then down towards Edisto there, Hunting Island, Savannah, points farther south, all the way down towards Brunswick. In these areas, tornado watch going until 11 p.m. tonight. And so because you've got these parameters that are just so favorable for tornadoes, we're going to see this threat going for quite some time here. What's been driving all of this is a very strong upper level system, really strong winds coming through in the upper levels of the atmosphere and the low levels of the atmosphere as well. When you've got enough instability to support strong storms developing with a wind field like that, with a wind profile like that, that's what gives you the severe weather threat. So that's where the threat is through the rest of today. Looking at the surface winds here and the winds at 5,000 feet, you can very clearly see this shear in the atmosphere. So here you've got winds that are coming out of the south there at the surface and winds that are coming out of the southwest very rapidly at about 5,000 feet. At about 60, 70, 80 miles per hour in some cases. So that's a big part of what is driving this threat, because you have that change in wind speed and direction. That creates rotation in the atmosphere. Storms can ingest that and begin to rotate themselves. So change in our TorCon, now got a 7 out of 10 on the TorCon in central and south Georgia. That means a 70% chance of a tornado within a 50-mile radius. And then we're also now looking at a 5 out of 10 in southern parts of South Carolina. And as we mentioned, this threat is probably going to go for quite some time tonight, just because you've got such an energetic atmosphere. Here is a look at the model forecast. So they were going into 5 o'clock Eastern time for Central. We'll take it into 6 o'clock. You notice the presence of some discrete cells showing up right in there as well as in there. So we certainly could be looking at ongoing tornado warnings in these areas. Even into 7, 8 o'clock tonight, we've still got some stronger storms rolling through parts of southeast Georgia. We should see less intensity to the storms later tonight. So we should see a downtrend in the intensity of these storms going through later tonight. But again, you've got a really energetic atmosphere, and it just doesn't take very much for storms to tap into that. They don't have to be super strong to acquire that energy from all those winds at several levels.
Yeah, they certainly don't. And as you said, Carl, the good news is I think over the next few hours we'll see a weakening, but I still think we've got some time to go. Carl Park, thanks for that update as severe weather continues to roll out across South Georgia. Let's take a look at some of this video. Wow. This is from Salem. This was earlier where we did see a confirmed tornado go on through this area. As we said, we're getting reports of damage now. Didn't hear about any injuries, at least not yet, but it's still early in the process here. And just above that tree line there, you can see kind of in the background where it is darkest as it goes from, kind of light gray to the darker gray. Look at that right there. You can see that is likely where we're looking at a tornado. And this was, as I said, a very large wedge tornado as it pushed on through Salem in Alabama, southeastern Alabama. This was, I believe, near Lee and Russell counties, where they actually got hit twice, right along just about the same path with 2 tornadoes. Certainly something that doesn't happen very often, but very ominous looking sky here. And this was our tornado that we saw earlier go on through Salem in Alabama. And as we've been saying, Carl, the beat goes on here this evening. We've got new tornado warnings now popping up. Yeah, this is often the case when you have a day on which you get big tornadoes like the one that we saw in Alabama earlier today. Oftentimes you get multiple tornado warnings and multiple tornadoes. You can see how many warnings there are right now. Looks like we've got at least 8 or so. Let's go ahead and drop on in and show you the one that is closest to Macon. The 75 corridor has been really active in central and south Georgia. Tornado warning for Macon and Taylor counties going until 4:45 Eastern time. Let's look at the velocity in this case. Really strong velocity signature there that is now west of Marshallville. So taking that forward, that's going to come into Fort Valley at 4:52, into Perry at 5:04. Please get to your safe place. Looks like we've got a brand new scan there. Let's take a look at that. Let's go back to the velocity data one more time. And again, we're still seeing a really strong velocity signature. I want to take a look also at the correlation coefficient. Not seeing any debris right now, at least not right now, but that is a really strong velocity signature. And so very well could be looking at a tornado coming towards Marshallville. So please do get to your safe place right now.
Let's go through some of these other warnings. We've got another one that is north of Dublin. Velocities don't look to be all that strong in this case, at least right now. The storm itself does not look to be all that strong, but there is some tornado threat here. Johnson, Washington County. Farther to the east, another tornado warning in effect that is getting to the South Carolina state line. That is Burke County under warning. Looks like we've got some hail along with that one, but in the velocities, I'm not seeing anything that's really profound, at least right now. Heads up on that for a possible large hail, and certainly could be a tornado as well. Then we'll go down into South Georgia and take a look at some of these storms that are now going across the southern part of the state. Got a little appendage showing up on this one, and that is now near Hazelhurst. Broad circulation coming towards Route 221 right now, and eventually towards Route 1 as well. No debris showing up with that. Let's go further west. We'll time that out very quickly. That's going to be moving towards Tallahassee, Falling Rocks, and also into Davis. Then we'll go farther to the west and show you another storm to the south. And looks like we have a velocity signature that's sort of beginning to expand out here and look a little bit less intense. So a very intense day for severe weather. We're going to have much more coverage on all of this coming up in a few minutes.
Severe weather continuing to rip through South Georgia. This is Macon live right now. Worst of the severe storms are looking off to the east and south, but still a lot of rain around, and life-threatening storms continue to blast parts of Alabama, now Georgia, and getting pretty close to, if not already, crossing into South Carolina, where the tornado watch, has been extended. Welcome to our continuing coverage of severe weather and winter storms, Scott. There is a snowy side, but the more imminent threat has been the severe weather this evening, and we've had reports of tornadoes and damage, and luckily at least not yet. No reports of injuries. Let's hope that that continues. But really what we've had, Carl, as we bring Carl Parker in here now, has done a great job so far covering these storms. We've had storms. They're moving quickly, but they've been holding their intensity. Confirmed tornadoes, and it looks like we've got a few more hours to go.
We do, and this is one of the more vulnerable parts of the country for tornadoes because you've got such low cloud bases, because there's so much moisture in the air, and also because there's a lot of tree cover. So oftentimes it looks black on the horizon, but you don't really know what you're looking at until it's on you. And then compounding that is that you've got such fast motion on these storms. So we've still got a whole series of tornado warnings to tell you about. Let's go through them right now and take a look at some of the more serious ones. Right now, one of the strongest rotations that we are seeing is on this storm that is south of Macon. That is coming into Marshallville right now. You want to get to your safe place right now there in Marshallville. That is Macon and Taylor counties under warning. Looks like we have a brand new extension on that tornado warning, and that for Houston, Peach, and Twiggs counties going until 5:30. Let's once again take a look at the velocity data. I mean, this thing is just really strong, very well formed there, and coming towards 75 and coming towards Perry. So taking that forward, that'll move into Perry at about 5:02. So you've got about 20 minutes. About 20 minutes to get to the lowest, most interior room. Warner Robins at about 5:12 and Cochrane at around 5:35 or so. We're still seeing an exceptional well-formed area of rotation in the storm. What we are not seeing is evidence of debris, but that doesn't mean that it's not producing a tornado. It just means that we're not seeing that at this time. All right, so let's take a look at some of the other storms. And we'll go off to the southwest. This is back into Alabama. Barber County under warning until 4:15. Velocity in this case is not as impressive last time we checked. That is coming towards Eufaula here. But, certainly these storms sort of pop up and down in terms of intensity. They kind of go back and forth. So, yeah, what we're seeing here is there's some circulation there. No doubt about that. That's near Clayton, but it's just not quite as well formed as some of the others that we have seen. Nonetheless, there is some chance that we've got a tornado there, and that'll be coming towards Eufaula, generally speaking. Coffee and Dale counties also under warning, and here too in the velocity data we're not seeing a very well-defined circulation, just sort of a amorphous area where you've got some shear occurring right in there. Now over into the southern part of Georgia. Got a bunch of storms that are under warning right now south of Cordele. One of those showing a broad but stronger rotation there. The radar data, by the way, that we're seeing here is shooting from a pretty long way away. It's been unfortunate we have not had the Macon radar today. That's Worth County under warning. That is generally coming towards Ashburn and the 75 corridor. Also Turner County under warning until 5:15. So really, I'd say right around Ashburn and maybe a little to the south. That's where that tornado threat is going to extend. And right in there is where we're seeing that. We're looking at the mid-levels of the storm in this case, just because we're shooting from so far away. That's the benefit of having a closer radar. You can see the lower part of the storm, which really matters more when it comes to tornadoes. But we can at least see that there's spin in the mid-levels, and oftentimes that means that there is, in fact, tornado potential. Farther to the east, Ben Hill and Irwin counties, cells just about out of that county. Another warning off to the east here, Bacon, Coffee, and Jeff Davis County. So got a circulation right there. That is west of Broxton, heads up in Broxton. You want to get to your safe place in that area as that moves to the east. Then off to the northeast, another rotation here that is near Lumber City. So right about there. And this is broad, but it is fairly strong. Appling, Jeff Davis counties under warning until 5 p.m. And that's generally going to be coming towards Route 1 there. Also warning for Montgomery and Toombs counties going until 5:15. So heads up there, areas south of Toombs Central. And then finally, as we take you up towards the South Carolina state line, got another tiny little tornado warning that continues to be in effect. We're still seeing a little bit of an appendage that is actually sitting a little south of that polygon there. Let's look at the velocity data very quickly and zoom in a little bit if you could, Matt. And right in here, again, I'm seeing a shear line right through this area, but I'm not seeing anything that really pops out at this time. And then finally, farther to the west, you've got another tornado warning here, and that near Sandersville and Wrightsville, and broad circulation, Johnson and Washington counties. That is generally going to be coming towards Louisville in the next few minutes here. But it looks like by far the most dangerous storm is the one that is south of Macon, and that's the one that we're really going to want to watch going forward here. So, what a day. This is actually par for the course in this part of the world. It's funny because you think of the winter as being a time when you tend not to get a whole lot of severe weather, but on the Gulf Coast, where you've always got a ready supply of warm and humid air, you can certainly get that at this time of the year. And in fact, there's a maximum at this time of the year.
Yeah, and now we're getting to the point of year too where number of tornadoes starts going up as we head into April and May, the two busiest months of the year in terms of tornadoes. Thanks, Carl Parker. And, it's actually time to start thinking, too, about not only what you need to do to prepare yourself but your family in a shelter. And here's our shelter explainer, where when you're in your home, a basement is actually the best place you can get to, where you can put as many barriers between you and the outside areas as possible. So your safe place from a storm, if you do have a basement at home, is in the basement. Under the stairs or hallway might be another shelter as well. You want to get into an interior room and have as many walls around you or between you and the outside that you possibly can. This is what we're looking at, too, to go to the lowest level of your home, too. So it's not an upstairs room. It's a downstairs room, the lowest level of the home, and a small center room like a bathroom or a closet. Always consider what's above you, the floors above you, in case you get a collapse. You don't want heavy objects falling on top of you, and crouch as low as possible, facing down with your hands over your head. So some safety tips there if you do have to get to your safe place as severe weather continues to break out. And as I mentioned, getting into now the heart of the severe weather season. All right, let's take a look now at active radar. As we can see, storms continue to push on through southeast Georgia, heading into South Carolina now. Numerous warnings here. There's probably at least 10, maybe even more. As you can see, the strongest storms starting to head into parts of western South Carolina. We'll take a live look now as we head on out and look at this video coming in out of Georgia. Dawson, Georgia, zero visibility here with some of the heavy rain.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather in the southeast. It has been a terrifying day today, and it is not over yet. We had a large wedge tornado in Alabama make its way into Georgia. We've gotten reports of very serious damage with that storm. People have been trapped by the storm. Here you see the driving rain in Dawson, Georgia right now as we continue to watch a massive heavy rain and a whole string of tornado warnings continuing at this hour. An exceptionally energetic storm, and it's not going to be winding down all that quickly. Let's take you through some of the warnings right now. One of the worst storms is now south of Macon and very close to that I-75 corridor. It's about ready to cross I-75, as a matter of fact. Really strong velocity signature showing up now just west of Perry. That's Houston, Peach, and Twiggs counties under warning going until 5:30. Heads up there in Perry. Let's go back to the velocity. It does appear to be elongating somewhat. So let's hope that that trend continues, but this is still a very strong circulation that is showing up west of Perry. We are not seeing any debris at this time, but we're seeing very strong rotation in the mid-levels of the storm, and there certainly could be a tornado coming towards Perry here. So let's time that out, show you where that's going to be headed in the next few minutes. Moving into Perry initially, about 4:58, so you've got about 8 minutes to get to your safe place in Perry. Then Tarversville, 5:22, Chester, 5:48, and Rents at 6:02. All right, we want to drop to the east here and show you a storm. Not seeing that much rotation in this storm right in here. That's really broadening out. The storm is weakening. Johnson, Washington counties under warning. Just severe thunderstorm warnings now on either side of the Georgia-South Carolina state line. So things looking a little bit better there for the time being, but that threat will continue in South Carolina well into this evening. Appling, Jeff Davis County, also under tornado warning. This is in South Georgia. That's coming towards Route 1 right now. Let's look at the velocity here. Got a broad but stronger area of circulation, so that's moving away from the radar in the red there, coming toward the radar in the green, and also that darker color, that moving towards Falling Rocks in areas south of Toombs Central right now. Then off to the southwest of that, another warning here that is near Douglas in South Georgia. Looking at the velocities in here. So right there, red and green couplet showing up there. That's getting ready to move across Route 441. Tornado warning for Bacon, Coffee, and Jeff Davis counties. And that until 5:30 this evening. Heads up there in West Green. Possible tornado coming your way. Big hail core with that storm as well. Then to the west of that, near Ashburn, another tornado warning that is for Turner County until 5:15. Seeing the little appendage there near Anaha, and a broad but strong circulation that's just about ready to cross 75. A harrowing drive on 75 there in South Georgia right now. Then to the west of that, got another tornado warning, but the cell is out of that county. Then we've got another one here in far eastern Alabama, and right in there, oh my goodness, look at that. So we've got a little vortex signature right there, that area. Let's zoom down and get a tighter shot of that, if we could, Matt. And so that is really close to Route 82. You see that tight little area right there? That is what we call a tornado vortex signature. That is near Lee Clayton Road, getting ready to cross 82. We are seeing debris with that as well. So we've got a tornado right now that is now just west of Lugo and 82. And these things are moving so rapidly, moving east about 50 miles per hour. So this is going to be on you like that. There's the new scan. I'll get to even more of a debris signature. So that's where there's either tree or perhaps structural debris being lofted into the air. Now just west of Lugo. Get to your safe place right now in Lugo, please. Lowest, most interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. That's going to be coming into Lugo in just about 5 minutes. You've got actually less than that now, about 4 minutes before it gets into Lugo, then into Coffinton at 5:15 and Sanford by 5:22. One more warning to tell you about farther to the southwest, and that is now down into areas around Victoria. Not seeing very much in the velocities in this case as it comes into 231. So it has been a really dangerous day, Ray, and as we've said many times, far from over at this point.
Yeah, it is, as those watches do extend now into parts of South Carolina. Thanks, Carl. We got some new video coming in now. This is in Alabama, the Smith Station tornado. This was from earlier. You can see over the tree line there and over that roof that looks like you can see, yeah, look at that. It almost looks like a wedge there. You can see the wedge going down. It's kind of far out in the distance, so you can kind of see a faint outline right in the center of the screen where it looks like the tornado may be. Obviously, it's tough to see with the tree line there to see if that's actually reaching the ground, but we did have confirmed tornado or tornadoes reported in this area. Storm reports starting to come in, and we're continuing to see more of them as the evening goes goes on. So these storm reports mostly coming out of eastern and southeastern Alabama now. We did have reports of damage along Highway 280 near Smith Station, and in Marvin confirmed damage near Dupree, multiple homes damaged. A tornado was confirmed by radar. Society held damage to mobile homes with trees and power lines down, and then multiple trees down across Lee County Road 240 miles west, and down in Marvin multiple trees and power lines down along County Route 100. So for now, at least this track looks to be like where we had one and possibly two tornadoes just west and to the northwest of Columbus. But now getting into Warner Robins and just west and north of you, we've got a tornado that was spotted just in and around that area. And then further back toward the west now, we're also getting a tornado report coming in out of Topton. Well, we're going to have more coming up with a winter storm, Scott. There is a wintry side to this storm, Mike Bettis. And we've got Tom Mizzle in for coverage continuing.
We are tracking multiple threats tonight right here on the Weather Channel, including severe weather and even tornadoes across the south. We got a lot of severe weather happening for us right now, and a full-fledged tornado outbreak occurring as we speak. Portions of Alabama and Georgia, numerous tornado warnings occurring for us. Currently, reports of many cities being hit and tornado damage in multiple locations. Ongoing warnings right now, roughly 10 tornado warnings right now across Alabama and Georgia. Breaking it all down for you right now, the dangers that you face. You take a look at moments ago, it looked to be a wedge tornado near Salem or near Smith Station, Alabama. This is in eastern Alabama, very close to the Georgia state line. Hard to see beyond the trees there, but a large wedge-shaped tornado there, meaning that the tornado could actually be wider than it is taller, in essence. So a very ominous situation for us today across Alabama and currently across Alabama and Georgia. Damage has been plentiful, and the numbers I think are just going to start coming in this evening of how much damage we've incurred. This is along US 280 north of Smith Station by roughly a mile. This is a cell phone tower that was knocked down across the highway there, and a lot of tree damage along US 280 as well, with a tornado that basically went right over this U.S. highway here. New video to show you also this evening. This includes a view from Smith Station. Now, you're taking a look at a building in the foreground here, but if you look at the top of your screen and far in the distance there, you see what looks to be a very gray, very gray mass, if you will, in the sky there. To the left, a little clearer, but you can see the edge of the left-hand side of the tornado is there. Can't even barely maybe make out the right-hand side of the tornado, but very, very dangerous day for us today across the south, and it continues for us this evening. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to try our best here to walk you through all this step by step, warning by warning, so you know exactly what the threat is and when to expect it. Thanks for being with us. I'm Mike Bettis. Let's get right to it and show you what's happening on the radar this evening. This is what it looks like, very active for us from North to South Carolina through Georgia and then back down through Alabama and the panhandle of Florida as well. You can see all the polygons we have in here. Yellow polygons indicate where we have severe thunderstorm warnings. Red polygons indicate where we have tornado warnings. And this one that's just come across I-75, well south of Macon here, near the town of Warner Robins, Beckley, Houston, and Twiggs counties right now, all under tornado warnings. If you're in Perry or Warner Robins, especially maybe just south of Warner Robins, you need to be taking shelter very quickly here. Our warning goes until 5:30 this evening. If you look at the radar velocities here, when it came over I-75, it had a very well-defined tornado signature here, where you had that blue and the yellow or red color right next to each other. May have had a tornado come right across I-75. Looks like it may have weakened somewhat once it came east of I-75, but now notice that it's just west of I-29 here and due south of Warner Robins here. So if you're in Warner Robins, San Ben, or in Tarversville, these are all places where you need to be taking shelter very quickly right now. In a basement, underground, in a tornado shelter if you have one. If you don't, there are still safe places in your home you can go, including the lowest level down on the ground floor, okay? From there, find a room in your home that doesn't have any windows, doesn't have any exterior exposure, meaning no exterior walls. Could that be a closet, something as simple as a closet? Could it be something like a bathroom? Go there, under a stairwell, go there and protect yourself. A place like Bon Air Middle School, going to be there momentarily in Bullard around 5:10. And these storms are moving pretty quickly as well, moving roughly 50 miles an hour. So what you need to do is take shelter the moment you've got one of these warnings that are issued, because you won't have a whole lot of time to react. You won't have time to mess around. Oh, hey, I can still do the dishes or something like that before I go ahead and take shelter. These are moving quickly, so quickly that you don't have a whole lot of time to react. Now we take you to Stewart County. In the town of Lumpkin, we also have a tornado warning here. I'm going to draw the line here. The line I draw here is going to be the Alabama and Georgia state lines. Alabama on your left and Georgia on your right. Okay, so these are right along the state line here. First, we'll take you to the one in Stewart. This is basically this storm here rolling through a couple of different counties here, and this is why we have numerous warnings that have been issued. But you can see where the tornado vortex signature is right here. Very near Walani here and coming toward Sanford. Okay, so just past Eufaula, and this is coming right over the state line as we speak. Again, moving off to the east-northeast here relatively quickly. Oh boy, you look at this. This is what's known as the correlation coefficient. What this does is it depicts debris that has been lofted into the air. That's a very clear depiction right there that something has been hit and some sort of debris is being lofted into the air. That could be tree leaves, that could be tree branches, it could be pieces of buildings, it could be a variety of different things. What it is not is rain or hail or snowflakes, something that's falling from the clouds. It's something other than that. So we're going to track that debris signature right there and push it toward the Sanford area. 5:13 is the time that we anticipate that tornado being on you. Okay, so that gives you only about 9 minutes to take some shelter here. In Stewart Quitman High School here, about 5:22, that gives you about 17, 18 minutes if you live in that area. In Lumpkin, 5:24. It gives you roughly 20 minutes to take shelter and find a very safe location. If you're in Lumpkin, you don't feel safe where you are. Maybe you're in a mobile home. You've got 20 minutes to find an alternative shelter nearby, okay? Maybe you've got a neighbor that's got a frame-built home. Maybe you have a community storm shelter. You've got some time in Lumpkin to get there. If you don't feel safe in your home and you're in something like a mobile home, you're not safe at wind speeds that are going to be associated with this tornado. So at the very last resort, what I would recommend you do is get out of your mobile home and get in your parked car in the driveway. Put on your seatbelt, get down below the window level, and let the car take the brunt of the damage and not you. But you do not want to be in a mobile home, especially one that's not tied down in this situation. Again, Stewart County under a tornado warning force right now as the tornado is right where this blue arrow is underneath the letter O in tornado here. Storm moving off to the east-northeast here. So please take shelter as quickly as you can. We've got a slew of warnings out there this evening. Those two are the most pressing right now, but we also have numerous warnings outside of Macon, outside of Waycross, between I-75 and I-16 tonight through the state of Georgia. So we'll zoom down to some of these and show you some more that are happening, including this storm right here that has now come past Ashburn and south of Rebecca, Georgia. Okay, getting closer and closer now to Fitzgerald. We'll see a hail core within that, right? One of the things, unfortunately, today that's working against us is the Doppler radar out of Warner Robins, which is closest to all of these tornadoes, is out of service right now. So we're working on radars that are a little bit farther away. You can still get a good idea, but unfortunately the beam's going to be looking a little bit higher into the storm instead of closer to the ground, where we really want to know the information. Is there a tornado close to the ground? Ben Hill, excuse me, and Irwin, Turner counties, all under tornado warnings right now. So if you're in Fitzgerald or if you're in Irwinville, you've got minimal time to take shelter quickly here. Again, there's a large hail core in there, but notice that on the velocities, you've got some inbound and outbound winds here, okay? So you've got rotation within this storm currently. So please be mindful that just outside of Bethel, there's likely a tornado right in there. Storm could be moving between Irwinville and Lands Crossroads here and then toward the town of Fitzgerald. All these places are in danger right now of being hit by a tornado, and we urge you to take necessary action right now to protect you and your family. Lands Crossroad, 5:16 is our estimated time of arrival here, giving you about 9 minutes to take shelter. In Fitzgerald, 5:25, the estimated time the tornado will be there, giving you approximately 18 minutes to take shelter. So don't mess around here, folks. Get into a safe location, get your family there, and stay there until the storm passes. We take a look at the correlation coefficient here. We look for debris, again, that might be lofted into the air here. It may be difficult to see, but there could be some hints somewhere just east of Bethel here that we might have some debris in the air. Nothing well-defined at this point, but the signature is also a little bit weaker than the other ones that we've seen, that we showed you. Storms can cycle, meaning they could produce a tornado and then they might weaken a bit, and then they'll produce another tornado. That happens a lot of times with these long-lived supercell thunderstorms. They'll produce numerous touchdowns along the lifespan of them. Now we take you down toward Bacon Coffee in Jeff Davis County here, and right over the town of Douglas. A couple of scary looking radar scans here, and the reason that's scary is because we've got a large area of hail out in front of the storm. So that'd be the anvil blow off the front part of the storm that's leaning over, and the hail's being ejected out on the front side. And then you've got this little tail to the back of it, and usually that's where your tornado is going to form here. So it could be very near Douglas, and right in there is where I suspect that we've got some rotation right now. We've also got some rotation maybe up around West Green also. So numerous locations where tornadoes could be touching down right now of various strengths and sizes. And it's hard to say which storm is going to produce a tornado, which one's going to produce the violent tornado. So we need to take the risk with every single storm very, very seriously. Again, if you're in Douglas, if you're in Chatterton, in Nichols, in West Green, all places where you need to take shelter quickly tonight. This will be right along Highway 221 this evening. We'll time this out for you. In Huffer around 511, you got just moments to take shelter. 2 minutes to get to your safe spot right now. In West Green, around 517, giving you about 8 minutes to take shelter from our current time. All these places are going to be at risk here, maybe as far east as Alma as well. That'll be right along Highway 1 or Highway 23, headed between Alma and Hazelhurst here. This is all in southern Georgia, okay? Then we take you to the storms that are getting a little bit closer now to Highway 16 tonight, Interstate 16 tonight, including some storms that are just outside of Vidalia South and east of Vidalia. So a storm coming very close to Reedsville this evening with a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning. With a scan on there, it looks like we've got a big hail core associated with this tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warning. Toombs County, tornado warning until 5:15. So we've got about another 5 minutes on that warning for you this evening. Although the extension of that, as east, is now a severe thunderstorm warning. So the National Weather Service likely looking at the radar saying we don't see anything at this point that would indicate that we should continue the tornado warning from Toombs County over into Evans and Tattnall counties here. So Claxton, Glenville, and Reedsville. I'd anticipate high winds nonetheless. I'd also anticipate some pretty good hail coming out of that storm. A lot of these storms have had huge updrafts within them to support these large supercell thunderstorms, and those will produce large amounts and big-time hail. So that's also going to be a threat. If you've got your car parked outside, you can find a way to maybe quickly get outside, go get your car parked under cover, maybe even into a garage, carport. That'll help you out there. Also, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings accompanying a lot of these tornado warnings, meaning, again, high winds, which could gust over 60 miles an hour, are a possibility. And we think the threat goes through the evening tonight. We think for the next several hours, there is going to be a risk across portions of the South. That does particularly include Alabama, Georgia, Florida, and likely over into South Carolina as well. Again, when we talk about taking shelter, what we want you to do is find the safest place in your home to go, and you can certainly withstand and survive a tornado in your home, even if you don't have a basement, okay? Basement is best. If you can get underground, that's a great place for you to be. If you can't, you don't have a basement, get to the ground level. You're not safe on a higher floor. You're not safe on the second or third floor. You're safer on the first floor. Put as many barriers between you and the outside as possible. Outside is where the danger is. The tornado's outside. You want to be inside, and put as many walls between you and that threat as you possibly can. So in this particular example, the safest room would be right here. It's an interior room. No exterior walls, no windows. We've also got, something like a hallway here. So this is a stairwell. If you've got a place where you can get underneath that stairwell, it's usually a pretty well-built part of a home. But always consider what's above you as well. You don't want to be on a floor where above you is a heavy object like a big bed or a piano, something like that may collapse if your home is weakened by high winds or a tornado. Crouch as low as possible as you can down with your hands over your head and protect yourself. If you've got some time, a helmet, something like a bike helmet, or grab some shoes. If there's any debris that happens during the tornado, which you don't want to be caught as unaware and have nothing but bare feet. So having a pair of shoes, also something wise if you have time to do that. So some tips there on seeking some shelter in case you have a tornado. We'll get back to those warnings and show you what's happening currently, because for many of you, the threat is going to be everlasting, it seems like. Right down to these storms outside of Columbus, Georgia. This is right along the Alabama and Georgia state line right here. So storms that have come past Eufaula here and headed toward Highway 27 tonight. Now, it's getting really messy And a lot of these storms tonight may have a rain shield around them, okay? And so you may be shrouded, you don't see the view, they may be very blurry in appearance if you see them with your naked eye, but Quitman and Randolph County right now under a tornado warning. That goes until 5:30 this evening, so another 15 minutes or so on that warning, but a lot of heavy rain associated with this, not to mention the hail as well. When we look at the storm just outside of Sanford here, pretty well-defined signature here of rotation around Sanford as we speak. And what that means is we've likely got a tornado here. Now, if you look at the yellows, that's usually an indication you've got some really strong, what's known as gate-to-gate shear here, where the winds are right next to each other and rapidly moving in toward the radar and away from the radar. And that's how you imply the rotation there. Gate-to-gate shear of 103 miles per hour with a velocity at 77 miles per hour. So if we have a tornado, it's going to be on the weaker side, but 77-mile-per-hour winds can do some pretty significant damage. It'll certainly be winds that'll likely knock over a mobile home and likely knock down some trees as well, and you don't want them on your home. There's the debris signature right there. So we're picking stuff up in the air and we're tossing it up in the air. We also have some damage we want to show you this evening, getting some new pictures in this evening. And you can see here, this is near Hoboken, Alabama. Now, it looks like we've got some pretty significant damage to this a warehouse building. This is roof damage. Obviously, the walls have given way as well. We'll do our best to get you back to some of those images. You know, cell service can be pretty spotty when some of these chasers are out there doing some live streams. Numerous, by the way, reports of tornadoes throughout the day today, especially around Eufaula here, and then a long track supercell that produced likely one tornado or numerous tornadoes along its track from near Auburn, south of Auburn, maybe near Beauregard, all the way north of Columbus, Georgia here. So long track supercell thunderstorms today, possibly producing tornadoes. And what you need to do is pay very close attention to the forecast this evening and be prepared to take shelter if a tornado warning is issued for your county. More coverage on the Weather Channel after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Weather Channel as we follow severe weather for you tonight, including tornadoes. This is video out of Smith Station, Alabama. You want to look at the top of your screen, and you can see the darker gray color there, a large wedge tornado in eastern Alabama. This was about, say about 2 hours ago or so, and we believe that it's done extensive damage in eastern Alabama to numerous towns, including around Beauregard, including near Smith Station, and then over into Georgia, including areas north of Columbus, Georgia. So very violent situation unfolding throughout the afternoon and now the evening across Alabama and Georgia, with numerous tornado warnings in place as we speak. So welcome back in. I'm going to help you get through the situation this evening and help you get through each and every one of these tornado warnings. We're going to step you through it minute by minute here so you know what the threat is and where the threat is going to. Want to take you down to the most pressing issues right now, just now over the state line from Alabama into Georgia. We've got pretty significant, we think, tornado happening for us right now. So we'll get right down into with a tornado warning that has been extended here. This is going to be east of Eufaula here and now near the town of Benevolence in Richland. So in Stewart and in Webster County, we have tornado warnings that have been extended until 5:45 this evening. A ton of heavy rain within that, and it may be obscuring any eyewitness accounts of the tornado itself, but there's a very clear signature on radar that we have a very tightly wound vortex there, a tornado, no doubt. And then there's the movement that comes now right over or just out to the east of Highway 27 tonight. And on that trajectory, looks to be coming very close to the town of Weston tonight, and maybe just south of Richland, eventually then over Highway 280. There's a very clear debris signature within that. So on the radar, it has the ability to take out rain, hail, velocities. You can change the mode of the radar. And what you do in this mode is called correlation coefficient, okay? So what you do in this mode is you look for things in the air that are not raindrops or something that's falling from the clouds, okay? It's something that's going in a different direction. It's a different shape, in essence, okay? So that's what that is right there. It's likely debris lofted into the air. So now we push that to the east here. Weston, 5:33 is the time we believe that tornado is going to be on top of you. Gives you about 10 or 11 minutes to take some shelter here. In Greenfield Academy, 5:34, so about 10 minutes again to take shelter. In Center Point, around 5:39, giving you roughly 16, 17 minutes to find a place to take shelter. Let's talk about what that system did when it was over in Alabama. Joining us right now is Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic. Brandon, thanks for being with us. Can you update us on what you've seen with this particular tornado?
Well, actually, me and my chase partner, Alex, were heading south on this state route here, just going into the town of Eufaula. And we got to just the north side of town and noticed a rapid rotation. We were flipping around our vehicle when the outer circulation of the tornado started hitting us, and it absolutely just destroyed the north station of the Eufaula Fire Department.
Is that the images that we're looking at right now with the, it looks like we've got the metal framing of that's the fire station? It's got basically two buildings, it looks like.
Nope, that's actually one building. That is the fire station, though. Behind it is just a bunch of trees and all that. It's unbelievable looking at the damage right now. We were first on scene. We got out with the firefighters, and they were all okay. They said they took shelter in their bathroom just in time and just pulled their fire engine in the garage when it hit.
Brandon, do you know if they are going to be able to respond to any calls if need be? I imagine there are going to be other people that are going to be in need. If the fire department is crippled, this is tough.
Well, this was a small part of their whole fire department. This was just a small station with one engine. They're all okay. The responding units were there, other parts of the department. They're all responding as needed. They're still first responders, but this area looks like it was hit the hardest, and it didn't look like there were many homes in this area, just mostly trees. We were on the north side of town.
Brandon, got just a few seconds left, but you were also up around the Smith Station area. What did you see up there?
We were up there covering that earlier damaging tornado, and we got a quick visual of it. It was very large, and it brought down some large cell towers, and it destroyed the gas station pretty well. But we didn't hear of any injuries of our own. We heard of other injuries on the north side of the storm, though.
Brandon, thank you so much for the information. Again, folks, you're taking a live look at Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic's live images right now. The fire station that's been hit in Eufaula, Alabama here. You can see extensive damage. He says that the firefighters took shelter and everyone appears to be okay. Breaking news right now, and we'll continue tracking the tornadoes across the South after this. Welcome back to the Weather Channel as we follow severe weather for you tonight. And how about this new image coming in from Twiggs County, Georgia, of an obvious tornado in the distance there. And numerous tornadoes, we believe, have touched down today across Alabama and Georgia. Several of them producing damage and significant damage at that, including, we just mentioned a few moments ago, a fire station being hit by a tornado near Eufaula, Alabama here. This is right along the Alabama-Georgia state line, but you can see here with these new images, very clear, a tornado touching down there in Twiggs County, Georgia. And we thank you for being with us here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. I'm going to get to the tornado warnings that we have tonight, including a brand new tornado warning in the panhandle of Florida tonight. So that's going to include around, say, the Washington County area. It's a whole line, by the way, okay? It extends from the upstate of South Carolina back down through Florida. So Washington County tonight, also Walton County tonight, including the area around Freeport, Defoniac Springs here. You're under a tornado warning. It does include Holmes County as well. Ponce de Leon as well as Red Bay. These are cities that you're at risk of being hit by a tornado. And the storms may produce a tornado very near I-10 tonight, or maybe just south of I-10. You look on the precipitation here, a huge amount of rain here, likely going to be a little bit of hail within that as well, but also some rotation within that. Look at all the lightning strikes, by the way. So an incredibly dangerous storm to be outside. It's completely electrified. And so inside and away from corded electronics is a good place to be. You don't want to be taking a bath or a shower at this point in time either. And here's where our rotation is, right there, now just to the southwest of Defoniac Springs. And so could be coming very close to, say, a Highway 90, 331, I-10. There it is, right back in there, and then pushing off to the east-northeast tonight. So please take shelter in Defoniac Springs, in Steel Church, in Ponce de Leon. These are all places where you could have a tornado bearing down on you. As we time this out for you, new home, 4:34 is the time it comes to you. In Defoniac Springs, around 4:42, and around Corber here, around 4:46. So anywhere between, say, 5 and maybe 14 minutes to take shelter tonight. You don't have a lot of time, so quickly get to a safe place within your home. Looks like there's a small but tight rotation right in there to the southwest of Defoniac Springs. Now we're going to take you up into Georgia tonight. Pretty good storm here in Stewart and Webster County that's had a tornado warning on it as well. This is going to come close to Highway 280 over the course of the next couple of minutes and may come close to Americus. We've got a storied history with tornadoes in Americus, unfortunately, but you can see some rotation within that, although the good news here is that it might be weakening somewhat, although many of these supercells today have cycled, meaning they have produced a tornado, and then at some point that tornado has dissipated, and then a few minutes later it'll produce another one. That's possibly what could be happening here. But right in there is the rotation, a little bit weaker than previous. But if you're in Preston, Dumas, Plains, Thalian, Americus, all places where you need to take shelter, in the safest place in your home tonight, lowest level, meaning the ground floor, and put as many walls between you and the threat as you possibly can this evening. All right, we're going to take you to some other storms here that are a little bit farther off to the north. And then off to the east as well. Fitzgerald, now this has been a very interesting storm, and I think at times has also cycled here, and it's strengthened and it's weakened and strengthened and it's weakened here. But a big hail core with that storm for sure, and then some rotation down on the back side of that storm. So here's what we're looking at, okay? Big hail core in here in this purple color, likely getting some inflow right in there. And so if a tornado were hiding, it'd be hiding right in that inflow notch, if you will. That's going to be just to the east now of Fitzgerald. Likely came right over the town of Fitzgerald, unfortunately. And now coming very, very near, say, Highway 319 on the east side of Fitzgerald, and then east of 129. Osterfield here, and I apologize if that's not how you pronounce it, but a lot of little towns here, and sometimes you just don't know every single one. But if you're living in here in Osterfield, please take shelter quickly here tonight. You've literally got just moments to find a safe place. And then that storm likely going to race its way off to the east here. So a place like Sap Stills is also a place where you need to take shelter quickly tonight. In Jacksonville, around 5:48. This is Jacksonville, Georgia, okay? And Osterfield around 5:35. So literally if you time that, it gives you about 2 minutes to take shelter here in Osterfield, or maybe just north of Osterfield. Then another very intense signature here near Alma, Georgia. So Appling, Bacon, and Wayne counties also under a tornado warning right now. If you're in Alma, Jessup, or in Rockingham, please go to a safe location as quickly as you can. Now we take a closer look at this. A big anvil blow-off with hail here, with a little tail end to the storm back in here, and likely getting some inflow into this location with a tornado hiding back in this spot right here. So a lot going on with this storm, and right there is the rotation between the green and the red on the velocity on the radar. It gives us a really good idea of where the winds right next to each other are moving in opposite directions, and that implies you've got a rotation potentially near the ground here, and potentially meaning a tornado. In Alma, 5:34, tornadoes right there. Tetlow here, 6:03, the possible time it gets to you. Bacon County Hospital, by the way, 5:35. So that gives you 1 minute before the tornado is potentially at the hospital here. Burke County, this is going to be south of Augusta, Georgia, near Waynesboro on Highway 25 tonight. We've got a potential tornado coming your way as well. The warning goes until 6 o'clock this evening. Storm racing off to the excuse me, east here. If you're in Girard or in Waynesboro, take shelter as quickly as you can. We invite you to stay with us. More tornado coverage here on the Weather Channel after this. Welcome back to the Weather Channel as we follow severe storms and tornadoes tonight across the South. And you've got to see these images here. I know it's a little blurry, but if you look for the dark gray area in the tree line there, you can see a massive wedge tornado near Salem, Alabama this afternoon. This happened about 2 hours ago. So a long track supercell thunderstorm that likely produced a long track tornado or multiple tornadoes from Alabama into Georgia. Numerous locations that have been hit, numerous locations that have sustained damage. I want to show you some of the damage that we saw from that. This is another, by the way, this is a different tornado that was south of that near Eufaula, Alabama. This one's also tracked into Georgia. What you're looking at is a fire station that has sustained significant damage from likely tornado. You can see behind there a lot of trees that have been snapped as well. So very likely a tornado to cause this kind of damage. We have been told that the firefighters took shelter and that they are okay, and that they as well as other stations may now be able to respond to calls as needed. But obviously, when your first responders take a direct hit, it's a tough situation. That in Eufaula, Alabama, that's in extreme southeastern Alabama, right near the Georgia state line. Those are live images coming to us right now. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. A lot of tornado warnings for us right now. We want to get to all of them so you know that risk tonight, including one down in the panhandle of Florida, where the tornado appears to be getting possibly stronger now, but a large complex of storms from South Carolina all the way down to past Pensacola, Florida tonight. So when you take a look at this latest warning that we have very near Defoniak Springs and I-10, this is Holmes, Walton, and Washington County, are warning until the top of the hour. When you take a look at the velocities here and the radar signature, right in there is where the tornado is. I know there's a lot of different lines and colors and stuff on your screen tonight, folks, but I'm going to circle the area that you need to be paying attention to. It's that spot right there near Costin Mill here, and this may come right over Defoniak Springs tonight. All right, so if you're there and you're watching us right now, there is literally no time to waste. You have to get to the safest place in your home as quickly as you can. If you have a tornado shelter, go there. If you don't, first floor. Get down to the ground level. You don't want to be on a second story, a third story, nothing like that. Down to the ground level. You can actually withstand a tornado in your home, even if it takes a direct hit. You can be safe. There are safe places in your home to be. In a closet, in a bathroom, under a stairwell, a place where there are no windows and there are no exterior walls. You want to let all those exterior walls take the hit, and you're going to be on the inside. Protect your head. Get down low. If you can maybe dive under a sturdy piece of furniture, do that right now in Defoniak Springs. Stop watching us right now. Seriously, stop watching and just go take shelter. That's exactly what you need to do at this moment. All right, I'm going to show you where this is all going, okay? Valley Springs Hospital, now. Defoniak Springs, now. Corber, 444. So you've got about 3 minutes before the tornado is there. It's starting to get stronger, folks. It didn't look like that a couple of scans ago, but now it's intensifying. So you need to do everything you can to protect yourself. And this, I'm going to draw it on here, is I-10. I'm going to highlight it for you there. It looks like it's come just across I-10 here, okay? But it's literally going right through the center Defoniak Springs tonight. That's a really scary thought, that whole tornado would literally go dead center over the middle of town tonight. So if you're on Highway 90, maybe around Ponce de Leon, I would stay put where you are. I don't think the tornado at this point is going to come over you. It may slide just to your north, but hold tight. You're still under that tornado warning as well, and be prepared to take shelter quickly if we happen to get a tornado that's moving in a different direction. But I think what we might be getting at the very least here, folks, the very least, is a very significant downburst wind, if nothing else. Although I would certainly argue that there is rotation within that. But knowing that we've got a large area that's got kind of a fat backwards C shape, if you will, we might be getting a very significant downburst wind out of that. We may have had a tornado at one point. We may still have a tornado. But I would be alarmed if we had straight line winds that we might have, you know, the possibility here of 80+ mile-per-hour winds, which will do some damage, especially if you happen to be in a mobile home. It is not a safe place for you to be tonight. You could make the argument also that there might be some debris within that as well. So when you look at the correlation coefficient on the radar, and the software within the radar has the ability to detect debris that's been picked up and tossed into the air, okay? And that's what we're seeing right in there. I'll circle it again. It's that little yellow dot amongst all of the red color that you see on the screen, and that's not a good sign because that's right on I-10, and we know that the path of that literally brings it right over the center of town. So already a history of debris with that particular storm. And now we're going to widen all of this out, okay, and show you the threat that exists right through Georgia and now into South Carolina as well. So a lot of different warnings along this entire complex here. I want to take you to a storm here just outside of Weston and headed toward Americus here. And starting to get, you know, some kinks in a lot of these storms here, which is a sign that you might get a few quick spin-ups, but also get some really gusty straight line wind. Webster County under a tornado warning. Calhoun, Clay, and Randolph County County under a warning now, including from Shorterville over toward Morgan tonight. So Edison, Fort Gaines, and Shorterville, all places where you need to take shelter as quickly as you can with a possible tornado right over Shorterville, by the way, and then pushing off to the east and northeast tonight. These are all places that you are in danger of being hit by a tornado tonight. Now we go farther to the east. We believe a possible tornado just came over Fitzgerald, and it's now moved to the east of Fitzgerald. Ben Hill and Irwin counties under tornado warnings right now. That tornado likely has some large hail on the front side of it. Tornado that sits right back in here. So these are places, between Fitzgerald and Baxley here where you're in danger tonight. Likely inflow notch coming in here with the tornado sitting in right behind the big hail core that's highlighted there in a purple color. Again, Appling, Coffee, Jeff Davis counties, those have been extended to the east. Those are all places where we also have tornado warnings tonight. In Denton and Hazelhurst, take shelter and stay there until the storm passes. Another storm here that's just come past Alma, Georgia. Big hail core and likely rotation just to the south and west of that hail core. I'll circle the hail. That'll be right there. Inflow notch coming in here. Tornado will hide right down in here. Appling and Bacon counties under tornado warning. Then we take you over toward the Waynesboro area and right along the Georgia and South Carolina state line. Burke County, you're under a tornado warning until 6 o'clock. Take shelter quickly there. The newest tornado warnings in Bamberg and Orangeburg counties in South Carolina. So in Bamberg and Branchville, tornado warnings for you. Please take shelter quickly. Tornado watches extend all the way until 11 o'clock tonight. So we believe the threat goes well past dark tonight, and maybe even while you're sleeping, have a way to be alerted if a tornado warning is issued at nighttime, including alerts on your phone or a weather radio. Watches and warnings that will extend through the evening, and watches to go all the way back to Mobile, Alabama. We're back after this. Thank you for staying with us tonight for a coverage of tornadoes across the South. And you're taking a live look right now, aerial view of Smith Station, Alabama, very near the Georgia state line. And you can see a building here has taken a significant hit from what is likely a tornado. In the same location, we had a cell phone tower that was knocked down. And I believe that this is right along US 280. And this is the Buckwild Saloon that's been hit, where the roof has been removed. And then the top of your shot there, that would be the Speed Zone Fuels gas station that we believe also took a pretty significant hit. There's a cell phone tower that's been knocked over across the highway as well. But if you're familiar with the location, then we believe that is the Buckwild Saloon that has been hit. Charles Peak is the man behind these aerial images we're getting right now. Charles, if you're with us, can you describe what you've been seeing this afternoon?
Mike, we just had, tornado warning after tornado warning going on, and I was a little south of this area and just got to the location here and just got my drone up. And these are first views I'm getting here. Is the Buckwild Saloon and the gas station here. Just a little to my northwest is where the cell phone tower is across the way and running around it, and we'll continue to explore what other damages are around here.
Charles, is 280 passable right now?
It's slow. They're basically having everybody go down the 2-lane north side of the highway. The south side of the highway is closed down, so they've got it making it single traffic going back and forth.
As far as this building that we're looking at, Charles, dead center, in the middle of your screen there, it looks like it's obviously the roof has been taken completely off here. Do you know if there was anybody inside at the time? I guess it's a good sign. We don't see any first responders on the scene, but can you kind of walk us through what the situation is at that particular building?
I'm unaware. I haven't had a chance to talk to anybody here. It does look like mainly the roof and some structural damage to the walls on that. And then there is cinder block on the gas station that has been removed and blown down as well. There is a traffic accident just down the road that has pulled, I think, a lot of the emergency personnel. That I do not think it was related other than just traffic issues.
Charles, just stunning stuff, but we have seen, I think we're going to see a lot of images like this throughout the evening. That is Charles Peak showing us some live aerials right now out of Smith Station, Alabama. This is west of Columbus, Georgia, right along US 280. And as he spins around here, you're going to see right there, that is going to be on the, and you can see there's traffic. This is a divided highway, but traffic has been diverted over to the, usually what's the northbound lanes. But those northbound lanes are now north and southbound, because over the southbound lanes is a cell phone tower that's been knocked over. So, and you can see all the trees here that have been snapped as well. So a very significant tornado, we believe, has come over the Smith Station area. This is about maybe 1 mile north of the center of town. And that you can see, boy, the cell phone towers can take a pretty good amount of wind. And so it takes, and you can see how the metal's a little twisted as well. Boy, that is, that's quite a view for you right there, folks. But you can see that the tower is down over the southbound lanes. Southbound lanes are all blocked right now, and the northbound lanes are bi-directional at this point. But the live images of some cell phone towers have been knocked down and a saloon that was damaged there in Smith Station, Alabama. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis, and we've got other tornado warnings we want to update you on through Florida, Georgia, and now South Carolina this evening. We're going to continue to show you some of the images on your screen of what we've seen today in Alabama. But a pretty good storm, we think, has come past Defoniac Springs here and along I-10, coming now very close to Ponce de Leon and eventually Westville as well. Homes in Walton County, Florida, under a tornado warning right now. Very again near I-10 this evening. Need to be taking shelter very quickly in these locations tonight. Now, we've got a new warning for you, by the way, right along the Alabama and Florida state line. I'm going to draw the state line, the bottom of your screen here. It's right there. Tornado warning for us, Geneva, Houston, and Jackson County for us right now. And this may come very near Dothan, Alabama, maybe just south of Dothan. Our warning goes until 5:15 Central Time this evening, and a storm that's going to track almost due east. A lot of these storms are moving very quickly too, folks, maybe around 50 miles an hour. So once the warning is issued, you've got very little time to take a shelter. If you're anywhere along, say, Highway 231, those are places where you're going to want to take shelter quickly into the safest place within your home. Warnings extend over through Georgia. Numerous warnings from around Albany over towards Savannah, south of Savannah. The closest one here near Bluffton, and then headed over toward Morgan and Dawson. Calhoun, Clay, and Randolph counties under tornado warnings that go until 6:15 Eastern Time tonight. The tornado is going to be right here near Bluffton, okay, and then racing off to the east, again around 50 miles an hour. Storms that could contain tornadoes near Denton, Georgia, with a tornado right here south of Jacksonville. In Appling, Coffee, and Jeff Davis counties, you're under a warning. If you're in the town of Denton or Hazelhurst, take shelter as quickly as you can. Another warning for us here. This does include near the Jessup area in Appling and Wayne counties, a tornado warning with hail circled here, tornado down here in Jessup. You've got a few minutes to take shelter, get someplace safe within your home. Warning to extend over into South Carolina, and watches that will go until 11 o'clock this evening. We're back after this. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. You're taking a look at damage happening near Smith Station, Alabama. Breaking for you right now, these live aerials showing the Buckwild Saloon here along US 280. The roof's been ripped off. You can literally see right down into the tables and everything. I mean, really stunning aerials this afternoon of a pretty significant tornado that has ripped through eastern Alabama and done some damage. And just up the highway from here, a cell phone tower now lays across the southbound lanes of US 280, the northbound lanes. There used to be 2 northbound lanes of 280. One of those is now southbound because all the southbound lanes are now blocked. Thanks for being with us here. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. Numerous tornado warnings still exist across Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina tonight. Also, a new one that's been issued in Alabama as well. So a lot to get to this evening on the radar. So let's get right to it and show you what's happening, because there are a lot of areas where you could be at risk tonight. Large complex here from Columbia, South Carolina, all the way back down toward Pensacola, Florida. So as we get through some of these warnings for you tonight, you're going to notice different things on the radar tonight. That will include large areas of heavy rain. And I'll take you to this warning in Geneva, Houston, and Jackson County in Alabama. This is going to be right along the Florida-Alabama state line. I'm going to draw that in right there. This is going to be just south of Dothan. Heavy rain coming down for us in Dothan right now. But in Ashford, in Slocum, and in Taylor, get to shelter as quickly as you can with a possible tornado bearing down on you and may come right across Highway 231 south of Dothan. Rotation, small but tight rotation right there north of Graceville, and then pushing off to the east. If you live in a place like Gordon, again, take shelter quickly here. And Highway 84 could be a problem highway for you, one that you'd want to avoid for at least the next hour, if not more. All right, this is right along South County Road 49. That's where the rotation is. Could come near Big Creek or Merritt's Crossroads here, and maybe over South Park Road or Martin Road. Those are all places that could be affected by this possible tornado. And there again is Highway 231. So Big Creek and Highway 231, maybe between Keaton's and Madrid. Those are places where you've got to take shelter as quickly as you can with a possible tornado headed your way. We see the tornado warnings extend over into Georgia tonight, and then over into South Carolina as well. We'll take you over to these storms that are right along the Georgia and South Carolina state line and what's happening for us between Columbia and Charleston, and very near Orangeburg, by the way. This is a new warning for Barnwell and Burke County. That's going to be this tornado right back in here, pushing toward the Orangeburg area. That's a warning until 6:45 tonight. Take quick shelter. Excuse me, tonight. This is going to be south and east of Augusta. If you're in Barnwell, say along Highway 271, again, a place where you're going to want to take shelter very quickly. Maybe even along Highway 78. That'd be the next major road that would be affected by this. Then we've got another warning for you over near Branchville tonight, and this will be south of the Orangeburg area. Another one north now of Augusta, and a new one I believe that's been issued there near the Aiken, South Carolina area. So all these storms, because we've got such instability in the atmosphere right now, we have such strong wind shear in the atmosphere right now, storms may go for quite some time this evening and produce tornadoes. This is a new warning that's been issued for Aiken and Edgefield counties here in South Carolina. This is going to go until 6:45 this evening. Here is Interstate 20. I'm going to highlight that for you right there. And a possible tornado could come very near Interstate 20 for us tonight. In Murphy's Estate and in Trenton, take shelter quickly. Ground level of your home, an interior room like a bathroom or closet, a safe place for you to be. Cover your head and make sure that there are no exterior walls that you're by or any windows. The last thing you want to be by is something where we have flying glass that is headed your way. So a lot of action happening for us right now. Want to show you some of the damage that's been produced by the tornadoes that have touched down today, including in Eufaula here. This is a fire station that was hit. So you're taking a look at the live pictures for us right now. We are told that the firefighters were able to take shelter and they did escape without injury, but you can see very significant damage to the fire station right now, and then all of the trees that have been severely damaged behind the fire station as well. We're told that there are more than one fire station in the area, so if these first responders, their equipment is not operable or they aren't able to go and respond to calls, that there are other fire stations that can indeed do that. But you can see a hit here on the fire station, this fire station in Eufaula, Alabama. All right, now let's get to what is still to come this evening, because we think the weather still remains quite volatile. We've got a tornado watch here, includes coastal Georgia and then portions of the Midlands and the low country here of South Carolina. So that's going to include a place like Charleston or Hilton Head down towards Savannah and Columbia. Our watch goes until 11 o'clock. And basically what that means is conditions in the atmosphere right now are very conducive to produce tornadoes, and we've seen them happen throughout the afternoon and now the evening. Another watch here, and this does include Georgia, southern Georgia. That goes until 8 o'clock this evening. Again, Macon, Albany, you're included in that. And what all it means is be prepared. If tornadoes aren't exactly happening at this moment, they could, because the atmosphere is ready to create them, in essence. And then a watch that goes until 6 o'clock here. That includes portions of the panhandle of Florida. And we've seen new tornado warnings that have been issued there as well. When you take a look at the future radar, a lot of storms could continue for the next several hours and well past dark tonight, that's for sure. Very intense line of storms here. Even around 8 o'clock tonight, now Tallahassee, we're being hit. Savannah, Charleston, we're being hit. Storms then headed also into Raleigh-Durham. We'll be looking for storms to come our way. That's 8 o'clock. And then as we go through the remainder of the evening, more storms could fire through North Florida here. And I think around 11 o'clock or midnight tonight, Jacksonville, you're going to be taking a hit from some very intense storms. Usually, once you lose a little bit of daytime heating, you tend to lose your instability, if you will, your ability for the air to rise, and so that can limit the amount of tornadoes that you get. Having said that, there's still, past dark tonight, could be plenty of opportunities for tornadoes to form, and we've had quite a few of them throughout the day today. Want to get you back to some images that we've seen out of eastern Alabama this afternoon, including tornado damage in Smith Station, Alabama. Our storm tracker Charles Peak is there showing us these images. Charles, for our viewers that may just be tuning in, can you explain what they're seeing on their screen right now?
You've got a saloon here that had the roof completely taken off. I'm not exactly sure what's being shown, but a cell tower that collapsed or was blown over onto the road here, and a gas station that has major damage to it. I have had a chance to talk to everybody, and there were no injuries here at this location, even though there were people in both buildings.
So we're seeing, I believe this is the Buck Wild Saloon there in Smith Station, Charles, and you can see that you literally, from the aerials that you've shown us, you just showed us the ground view, now we're seeing the aerials, you can literally see right down into it. You can see tables and everything, so obviously some pretty significant damage here.
Yes, sir. I mean, it'll be a total loss. Walls are barely intact, and some of them hanging off to the side, power lines down. You've got the front of the building, the whole front facade is taken off, and you can see right into the Buck Wild Saloon here.
Charles, can you see a definitive tornado path? Did the tornado come? The tornado came west to east here. Can you see where it came from as far as tree damage or other damage along the course of that tornado?
Yeah, Mike, I'm seeing back off to the southwest. You can see the path as it came and hit this saloon and the gas station and crossed the road here with more damage going back to the northeast here.
Charles, we saw from you a few minutes back that traffic along 280 is very, very slow. It's down to it's down to just the two lanes. The northbound lanes are going south and north now, and there's a cell phone tower laying across US 280 right now. Can you describe that for us?
Yes, sir. It's actually an east-west road, I believe, or maybe northeast or northwest, excuse me. And so it's north side of the four-lane highway that they're just using the two lanes on the north side. You've got law enforcement has the other side blocked off, and traffic remarkably is moving pretty smoothly, and people are being patient and doing what they need to get through this situation here.
Charles, can we take it as a good sign that we have not seen any first responders or firefighters or ambulances at this scene?
About an hour and a half delay. Some storms further south, so I have talked to owners of both buildings, and they said there were no injuries at these two locations. So obviously a good sign when you have that nobody was injured, even though there were people in the building.
Pretty remarkable vantage point to us tonight from our storm tracker Charles Peak there in Smith Station, Alabama. Charles, thank you so much for the information. You're seeing it from the air, you're seeing it from the ground tonight. As he mentioned here at the Buck Wild Saloon here, about a mile north, just outside of Smith Station, Alabama. It looks like it's taken a pretty significant hit there. The walls are compromised, the roof has been removed. Believes this will be a complete loss. But just a sampling of what the tornadoes have done today across the South. There are a lot of places where we've seen, tornadoes that have touched down, whether it be Alabama or Georgia, now starting to see them spread into Florida as well as South Carolina. But let this be kind of your warning, if you will. These images that you're seeing on your screen tonight of what could happen if you are in the path of one of these supercell thunderstorms that produces a tornado. This is a pretty significant tornado signature on the radar, and this is what we believe is the actual tornado. If you look at the top of your screen, you're going to see a darker gray area, and it looks like kind of like a very wide cone, if you will. We believe that is the tornado that ripped across central and eastern Alabama this afternoon. Happened around 3:30 Eastern Time, 2:30 Central Time. But you can see you don't get a definitive look necessarily. It's very, very hidden sometimes by the rain. That, by the way, is the cell phone tower that it was downed across Highway 280 outside of Smith Station, outside of Salem, Alabama. So that is the big tower that came down, is now blocking 2 lanes of that divided highway of US 280. And in the background there, you might see that billboard, and then the Buck Wild Saloon is right next to that billboard, right underneath that billboard, and the images that we showed you just moments ago from Charles Peake's camera. There is that cell phone tower as viewed from the sky, by the way, and you can see it is over those eastbound or southbound lanes, if you will, and so they're completely blocked with now bi-directional traffic on the other side. So tough situation for us. And look at all the trees, by the way, that have been downed as well, snapped off. There are a lot of trees here that are snapped off about halfway up, trees that are blown down in different directions, and even some twisted metal there of that tower. So a very apparent tornado that has hit for us here, and traffic is down to a crawl. We showed you these images just moments ago, and we're showing them to you again to just get an idea of how dangerous the weather has been for us today across the South, and continues to be right now with numerous tornado warnings. But really gives you perspective when you can see it all from the sky, that is for sure. All right, let's get to some of these active warnings that we have right now across multiple states, from Alabama to Georgia to South Carolina tonight. A very intense line of storms coming through Florida as well. Warnings have been extended now and issued for early Houston and Seminole counties. This is from Alabama over into Georgia. If you're in Ashford, Cottonwood, Rehoboth, those are all cities where you have to take quick shelter tonight with a storm just south of Dothan pushing off to the east. Take you over into now Georgia, Calhoun, Randolph, and Terrell counties, all under tornado warnings. If you're in the town of Edison, we urge you to take shelter quickly as a storm will come past Morgan here and potentially near Highway 82 this evening. I'd also very closely pay attention to the weather if you live in a place like Albany tonight. That may be a location where very intense storms could come your way as well. So Highway 19 is a highway you'll probably want to avoid here, with at the very least very heavy rain coming your way tonight. We're going to time this out for you, and as we put the timer on here, it's going to put a lot of different cities in there. Morgan, 6:23, so about 10 minutes to go before the tornado is there. In Oak Hill, around 6:36, and in Sasser, around 6:51. So you've got a little bit of time, but less time in a location like Morgan, about 9 or 10 minutes. Take shelter quickly there, as the tornado could be fast approaching for you. Now we're going to take you a little bit farther off to the east, including Appling, Coffee, and Jeff Davis County here in Georgia. This is going to be very near Hazelhurst, and eventually we think near Baxley. So take shelter right along Highway 221. US 221 is an interstate we think 16, between 16 and 75. There's just a lot going on right now, folks. So US 221 as it heads up towards 16 will be a problem for you. And then US 341 west of Jessup, Appling, and Wayne counties under a tornado warning right now, with a storm moving off to the east there. Now, the good news is we had a warning that was issued here around the Augusta and Aiken area. It has since been canceled, but Barnwell County here, this is over into South Carolina. We've got a tornado warning here. So Blackville and Hilda and in Barnwell, take shelter with a potential tornado sitting back in here, and 6:45 the expiration on that. More tornado warnings to the east of there, including between Earhart and Holly Hill, and now Interstate 26 is in play. You can see numerous tornado warnings. Calhoun, Orangeburg, those are the counties for you. Bowman, Branchville, and Santee, those are the cities where you need to be taking shelter very, very quickly. Huge complex and very unstable atmosphere right now, early March. Look at this, about 466 miles worth of severe weather happening for us right now across 4 different states. We're following it for you right here on the Weather Channel. The up-to-date warnings and the live images from the field when we come back after this. Welcome back, everyone, as we follow severe storms for you tonight, including tornadoes that have touched down across the South. Numerous touchdowns, we believe, in Alabama, and now tornado warnings across Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina. So a lot to ingest, a lot to get to tonight, but it's a breaking situation over the past couple of hours, and we do believe that numerous locations have been hit directly by tornadoes this evening. On the radar, want to show you what it looks like. We've got a pretty intense line from near Macon and Albany, Georgia, extending back through the panhandle of Florida tonight, and then numerous warnings also popping up for us between, say, just outside of Savannah and up toward Columbia, South Carolina. This is a pretty intense storm outside of Dothan, Alabama, now moving across, excuse me, US 84 tonight. Early Houston and Seminole counties are under tornado warnings currently. That goes until 5:45. A lot of lightning with that storm as well. So what that can tell us is, well, if nothing else, we've got an electrified storm and we need to stay inside and away from the danger. Calhoun, Randolph, and Terrell counties are under a tornado warning as well. Around Morgan, Georgia, between Morgan and Dawson, this is an area we're concerned about, and a storm that could be moving toward, excuse me, Albany or Salem. And so until 6:45 tonight, we've got that warning, and you want to take shelter quickly there. All right, let's move it a little bit farther to the east now and show you that we no longer have a tornado warning here in Appling or Bacon counties. That's now down to a severe thunderstorm warning, but we could still be looking at very intense winds with this storm coming across Highway 341. Tornado warning continues around the Jessup area. That does include Wayne County in Jessup. Storms right on top of us right now. Same in Odom, a place you want to take shelter quickly here. This is going to be Highway 341 and 25. And then up around Barnwell, South Carolina, tornado warning here. That goes for Blackville, Hilda, the town of Snelling. Are warning until 6:45 this evening for us. So Highway 278 and also Highway 78 as well. Now, we've got another tornado warning here around Calhoun and Orangeburg County in South Carolina, and we think it could be coming right over I-26 this evening. So pretty intense storm with the tornado sitting back in here that may come very close to Holly Hill or Ellery tonight. So take shelter in those locations as quickly as you can. Also Bowman, Branchville, and Santee as well. So a lot of tornado warnings for us tonight. Interstate 26 and Interstate 95, very near the intersection of both of those highways is where we've got some real issues for you tonight. As I mentioned, though, we've had a lot of damage that we've seen with tornado touchdowns today, including back through Alabama. And these are some of the aerials that we're getting from one of our storm trackers, Charles Peak in Smith Station. This is the Buckwild Saloon that has been hit. The roof has been peeled off. This is also a gas station here that's been hit, billboard that was damaged, a cell phone tower that was knocked down. He telling us that likely this saloon is going to be a complete loss because the walls are now also compromised and crumbling as well. I want to show you what the before pictures look like. That's what it looks like after the tornado, but we can now show you what it looked like before. Center of your screen is the Buckwild Saloon intact. To the left of your screen there is the gas station. And then as we look farther up Highway 280, what you'll notice is a cell phone tower off to the north there. It's right there in the middle of your screen, just to the left of the highway there. That is a cell phone tower that's also been knocked down and now lays across those lanes of 280. There it is right there, unfortunately. And so instead of having 4 lanes, a divided 4-lane highway now, we have 2 lanes that are available for traffic. So they've rerouted traffic and they're going both north and southbound on 280 right now because there is no way to get just southbound because that cell phone tower there unfortunately has come down. Also had some images today out of Eufaula, Alabama, where we had a tornado that touched down there as well, and we believe also hit a fire station. So one of the fire stations was hit there. It's peeled off the roof of that fire station, although we were told that the firefighters did end up taking shelter and were okay, and now had the opportunity potentially to respond to some calls. But this one particular tornado, and you can see the before and the after here of this cell phone tower. This is a very long track supercell thunderstorm that we believe created tornado damage for roughly 65 miles. Was it one continuous tornado? It's possible. May it have cycled briefly at moments in its life cycle? Yes, that's also possible. But when we looked at the radar signature, it looked pretty well defined for almost that entire span, okay? We'll go ahead and show you that again, and I'm going to circle it for you and show you the area where we had the actual tornado. It's going to be in this area right here, okay? So we take a look at the spin in there. It's right in there with an inflow notch that came into it, with the tornado hiding right in there above the D in Crawford. And so that came right through Smith Station, eventually worked its way right over into Georgia as well. On the velocities, a clearly well-defined tornado vortex signature. We've got more on the severe weather across the South after this. Welcome back as we show you new video of some of the damage from tornadoes across the South today, including near Talbotton, Georgia. Boy, pretty extensive damage here, that's for sure. And it looks like buildings that have been completely leveled here. It's even hard to tell exactly what the buildings were, but a lot of trees have been downed as well. There's a roof of a building, a roof of a home that's now on the ground. That looks like a barn structure maybe that's been moved significantly here, but awful conditions for us throughout the South today as we have had numerous tornadoes that have touched down, unfortunately. As of now, we don't have any reports of injuries or worse, but knowing that we've had so many tornadoes that have touched down, we're certainly concerned that that could change. But you can see even that home right in the middle there, look how it's been moved. Isn't that something? Just amazing. And then beyond that, wow, just flat. All these homes here have just been wiped out. Well, this is tough to look at. This is in Talbotton, Georgia here. You can see a lot of debris here, pretty potentially wide tornado. You can see the tree damage here, homes where the roofs have been removed. The whole home itself looked to be completely shifted off of its foundation here. And again, these are some of the first images that we're getting. This is our first look at them right now. And it looks like there may have been maybe even some mobile homes within there. It looks to be maybe the footprint of some mobile homes, which are in the cars that are damaged here. And a reminder, when we see these kind of damage pictures, that a mobile home, look, you can see like pieces of wood literally have punctured one of the vehicles there. That car's up on its side. A home here that has been significantly damaged. This is all brand new video coming into the Weather Channel. The first time that we've seen it. Significant damage to that home where the entire second story has been removed. Look at all the trees, by the way, that have been snapped, like halfway up. Really startling stuff here. Really amazing. You take a look at that. There's like a camper maybe that's on its side, and sometimes even hard to tell what the building may have been. It's so splintered here. That home there moved sideways, and then all of these buildings right here truly flattened. And then the irony there of the train, just it seems like unknowingly just chugging on by. But look at the wider scope of all the tree damage, and obviously a tornado here that was pretty wide, several hundred yards wide. But you can see the trees that are laid down in different directions, indicating that we had spiraling wind damage here, and trees that lay down across the road. Amazing stuff. Brandon Clement was the storm chaser behind this video. Brandon, really startling to see this with our own eyes for the very first time. You were there in person. Can you describe what you saw and what the buildings were that were hit?
The buildings that were hit, there were a couple of gas stations and other small buildings that were slightly damaged. The badly damaged stuff were homes. I can't tell. I know some of them were mobile homes. Some of them were permanent structures. I really couldn't tell. It was just a big debris heap, so it was no way to identify without knowing what was there before what's there now. So it's just to the north side of the town, right to the downtown area, just on the north side. Came through, hit looked like one little small community or neighborhood, and then crossed over some railroad tracks, went down and crossed over another highway right there where some more homes were damaged. I couldn't get back that far because tree damage was still blocking most of the roads, so I just got a couple little spots. I couldn't track the whole path just yet.
We look at some of those pictures. Some of those homes are truly just obliterated. Do you know at all if any of these homes were occupied or if anyone has been injured?
Yes, the home that's you can see it's knocked off its foundation and twisted, and then half of it's crushed. I know I talked to a family member, said that they were going to the hospital to check on the family members that were in the house at the time. He said they did sustain injuries. He did not know how bad. Of course, I wasn't going to hold him up. He was in a hurry, so understandably. But I do know there were some injuries there. To what extent, how many, I cannot confirm.
When we see your images from the air, it looks like we had a fairly wide tornado here. Is there any way you could give us maybe an approximation of how widespread the damage is, or how maybe wide this tornado could have been?
Well, on radar, the debris plume was huge when it hit the town. As far as the width, approximately quarter to a half mile wide, somewhere in between there. It's really hard to define if the wind field wasn't real. It wasn't a real tight gradient like you'd see some of these stovepipes. It kind of tapered off, so who knows what is actually going to be defined as the tornado path itself. But the damage is easily a quarter mile, probably some spots close to a half mile.
Brandon Clement joining us live right now on the phone with the images out of Talbotton, Georgia here. Brandon, thank you so much for what you've reported this evening and what you've shown us. Again, significant damage right now just outside of Talbotton, Georgia here, and him indicating that there may indeed have been injuries and people headed to the hospital. We are back after this. And breaking news right now with new video coming in from Talbotton, Georgia here, of a tornado that touched down and truly obliterated several homes. Boy, that is significant damage. Several of these look to have been mobile homes, or at this point truly unrecognizable what they may have been. A lot of trees that have been snapped and tossed, a lot of debris here. Look at this. You've got a roof on the ground. You've got a home here that has been shifted and twisted off its foundation there. It's no longer sitting where it once was. I mean, just remarkable stuff. And just interiors of homes that are now on the outside, unfortunately. And numerous homes in this one community that have been hit hard. Look at the debris on the car. The windows have been busted out. We've got trees laid down in multiple directions here. Trees across the road blocking any passage at all. And boy, you just look right there in the dead center of your screen there. That is some really significant damage. We don't know the exact construction of those buildings, how strong they were. There's a second story of a home that's been removed, or at least the roof has been removed. There's a train track in the distance there that's got some debris over, but a lot of trees that have been damaged here. And potentially, we're talking with Brandon Clement, who took these images, saying that he estimates that the tornado was at least a quarter of a mile wide, and maybe wider than that. A lot of trees that have been hit and knocked down, and cars that have been damaged. A car that's on its side even there. 3 cars that are kind of smashed together. Really, really tough images here from a tornado. It was a long track tornado here from Alabama through Georgia. We believe it may have been on the ground for 65 miles, or during its life cycle put down multiple tornadoes. You see that car right there on its side, and that home there sustaining some pretty significant damage as well. Look at all the trees that are downed, unfortunately. That is Talbotton, Georgia tonight, folks, and that was, again, a very strong, long-track tornado that came from central and eastern Alabama, then into western Georgia, and even toward the tail end of its life there, doing that kind of damage. We have a lot of different areas that we're watching for you tonight. There's the recap from Tuskegee over towards Smith Station and beyond, including Talbotton here. 65 miles potentially worth of tornado damage here with that one particular storm. We look at the current active radar. Still numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings tonight across South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, and Florida tonight. So let's get to some of these tornado warnings and show you what's happening down through the panhandle of Florida, right at the intersection of Highway 231 and, say, Highway 90 or I-10. We've got a potential tornado here. Jackson and Washington counties, tornado warning for us. So if you're in Chipley or in Cottondale or in Mariana here, these are all places where you need to take shelter as quickly as you can here. Our warning until 6 o'clock tonight. So we've got another 20 minutes to go on that warning. Another tornado warning here for Early, Miller, and Seminole counties. This is I'm going to draw it in here and highlight it. That's the Alabama and then Georgia state line. Alabama on the left, Georgia on the right. Storm moving right into Georgia as we speak. Colquitt, Donaldsonville, Mayhaw, those are all cities where the tornado could be approaching and need to find the safest place in your home to take shelter. Again, the best thing you can do is put barriers between you and the tornado. As many walls in your home between you and the tornado as you can. Avoid windows, avoid exterior walls. Get low in your home, ground level, and get low on the ground level. Get down on your knees, cover your head. Okay, I want to talk right now to the Public Information Officer, Rita Smith from Lee County, Alabama. Thanks so much for joining us right now. Can you update us on the situation in Lee County? We've been getting sporadic reports, but want to get it firsthand what's happening right now.
Right now, what I can tell you is that we've got about 150 first responders at 2 separate locations that were affected this afternoon, and, you know, daylight was not on their side, and we've got some lighting out there for them, getting ready to try to feed those folks this evening as they continue to work through debris and damage, and citizens who elaborate more and be able to give an official statement more once he finishes out there on the scene. He is at 2 scenes. So this has been a very tedious task and a very sad afternoon for Lee County, Alabama.
So you now can confirm injuries and fatalities. Do we know where those fatalities ended up happening?
No, I would not be able to provide you with that information. What I can tell you is that the Beauregard community in the Marvin area had received the first storm damage, the initial damage, and then we had a second tornado warning that came across, took pretty much the same area, same path, and it ended up being over in the Smith Station community. And also, I can tell you that there's some county roads that are closed while those first responders work. Lee Road 166 at 40 and Lee Road 165 at 40 are both closed while that's being cleaned up. And we are asking wholeheartedly, the best we can, ask our citizens to please not travel out to that area just to look at damage and see what's going on. It's getting in the way of the operation, and it's getting in the way of what our first responders are trying to do and trying to do their job.
Rita, is this still an active search and rescue this evening?
Yes, it is. It's still active. It is still ongoing.
Are there certain communities that you're focused on?
Focused on the Beauregard community. They're at Lee Road 38 and Lee Road 39, which we don't want people to go to if at all possible. And then we are looking at it. We have a cell tower that was destroyed at Lee Road 280. Well, I'm sorry, 280 is not a Lee Road. 280 is actually a state highway. It's been a long day.
Rita, we appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. No, it's a pretty stressful time right now. We appreciate you talking to us so much. That is Rita Smith with Lee County, Alabama, confirming to us 2 fatalities in Lee County, Alabama as a result of a tornado and numerous injuries right now, and urging residents of Lee County, Alabama to not travel at this point and to not be on the roadways as first responders are actively doing search and rescue right now. As we looked at this tornado, it was the most intense tornado of the day, and we believe a roughly 65-mile wide tornado track here. 65 miles long is where we first detected a tornado near Tuskegee with a very well-defined debris signature that lasted well into Georgia, and we even saw some images that we showed you just moments ago of very significant damage in Talbotton, Georgia as well. But breaking news right now, fatal tornado in Lee County, Alabama, with 2 fatalities being reported right now and numerous injuries. We're back on the Weather Channel right after this.
Tech can move you. The best tech can move the world. De-stress your drive with the all-new 2019 Nissan Altima. Impossibly smart.
Moving. That's harder now because of psoriatic arthritis, but you're still moved by moments like this. Don't let psoriatic arthritis take them away. Taltz reduces joint pain and stiffness and helps stop the progression of joint damage. For people with moderate to severe psoriasis, 90% saw significant improvement. Taltz even gives you a chance at completely clear skin. Don't use if you're allergic to Taltz. Before starting, you should be checked for tuberculosis. Taltz may increase risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, symptoms, or received a vaccine or plan to. Inflammatory bowel disease can happen with Taltz, including worsening of symptoms. Serious allergic reactions can occur. For all the things that move you, ask your doctor about Taltz.
Even though there's an empty seat, our son will always have a place at our table.
Even though the holidays will never be the same, my sister will always have a place in our family.
Even though life goes on, my mom will always have a place in my heart.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
My name's Gary Hart, and I'm running for president.
The Front Runner is the true story you thought you knew.
There are stories being written right now. The cameras go everywhere.
But has a twist.
Should I sacrifice my privacy? You're talking about how you get through today.
You'll never see coming.
I care about the sanctity of this process, whether you do or do not.
We can't hide from this.
The Front Runner.
Available now on FPV Video On Demand.
Stand by her. Please, help us stop the killing today.
Tonight on the Weather Channel, starting at 8, it's an all-new Highway Through Hell. Then at 9, an all-new Heavy Rescue. Then at 10, Heroes and Survivors.
I can't read a thing off of here.
All right, have we decided?
We actually forgot our readers.
Here you go.
As your eyes get older, the adjustments you make can be frustrating. Ask your eye doctor about Dailies Total One multifocal contact lenses. They let you see clearly near and far with a contact lens that feels like nothing. Learn more and get a free 5-day trial at seenearandfar.com.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 31 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies. A few flurries or snow showers possible. Low 18. Monday, partly cloudy. High 29. Winds west-northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday night, clear skies. Low 14. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back, everyone, as we follow severe weather for you this evening and tornadoes that have touched down tonight, including across Alabama and Georgia. This is a look at earlier today of an apparent tornado, a large wedge tornado, top of your screen there, dark gray color, near Smith Station, Alabama. Very tough to see this, and we know now the Lee County Public Information Officer has confirmed to the Weather Channel 2 fatalities have occurred in Lee County. We don't know the exact location. She's also confirming to us numerous injuries that happen in Lee County as well. We also know that it is an ongoing search and rescue in Lee County this evening, and so they're urging everyone in Lee County to please avoid being out on the roadways. Let the first responders be on the roads only tonight and do their job as efficiently as they possibly can. But you can see when we saw the images from earlier today of a very large tornado coming through Alabama and then likely stayed on the ground right over into Georgia. Those pictures from Smith Station, and joining us right now is the mayor from Smith Station. Mayor, thanks for being with us right now. Can you update us on what's happening currently?
Come through down Lee Road 294 and 295, and it devastated one of our schools, Smith Station West. We have probably 12 houses that are flattened. We've just now got the gas off, as well as the water off to some of these houses, and got all the residents out and people a safe place to stay tonight, so they can rest tonight. The houses are unlivable in most places. We have a lot of mobile homes that are turned upside down. It's been a difficult situation this afternoon. We're lucky, though. We have no fatalities in Smith Station, and the Lord looked out for us.
That is truly a miracle, Mayor, when we see some of the images that we've seen today. Is it an ongoing search and rescue in Smith Station tonight, or has everyone been accounted for?
Everyone has been accounted for. The only thing now is to worry about safety and security throughout the night on Lee Road 294. And we have canceled schools for Lee County for tomorrow. Superintendent Mac McCoy canceled schools for Lee County, Alabama tomorrow. That includes Smith Station. And they have to assess the situation at Smith Station West. I've just been informed there are several huge holes in the top of the school, as well as the playground's devastated, and some 5-ton air conditioners have been picked up and pushed off the top of the roof.
Mayor, can you tell us about the roads this evening? We know we've seen a lot of debris on some roads. Are they passable, or what are you urging your residents to do this evening? Usually just to stay home, or what?
Oh, there's live power lines across the road on a lot of roads, 294, 293, 295. And I'm begging citizens to stay home. There'll be a time and a place to see the devastation, but tonight's not it. A lot of these family members are dealing with the loss of their home. So I'm asking people to be respectful and stay off the road. That includes all-terrain vehicles and four-wheelers and side-by-sides. We don't need that kind of traffic, someone getting hurt with live power lines down.
Mayor, can you update us on the utilities there? You said you just were in the process of turning off the gas. Is power out to the city? And what about cell service?
Probably 10% of power is out. Cell service is very spotty because we also lost two cell towers on 284-31, along with 2 businesses on 284-31, which is about a mile from where I'm standing at on Lee Road 294 right now. So we're urging people, to make sure that they stay off the road. Use caution, because the Alabama Power's here right now. They were speeding to get here, as well as Spire, Alabama Gas, and local gas companies as well.
So has the gas situation been rectified? Has that been turned off? Could it be, a dangerous situation for sparks or open flames this evening?
No, we've eliminated any kind of danger with that. We had the road closed until we got that taken care of, and now it is taken care of. Right now, we're just worried about snap poles and live power lines feeding into the area.
That is Mayor Bubba Copeland joining us this evening. Mayor, thank you so much for taking the time. No, it's a tough day for Smith Station. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us tonight, considering what the town has gone through. But the mayor confirming to us here just now that they have had a direct hit with numerous homes, roughly a dozen homes that have been hit, elementary school that has been damaged, cell phone towers that have been knocked down, but no injuries that he is aware of right now, and everyone has been accounted for. So that is all good news. We can replace buildings, we can replace homes, we can't replace lives. So good to know that everyone there is certainly accounted for. We definitely have more tornadoes that are happening for us right now, we believe, especially down through southwest Georgia and down through North Florida. These are all brand new tornado warnings along a very intense squall line tonight. Bay County and Calhoun County in North Florida under tornado warning right now. A little bit farther north of that, Liberty County under a tornado warning, including Blountstown and Bristol. That goes until 6:15 tonight. Then farther north along I-10 tonight near Mariana here, Jackson and Washington County also under a tornado warning until 6 o'clock this evening. Farther north of that, along that squall line, now getting into Georgia, Decatur, Miller, and Seminole counties also under tornado warnings. Take shelter in the town of Colquitt, Donaldsonville, and Mayhaw. Those are all. Thank you for staying with us here on the Weather Channel. We're showing you tornado damage in the town of Talbotton, Georgia here. Significant damage here and reports of injuries as well. You can see that his home's been shifted off its foundation, a roof that now lays on the ground. Significant tree damage, debris on the roads here, homes that have literally just been obliterated. Several mobile homes here, second stories of homes that have been peeled off. Really difficult situation here. The storm tracker Brandon Clement that had shot this video telling us is just north of town. A lot of cars that have been damaged, that windows are smashed, that some cars have been flipped and tossed. And you can see that here, pieces of wood have gone right through windshields. This is a very intense storm, no question. And this was actually kind of toward the tail end of a very intense long track tornado, we believe, that started back into Alabama, came across the state line and into Georgia. That same tornado, we believe now, responsible for numerous injuries and 2 fatalities in Lee County, Alabama. The Public Information Officer in Lee County, Alabama tonight, and urging everyone to stay off the roads and letting first responders do their work this evening unimpeded. Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis, and we are covering a tornado outbreak tonight across the Deep South, including Alabama, Georgia, Florida, and South Carolina for you. Numerous tornado warnings happening for us right now. And of course, we're getting a lot of images in as well. So I want to update you on what's happening currently. And this is an ongoing situation for us with a lot of warnings happening. Georgia, Florida, and over into South Carolina right now. Looks like almost all the severe weather has moved out of Alabama as we speak. All right, so let's get to some of these warnings and update you on what's happening currently down in the panhandle of Florida, including along US 231 here. This is going to be south of I-10. Bay and Calhoun counties are under tornado warnings right now. That'll include storms that have just come past Youngstown, could be headed toward the Bristol area. Take shelter as quickly as you can. Ground level of your home and an interior room away from windows and exterior walls. Liberty County also under a tornado warning. Again, storm moving close to Bristol here. Also Blountstown here. So 6:15 is the expiration on that. So that's going to go for about another 15 minutes or so. Now, along these squall lines, you can get very intense straight line winds, but you can also get brief little kinks within it as well. So you're going to get a lot of different spots here where you might get, brief spin-ups of tornadoes. And it might be a weak tornado, and it may be only on the ground for seconds, literally 30 seconds, a minute maybe. But if your home happens to be under that tornado at that moment, it's a big deal, right? So we urge you to take shelter in all these locations along this squall line in all the counties we just highlighted for you here in the panhandle of Florida. All right, it's not just confined to Florida. We're going to follow that line up into Georgia as well. Notice the storm coming across US 27 tonight and headed toward the Bellevue area. So that includes Decatur, Miller, and Seminole counties as well. If you're in Colquitt or Donaldsonville or in Mayhow, these are places where you need to take shelter quickly as that comes along US 27 and very near Bellevue tonight, or maybe just between Bellevue and Bainbridge. I think the tornado could be hidden right back in here, and it may be obstructed by rain, so you wouldn't be able to see it. Sun setting now as well, and so darkness becomes an issue for us. So all the tornadoes that we'll see probably from this point going forward will be radar detected. But you look for an area where you've got green and a red color right next to each other, where you've got the red, you've got outbound winds, where you've got green, you've got inbound winds, and when they're right next to each other, that shows you that you've got a rotation in the atmosphere, okay? So we think that's happening for us now near El Dorado here, and then coming close to the Bellevue area as well. So we'll time this out for you, and it may include El Dorado and Bellevue here over the next, say, 20 minutes or so. It's 7:10. For El Dorado, so that's about another 7 minutes, and in Bellevue around 7:20 this evening. Those aren't the only warnings that we have. We also have a couple of warnings up into South Carolina as well. Take you to the tornado warning here near Columbia now, and we just had a confirmed tornado a couple of days ago in Columbia. We'll go ahead and re-center the radar and put it right in there. Lexington County right now is under a tornado warning. So case in Lexington and West Columbia, we've got a potential tornado coming your way with a really intense storm here right over Red Bank and then pushing off to the east tonight. Our warning goes until 7:15 this evening. Pretty well-defined signature here on the radar. Again, when we were talking about previously, this is very close to the radar. The radar is right here, okay, and you can see the sweep that's going on. Right in there is where our tornado is going to be. So that may come right through Columbia. If it keeps on this current track, and we'll just extrapolate it out, look where that goes. very dangerous situation for us tonight, approaching the capital of South Carolina. Okay, so as we time this out for you, I urge you to Columbia 7:23. That's about 18 minutes from now. Olympia, Providence Hospital, and then Columbia itself 7:31. So about 26 minutes from now, we believe a tornado, if it holds together, could come right into Columbia. Highly populated area with a high concentration of homes. So all these areas that you see highlighted here are places where you need to be taking shelter. Now in Columbia, you've got a little bit of time, okay? You've got, roughly 25 minutes to take shelter. So in this instance, what I would do is get the whole family together. Don't forget the pets. Do you have bike helmets? Can you get a helmet for everybody? Can everyone put their shoes on right now? And can you all figure out in your home where is the safest place to take shelter? Do you have a basement? If you do, great spot. Number one place you should go is in your basement. If you don't have a basement, go to the ground level. Don't be on a second floor or a third floor. You want to be on the ground level. Get low. Don't be near an exterior wall. Not a bedroom where you've got a window. Go to maybe an interior bathroom. Do you have a half bath in your home that's kind of right in the center of your home? Do you have a stairwell you can get under? Do you have a closet that you can squeeze into? These are all great options for you, and you can survive a direct hit from a tornado if you find yourself in a situation where you don't have underground shelter. So in this instance, the basement would be best, but see that red highlighted room? No exterior walls, no windows. Underneath the stairwell, another great place, structurally very, very sound. You want to get low. You want to protect your head. Do you have pillows you can take with you? You're going to hop into a bathtub maybe. Pillows, blankets, mattress, something to protect you from any falling debris. You've got time in Columbia right now. You've got about 25 minutes before the tornado is there. But think about right now where you're going to go and when you're going to go there, because it's going to be, that 25 minutes is going to come up quicker than you think. Let's show you some new video, by the way, that we've got in here to the Weather Channel of some of the damage that we're now seeing and some of the tornadoes that we've seen today. This is Beauregard, Alabama, and this is a place that has taken a direct hit from a very intense tornado. This is a location where Lee County we were talking with Lee County. This is the county in Alabama earlier today about this location. They're doing active search and rescue right now. Look at all the trees that have been down here and the heavy rain. There's some damage right there to some homes. So an ongoing situation in Alabama tonight with the tornado that has touched down there and hit multiple communities in eastern Alabama from Beauregard to Smith Station. There's another look at some of the damage in Beauregard. You can see the tree. That's Eufaula, Alabama, by the way. And then there's the damage to the fire station in Eufaula as well. We were told that the firefighters ended up taking shelter in their fire station, and they all came out unscathed. There are other fire stations that can respond to calls as necessary this evening. Even debris up into the trees that have been, a lot of branches that have been removed. They're leaning over, have been completely down. This is, that's a look at Macon, by the way, and you can see a lot of debris on the side of the road here. Trees that have been down, debris that was just lofted into the air and then deposited somewhere else, right? A tornado picks up a home, hits a building, and that debris gets lifted into the tornado and eventually centrifuged out with the spin of the tornado. Here's Fort Benning, Georgia. Look at the damage that we've seen here. I can't tell what that is. Is that a bowling alley? Looks like a bowling alley that has been damaged here. I don't know if they're missing, so they're taking shelter. That's what they're doing here. Okay. These are folks in Fort Benning in a bowling alley that were taking shelter from the tornado as the tornado warnings were issued there. All right, now we have a new tornado warning that's been extended over into Columbia, South Carolina. Pretty violent storm tonight, folks, and so we're urging all of you that are watching tonight into Columbia, as a tornado may come right through the middle of Columbia. We urge you to take shelter right now. Lexington County included within that warning, Richland County included within that warning, and now does include Columbia. Our warning goes until 7:45 tonight, so this is going to go on for another 35 minutes, okay? I'm going to show you where the tornado is right now, and it's very near Lexington. It's on the west side of town. A lot of instability in the atmosphere right now to sustain these tornadoes even after dark tonight. So the tornado, I mean, boy, this is coming the radar itself is right here. So it's getting a very good look at this, although I might even suspect that the tornado could be living just underneath the radar scan. But if this continues on its current track, it's going to come very close to the National Weather Service office and the radar site there, and may come right into town. Sometimes when it gets so close to the radar, it has a hard time picking up things that are very, very close to the ground, or things that are right above it as well. So the beam at that location can be about 200 feet. So it's just getting a little messy right now, okay? I'm just going to be very honest with you here. It's getting a little messy for us right now on the radar. Could be coming right across US 1 right now, but we're going to time this out for you. Urgent situation with a tornado warning that extends into Columbia, South Carolina tonight. Columbia, what's your time frame here? 7:28 is the estimated time it comes into Columbia, but west side before that, say around 7:20. Springdale around 7:15. So in Springdale, if you're watching us right now, you have roughly 4 minutes before the tornado is there, and you need to take shelter as quickly as you can. You have less than 4 minutes to get to a safe location. West Columbia around 7:20, meaning you've got roughly 8 to 9 minutes to take shelter before the possibility of a tornado bearing down on you is a reality. Columbia, a few minutes after that, so around 7:28, again about 16, 17 minutes before a tornado potentially comes right into town. This could be near Providence Hospital at that time as well, around 7:28, and then Boyden Arbor around 7:36. So breaking situation right now with a possible tornado west of Columbia, South Carolina, potentially coming right through town in the next several minutes. Again, Springdale, West Columbia, and Columbia, those are the locations we're most worried about right now. The tornado could be very close to the radar right now, and we believe the tornado could be sitting right back in here. It's gotten very messy on the radar tonight. I think proximity to the radar might be causing a few issues for us tonight, but previous scans, there was a pretty well-defined signature within there, okay? So that's what it looked like prior. And so the warning has been extended farther to the east. When it got closer to the radar, then it started getting a little bit disturbed, I think, mostly by the proximity to the radar itself. But, James, is there any chance we can change it maybe from velocities to coefficient, or maybe just even to just reflectivity here? And on the correlation coefficient, not sure. Well, I mean, there's a possibility. There might have been something right back in there, but we're not getting a really clear picture, unfortunately. This is the limitations of technology, folks. You know, the radar can only do so much. It has limitations as well. Again, there's a look at the reflectivity, and the issue again is it's just so darn close to the radar, we're getting a really messy echo return here. But the tornado's likely sitting about right in there, okay? We did maybe get a new scan in there just now. Looks like it's refreshing, right? Probably getting some hail spikes in there as well. But the tornado looks like it might be, again, passing now very, very close to the radar site itself and then pushing in this direction. There's the problem. Highly populated Columbia, South Carolina is going to end up being in the direct path of this. High winds are going to accompany this, even if you aren't in the direct path of the tornado. Again, in the whole big scheme of things is it's going to be a small spot that's going to have tornado damage, but you may see some very significant winds outside of the tornado itself as well. As we time this out for you, West Columbia, 7:18. Columbia itself around 7:23, and we urge you right now to take shelter very, very quickly. West Columbia, you've got roughly 4 minutes. 4 minutes before it's there, and you've got roughly 8 minutes before Columbia. You're about to be hit by this as well. We're going to get you back to this. We've got new warnings back down through Florida as well. South Georgia and North Florida, especially the Florida Panhandle, have been hit pretty hard tonight, and storms that are getting closer and closer to the capital of Florida and Tallahassee tonight. Calhoun Gadsden, and Liberty counties now under tornado warnings. That's until 7:45 tonight, with a pretty strong line, a very intense line of storms from Bainbridge back down toward Panama City. A lot of lightning with these storms. I-10 will be hit, and that entire line will likely hold together all the way into Tallahassee. We urge you to pay very close attention to the weather tonight in Tallahassee, but storm with a tornado possibly hitting us in Bristol and Blountstown right now. Be seeking shelter right away. You've got no time to waste with a tornado warning until 7:45. More on this breaking tornado situation when we come back. Breaking news right now out of Beauregard, Alabama, with now a really clear visual of the tornado that touched down earlier today. Massive wedge tornado, wider than it was tall, that ripped through central and eastern Alabama and then western Georgia. We can confirm right now that at least 2 people have died in Lee County, Alabama as a result of the tornado, and there are numerous injuries, and there's ongoing search and rescue in Lee County as we speak. Also reports of the same tornado producing damage in Talbotton, Georgia, where injuries have been reported there as well. So a very serious evening of weather across the Deep South and ongoing tornado warnings even as we speak. But some of the images have truly been stunning, of homes that have been splintered, obliterated, and flattened. And we urge you, if a tornado warning is issued for your location, that you take it very seriously this evening and take shelter quickly. I want to show you some of the warnings that we have right now from South Carolina back down through Georgia and Florida. I want to get to this tornado warning in Columbia, South Carolina, because we think this is a very urgent matter right now, with a tornado potentially about to bear down on the state capitol. Right in here, West Columbia, is where we have a potential tornado right now. Lexington and Richland counties are under a tornado warning until 7:45 this evening. And we show you the velocities on this. There could be a tornado right in here. This is going to be literally coming almost right over downtown Columbia. So Richmond Street and Highway 176. That's where we stand with potential rotation sitting right in there. It's going to be just south of Eau Claire and then coming in this direction, likely right through Columbia, South Carolina. That's a live look at some of the traffic cams right now. Yes, it's gotten dark. Excuse me. And it's going to rain a ton. But make no mistake, the radar doesn't lie. It's seeing something out there, and the possibility that we've got a tornado right now. We urge you to get into a safe place in your home. Think about this exact moment. Think about, I know in a moment of panic, we sometimes don't realize what we need to do to save ourselves. If you're listening to us right now or watching us right now, go to the ground level of your home and get to an interior room and stay there until the storm passes. If it's a closet, cram everybody in there. You got a family of 4, pull everything out of that closet and cram every member of your family into that closet. It could save your life. Hop into that bathtub. Put some blankets and pillows in there. Pull a mattress on top of you. Protect yourself from flying debris. If you've got bike helmets, put them on and get to your safe place as quickly as you possibly can. Do you have a basement? If you've got a basement, terrific. Desk or something like that. That's also a good thing to do. Let that debris fall on top of that desk and not on top of you. Again, this is where the rotation would be of the possible tornado. Again, just now, well, there's the new scan. It's literally right over top of downtown Columbia. Literally the center of the rotation is right over Columbia as we speak. So we could be looking at some rotation right overhead. I don't know. I cannot confirm for sure that there is a tornado. What we can tell you is there at least is at some point rotation being detected by the Doppler radar. That's what this dark green and even reddish circle is indicating to us right here. It's a little bit weaker. I'll say this. I don't want to cause panic here, but it's a little weaker now than it was maybe even just about 10 or 12 minutes ago on the west side of town. That's a good sign, although these storms that we have tracked today have had a history of cycling tornadoes, meaning you'll have a very intense rotation in a tornado that touches down. Then that'll weaken, it'll dissipate. And then a few minutes later, it'll re-intensify and produce another tornado. So, excuse me, don't be fooled by the weakening rotation that may be depicted by the radar right now. We could have a cycling tornado, and I would urge you to still go into the safest place in your home right now. Do not be on a higher story in your home. Don't be in a second story or third story. You want to be down on the lowest level, the ground level right now, and put barriers between you and the tornado, walls, if you will, okay? So a closet, a stairwell, a bathroom, all solid places for you to be and survive this tornado. Even if your home took a direct hit and you were in one of those places, you've given yourself the best opportunity for survival. Trust me, folks, I've been to locations where homes have taken a direct hit from an EF5 tornado. Families survived in the bathtub as their whole home was splintered around them. Trust me when I tell you this. It's a very safe place for you to go and get there as quickly as you can. In this particular blueprint, it'd be this room right here, an interior room with a lot of exterior walls around it. Again, many walls to protect it. That's going to take the hit from the tornado and not your walls. Crouch as low as you possibly can, face down, hands over your head and your neck. You want to protect those really fragile areas from being hit by debris. Tornado warning continuing for Richland County, including Columbia, South Carolina right now, coming through the capital as we speak. Our warning goes until 7:45, and we think that tornado could come across I-77 as well. So if your travels are going to take you in this direction, we urge you right now to halt your travel at this point. If you're about to get in your car and go, and I-77 is a highway you're going to use, avoid it right now. Let this storm pass. You don't want to risk it. We'll put the street level mapping on here and show you some of those areas that we're concerned about. That will include Truman Street, Jackson Boulevard, a shady lane that's going to be south of Boynton Harbor here. You're going to get some really heavy rain in there, but it's right here. Columbia up toward Dentsville is the area that's getting hit particularly hard right now. And if there is any rotation, it's going to be right here over Columbia, say around maybe Harrison Road, and headed toward Boynton Arbor tonight, excuse me. And that'll come likely across I-77 here over the course of the next 5 to 6 minutes. All right, so between Highway 1 and then Boynton Harbor, we can have some issues. Now, here is some good news. We take a look at this, gate-to-gate shear about 9 miles per hour, which is not a lot, which means we may not have a lot of inbound and outbound wind next to each other, okay? We were looking at some gate, which is good, but we still may be getting some really significant straight line winds in Columbia right now that may take down power lines, may take down trees, excuse me, may be enough to even knock over some mobile homes. A mobile home is not a safe place for you to be right now with a really intense storm right over Columbia, South Carolina right now. Let's track this out to the east of town. Dentsville, 7:27 is when it'll be there. Moncrief Hospital, 7:28. Polo Road Elementary School, 7:31. And Fort Jackson around 7:36. So all of those within the next 8 to 9 minutes. Okay, Dentsville now, Moncrief Hospital now, and Polo Road Elementary School. If you live near that school won't be in, of course, right now, but you've got about 3 minutes before, take a quick drink. You've got about 3 minutes before that is there. So as quickly as you can, take some shelter. We're going to return to this warning in a moment. We've got more warnings to update you on back down through Florida tonight and through South Georgia, okay? We've got a really intense storm. Apologize on the radar. It's playing games with us tonight and wants to skip right back to South Carolina. But I want to take you down to Florida tonight and notice the storms that are getting closer and closer to Tallahassee. Let's start here in South Georgia. Decatur County coming right over Bainbridge. Bainbridge and Climax, those are towns where the tornado is on your doorstep right now. Our warning goes until 7:45, and we urge you to take a quick shelter, eventually coming toward Thomasville as well. So anywhere between Bainbridge and Thomasville, quickly get to a safe location within your home. Can we get down to this other southern warning here? I want to go to this one down here around the Bristol area and headed toward Tallahassee, okay? Calhoun and Liberty counties are under tornado warnings right now. A very intense squall line here coming just past Bristol now, and may get some kinks within that line that could nail us here in Tallahassee. At the very least, a severe thunderstorm is coming your way with winds that could go well over 60 miles per hour. Not to mention brief spin-ups within this as well. Now, a lot of times what we see with these squall lines are tornadoes that'll form in various locations along it. They'll be very brief, they'll be relatively weak, but if they happen in your neighborhood, it's not a little deal, it's a big deal, that's for sure. All right, what I would consider to be a quasi-linear convective system here. So we're getting all these little kinks in the radar, right? So you're going to get some spins that can happen at any little different spot in there where we've got a point, okay? So keep in mind that that may happen briefly over your neighborhood, and we urge you to treat this, even if it's a severe, I would say right now, if it's a severe thunderstorm warning for your location, anywhere between Bristol, Tallahassee, Quincy, and Bainbridge, treat it as a tornado warning and do what you would do normally if a tornado were bearing down on your home. Don't take any chances with this because these are so hard to predict whether or not a tornado is going to form. But I can tell you by looking at this signature with all these kinks in this radar, this is the kind of line that produces tornadoes, okay? And so they'll happen in a blink of an eye. And next thing you'll know, you'll be, I never saw it coming, because literally you didn't see it coming. It may happen in between the scans of the radar. Keep in mind that as the radar spins, it's going to take it 3 full minutes to complete one scan of the atmosphere. Then the radar is going to reset and do another scan. And so that takes a total of 3 minutes between scans. A tornado can literally form between scans, form and be gone in that amount of time or less. And it can cause a pretty significant amount of damage if it hits. I urge you all to take shelter quickly now, okay? Place like Tallahassee, by the way, we think the storms are going to be there around 8:01, about 30 minutes before they're into Tallahassee. Now, I know that a lot of trees could come down with these kind of winds as well. If you get a very strong straight line wind or a downburst out of one of these thunderstorms where all that really dense cold air at the top of a thunderstorm comes collapsing out of it and hits the ground, it's going to rush out horizontally and blow things down. Fences, trees, power lines, and they can do a lot of damage. Franklin County now, Liberty County, and Wakulla counties all under severe thunderstorm warnings as we speak. That was just issued. So Port St. Joe and Quincy and Tallahassee, anticipate the winds. I think that's going to be one of the bigger issues that we see, but we cannot at any point rule out brief spin-ups of tornadoes here. This is a classic line that would produce tornadoes, okay? So I just want to keep you aware of that. When you look at the radar, as often as our meteorologists here at the Weather Channel do, you can kind of pick up on certain patterns and indicators that may be very conducive to producing tornadoes. This is one of those lines that could produce very quick spin-ups of tornadoes. All right, we're going to focus very closely on Tallahassee. We're also going to focus very closely on Columbia, South Carolina for you tonight as well, because we've got a tornado warning through Columbia. I think we may have just lost our tornado warning, which is good. But that's a live look. Pouring rain right now and a pretty intense storm that has just ripped through the state capitol. And huge winds accompanying that as well. The good news now is it's moved past Columbia, although bad news for a place like, say, a Pontiac, and up Interstate 20 and Highway 1 tonight, where a lot of heavy rain, potentially very gusty wind that could go over 60 miles an hour, and maybe some hail that may come with the storm as well. Although I think the hail threat is coming down a little. Oh, no, I tell you what, there's a decent amount of hail within that storm as well. I thought that maybe we would transition to more of a wind threat and some of the hail will be dropping out of this, but I think that we've got a decent hail threat now from Dennisville up toward Pontiac for us tonight. Kershaw, Richland, and Sumter counties are under a severe thunderstorm warning. But I think you're really going to get nailed here around Pontiac and especially maybe around McCaskill as well. There's a pretty solid little bow echo back in here, and that may come towards, say, US 601 and Leesburg for you here momentarily. But severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 8 o'clock tonight for another 25 minutes. This is now to the east side of Columbia. As storm, at least the rotation has weakened somewhat as it came right through downtown Columbia. There might be a little bit of rotation still right about there outside of Dennisville. Again, urge you to stay inside and stay protected tonight. We're back after this. Thank you for staying with us here on the Weather Channel. Macon County, Alabama. Check out the damage that we're seeing here. Trees that have been snapped, debris along the side of the road here. Numerous locations across Alabama and Georgia where tornadoes have touched down today in a tornado outbreak that has unfortunately taken at least 2 lives in Alabama, injured numerous people across Alabama and Georgia, and ongoing search and rescue continues. Want to show you some images out of Fort Benning, Georgia. How about folks here that were taking shelter in a bowling alley? How scary must that be when you're at a bowling alley, you're just there with the family, you're there with friends, you're having a good time, and the next thing you know, you're taking shelter behind the racks. I mean, just tough for sure. Then to Beauregard, Alabama. Tornado here that touched down. And this is the place where we believe we've had a significant hit to town, where there is ongoing search and rescue as we speak, where they have maybe more than 100 first responders there right now. Even in these images, you see debris that was flying into the air. And there's a look at some of the damage. You can see the trees that have been snapped here, trees that are laying down, homes that have been crushed right there. My goodness, and a mobile home is just not a safe place for you to be in a situation like this. They can succumb to even non-tornadic winds, unfortunately. Welcome back to our coverage, everyone. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. I want to update you on the current situation we've got ongoing with numerous tornado warnings still in effect. All right. I want to really focus on South Georgia and North Florida, between Bainbridge, Georgia, and just outside of Tallahassee, Florida. We have possible tornadoes here, basically on either side of I-10, and a large area of severe thunderstorm warnings that extend from Tifton through Tallahassee and down toward Apalachicola. All right, I want to get you to this storm that is going to produce potential tornadoes along it. So Calhoun and Liberty counties, and that's going to be this complex right here. Tornado warning until 7:45 this evening. A lot of times when we see these quasi-linear convective systems, as they're known, you end up getting little kinks in those straight squall lines, okay? And when that happens, in those kinks, you can often get very quick spin-ups of tornadoes. And so this is one of those classic lines that would do that. And that's why I'm very worried about you here in Tallahassee, because you're downstream here. Same in St. Mark's and Sopchoppy. These are all places where we could be in danger. So if you're in a mobile home and you see this line coming, I would get out of your mobile home and try to get to a friend's house, a neighbor's house who's got a well-built frame home, because that's going to be able to take the wind more than your mobile home is, all right? So a couple of things I'm going to point out on the radar. You saw all those, curves, if you will, on the radar. It wasn't a complete straight line. Little potential spin there, little potential spin there, little spin potential right there. So you get my point here. And then if you get that to tighten up just briefly, it may produce a very quick but brief and intense tornado touchdown. And if your neighborhood happens to be in the path of that one small spot within that line, well, it's a very big deal, unfortunately, potentially a very damaging deal. Having said all that, when you get some of these really intense straight line winds that come in as well, you're going to get trees that come down. Listen, we're very forested down here, right? You're going to get trees that may have been weakened by Hurricane Michael several months ago. We've had a decent amount of rain in this part of the country recently, so we've got a lot of water in the soil. Some of these trees may be ripe to go down, and this may be the thunderstorm that does it. So be prepared for that. Don't be on the second story of your home. Be on the first floor. If a tree happens to come down and it falls on your home, you want to be lower. You don't want to be on the top level. So get low and stay there. Bainbridge, this is where we have a tornado warning as well, although I think the threat is starting to push a little bit farther east of there. Bainbridge and Climax are the towns that could be hit by a potential tornado. Decatur is the county, by the way. That severe thunderstorm warning extends now farther east into excuse me, Thomasville, Georgia. So if you're in Cairo or Moultrie or in Thomasville, these are locations where you need to take shelter as well. Our warning goes until 8:15 this evening. That'll be right along Highway 84 tonight, US 84. Again, Franklin, Liberty, and Wakulla County. That will include Tallahassee under a severe thunderstorm warning. Port St. Joe and Quincy and Tallahassee, those are locations that we're most concerned about. But that's a really intense squall line there. We've got a decent amount of low-level shear that we've had today. We've had a decent amount of instability as well. Those are atmospheric ingredients that can really accentuate a severe weather outbreak, including tornadoes. The only thing that may work for us a little bit is that the sun is set here now, and we may lose some of that daytime heating, which can help fuel some of these storms. But you look at this intense line, it's really surging now. So I would expect to see some really intense straight line winds at the very least with that storm. I wouldn't be so concerned about hail as I would be about wind, but from Panama City back toward Tallahassee and up toward Cordele and Tifton, Georgia, all locations where we're in trouble tonight, that's for sure. And not to mention then Valdosta, we're downstream from that intense line as well. So a lot of different areas that we're going to worry about tonight and follow that line all the way up towards, say, Vidalia as well. So between, say, 16 and 75, a lot of action happening here as well between Vidalia, Jessup, and Tifton as well. I want to show you some new video that we've gotten in this evening. This is some damage video. Wow, look at this. This is out of Lee County, Alabama, and just debris everywhere. Homes that have been hit. And we've been told by Lee County, we spoke with their public information officer within the past hour, and she's telling us there is significant damage across a good portion of the county. They've been really focused in the Beauregard area, but you can see mobile homes, I believe, here that have been knocked over or knocked off their foundation. Cars that have been damaged. Unfortunately, interiors of homes that are now on the outside. Trees that have been downed. Power lines that are down on top of cars here. And take that threat very seriously as well. If there are down power lines, treat them as live. You can call 911 if you see one. Well, look at this building here. Hard to tell what that even is, but it is splinters now. Very intense tornado ripped across central and eastern Alabama today, and then it moved into Georgia as well. And a brand new tornado warning that does now include Tallahassee. So Gadsden and Leon counties under a tornado warning right now. Potential tornado right over Quincy, Florida, and headed toward Tallahassee. Our warning until 8:15. And notice the track on this. All of our other tornadoes stay east or north of east. This one is south of east. So in Tallahassee right now, take shelter quickly. Possible tornado forming and headed toward the capital. 8:15 the expiration. Get to the ground level of your home and protect yourself. Get into an interior room and away from windows as quickly as you can with a new tornado warning just issued.
Deadly and devastating tornadoes across the South today. This is Talbotton, Georgia. This part of an outbreak that has affected much of the South, including Alabama, Georgia, and now in Florida as well. Destruction widespread here around the Talbotton area. This is just one area that we've been watching. We're still watching an active tornado warning in Florida right now. Let's go to Mark Elliott with details. Mark.
Yeah, Nick, we're watching this storm. This is a line of storms. It is hauling. It's moving close to 50 miles per hour. With that movement coming in towards Tallahassee, we have a tornado warning that is in play for you. That warning continues until 8:15. Let's zoom in on this one. This is the big show in town right now. It's convoluted, right? There's this big wrapped around nature, and we've had a couple of reports right in here, some indications rather, that we have continued rotation and the potential for a tornado. So you notice Tallahassee, the capital city, right in the line, the center of that tornado warning. Those tornado warnings are drawn for a specific reason. The closer you are to the center, the more likely that you'll have those impacts. So the area that we're watching is right in here. It's very small compared to this warning, but the green colors going towards the radar, so south and east. The wind's there. Meanwhile, the red colors are moving away. So we have this rotation. They're updating the warning for us as we go because areas near Quincy are now out of the woods. But this is another mode of the radar, the correlation coefficient. When you see this big dropout, like we're seeing right in here, where the red colors disappear, that's the radar telling you that it's no longer a symmetrical object falling through the atmosphere, that you no longer have, say, raindrops coming on down, but instead you may have tumbling debris, which is one scan up and down the long way, and the next scan it's side to side being longer than up and down. So because of that, the pixels are not correlated next to each other. That's one good indication that we have some debris, and we've been following that. It matches up very nicely with the worst of that rotation that I showed you. And so I know it can get a little bit complicated when we show all these colors on the screen, but let's time this out for you. Coming towards the East Gadsden High School, granted school not in session, but if you go to that high school, you're in that community. It's basically the rotation is there or just south of you basically right now. And then let's go right down the center of this. This is Tallahassee. So Gretchen Everhart School, just outside of town, that rotation, if it holds together towards the top of the hour, will be near you and officially into Tallahassee about 10 minutes after that. So with this forward motion close to 50 miles per hour, you are not outrunning this. You are not waiting and waiting till you see it and getting in a car. That is not the mode. Right now, if you are in this warning, you need to shelter in place, putting yourself in the safest spot possible, as many walls between you and this storm as possible. Again, with this correlation coefficient, this dropout area is telling us that the radar system is seeing debris in the atmosphere. This is Academy Drive right in here. This is the I-10 corridor. So if you're traveling I-10, that storm is just north of you, really tearing things up. State Route 90 is the kind of the other border of that debris field at this point. So headed towards Academy Drive. Next down the line, I believe, is Lanier Road right in here. Unless it, of course, changes names near State Route 90, that's always possible. But if you're in the area, you know those roads, and it is coming your way. Again, that motion a little bit south of east, which is slightly different than some of the other storms we were following today. Some of those were going north of east or due east. This one's bent a little bit further south, and you can see this is the warning. It's tough to see because the red on red, so I'm outlining it for you. That warning is tilted in that direction, telling us that the most likely continued motion is a little bit south of east as well. What you're seeing right through here is just out ahead of the line. There's not that much rain in order to pick up anything on the on the radar and thus on the correlation. But the storm came through Quincy, and we're now getting reports of debris and damage that occurred in Quincy. This is right along State Route 90, right? So 90 goes right through here, right through Quincy, and we're getting reports of damage in Quincy. Cinco, if we can, let's step back this radar just a bit so we can follow that debris signature. Came right through here. This is the part of the storm that we're watching. So it was the south side of Quincy, maybe the east side of the Quincy area, that really felt the brunt of this storm. And again, confirmed damage in Quincy on the south side. Now, following that, we'll go back towards where we are now. That storm still putting up debris as it crossed towards Academy Drive, now right on Academy Drive, still with that potential for debris. Let's take a look at that rotation once again. We'll see how the storm has evolved in the past couple of minutes. We got a new scan in, and there is still this couplet right in here where the greens and reds are near each other. It does appear that it's broadening out. So hopefully that debris that we're seeing at this point is stuff that's still lofted into the sky and is then falling out ahead of this storm, ahead of that surge. But you can't use that as gospel, right? You need to assume that there is still that potential for some rotation within here. Again, it is making its way generally towards I-10 in the Tallahassee area. It would be in Tallahassee by about 10 minutes after the hour if it were to hold together, and we are going to continue to follow this storm for you so that you can keep yourself and your loved ones safe tonight. More coverage coming up right after this. Welcome back to our continuing coverage here as we are following dangerous storms. A live look at Tallahassee, Florida, where we are awaiting a tornado-warned storm to get all the way into Tallahassee. Mark Elliott here with Nick Walker. Nick, the good news here is that the storm that was warned on appears to be weakening a bit as it approaches Tallahassee, but these storms, we've seen that kind of cycling where they look like they're done, and then the next scan comes and they're ready to go again.
Which is why we obviously need to alert folks to stay where they are in their safe place. You know, just because we're saying maybe it's dying down, this is not time to get out of your safe place and go look.
Yeah.
You need to stay there until the storm has passed and the tornado warning is over.
And so, Nick, not only that storm coming towards Tallahassee, also in Georgia, it looks like there is a tornado in progress now in extreme southern Georgia, right over Cairo and headed generally towards Thomasville. So let's cover both of these storms for you. Let's start off with the most threatening. I know we've been focusing on Tallahassee. That one appears to be weakening. This storm, however, it's a bit of a supercell. It's hidden within the shield, but that is generally the shape of the supercell right in there, inflow air coming in like this. And unfortunately, it is right over Cairo right now. Very strong rotation as indicated by the Doppler radar system. Green colors here that I'm putting the white arrow over going towards the radar. Red colors, or orange or yellow in this case, moving away. That is your counterclockwise spin sitting right in here, and where those two colors meet up, right, there is some spin going on. It is right over Cairo, right over State Route 84 as well as 93. And not only do we have this mode of the radar that shows us how things are moving, how those raindrops move around, but this is the correlation coefficient, the kind of the shape, scan to scan and pixel to pixel of the stuff that's in the air. The red meaning it's very symmetrical, largely meaning heavy rain. Not so much for right over Cairo. This is a very dangerous sign right now, an ominous sign that there may be a tornado moving through Cairo as we speak. If you can hear my voice and you're underneath this warning, put yourself in the safest spot that you can, as many walls between you and this storm as possible, as all indications are that it is doing some significant damage now somewhere maybe just south or over the town of Cairo. Debris being lofted into the air. Could be structural debris. We can hope that it's some sort of, tree debris, but there's not a lot of leaves to pick up this time of year. So again, all indications are that we have houses or businesses being impacted by this tornado-warned storm. This one is moving almost due east. It could follow 84, so that is not a safe spot to be. It's moving very quickly. You do not want to be in a vehicle. You do not want to be in a mobile home. A safe, well-built structure is your best bet at this point in Cairo and points just east. Again, here's Thomasville. If you travel through South Georgia, if you're going through on your way to the Panhandle, you go through Thomasville. So this is an area that, plus it's a huge city, right? Lots of highways through here, lots of people in Thomasville. So if you're in between Thomasville and Cairo, this is your warning, right? Cairo, Grady Co. right at basically now. It's about to get to you in the next minute or two. The motocross track and then Pasco down the line. That would be if the storm stays going due east and just north of Thomasville. But with this strong of rotation, it is certainly not out of the question that this starts to bend a little bit further towards the south. So don't put your guard down, Thomasville. I know you're not in the warning yet, and these storms, at least in the short term, haven't been lasting all that long as they've marched their way towards the east, but it is not out of the question that this one could. So just watch this one carefully if you're in Thomasville. Again, an update on some of that timing for you. Brownlee right now, Pasco about 15 after, Rose City School about 20 after the hour. Again, that's right on the north side of Thomasville. Georgia, Florida Parkway, and then coming around Thomasville on the bypass if you're traveling south down towards Tallahassee. Those are the roads that are going to be impacted. Lots of trucks this time of day. Lots of people trying to get ready for another Monday, another work week. Got to be real careful with these storms. Hopefully, this means that some of that rotation is broadening out a bit. We still have a rotation signature here where the green colors are going towards the radar site, which is in Tallahassee or just outside. The red colors moving away. So there is still some rotation here. But my goodness, it is a lot more broad than it was even, the last scan 2 to 5 minutes ago. Let's hope that trend continues, but it might not be any consolation for you if you are in Cairo, because again, we are still seeing some indications of debris, which now may be lofted off into the atmosphere and spread out, fanning out, being pushed by those upper level winds, or at least the low level winds, depending on how high up it got, racing away from some of the worst rotation. So that's some of the good news here. If you're downstream from Cairo, that this storm may not be quite as bad further down 84, but it certainly picked up something as it approached Cairo, and that debris field continues to now on that. This one got a little bit messy. Again, this is the radar site, the circle just south of town. That's where the National Weather Service office radar dome is centered. Capital City right in there, right under the dot for Tallahassee. And this is the traditional mode of the radar that you would be seeing. The deeper the colors, the reds, the oranges, very heavy rain. We have some indicators that we've got some very gusty winds coming through this part of the storm, but kind of embedded within this big swirl was some small-scale rotation, tapping into the low-level winds where we got some brief tornado spin-ups. Again, this is that push of very strong winds coming towards the radar site. Even that alone is not a safe place to be. If you are, say, in a mobile home, just those straight line winds can be enough to roll that home right off the foundation. Not a safe place to be. Well-built structures should be okay with this part of the storm. It does not appear that we have any clear signatures of, those couplets where the greens and reds are right next to each other the way we had a few minutes ago. Again, it was coming right down basically the center of this warning towards the north side of Tallahassee. And we don't appear to have that right now. This looks like it might be an artifact of the radar. There's some sort of folding going on right there. But anything there that jumps out at you, Cinco, yeah, I think that's just an error as we get a new scan coming in. We'll see. Yeah, there we go. That looks better. So that is just our straight line winds coming on through. This is wind that's kind of racing in towards that storm inflow wind. No clear indication, Nick, at this point that we have an ongoing tornado approaching Tallahassee, but there is still that warning, and we have seen those cycles not only today, but throughout history of watching the weather. So Tallahassee, keep your guard up. There certainly could still be a tornado. The one in Georgia getting an update. The north side of Thomasville now under a warning as well. But lots to follow from the history of these storms and then where they go throughout the rest of this evening.
And what a history it is. We've seen so many tornadoes and so much damage today across at least 3 states. We're getting new video in now from Eufaula, Alabama. This of the municipal airport. This is Whedon Field here in Eufaula. This is an area that where multiple hangars were destroyed by the tornado that moved through here earlier today. And we're also seeing damage in the area here, including the North Side Fire Station, which is right by the airport. We're told that it's pretty much destroyed. So as you can see, the building's basically unrecognizable here after the tornado has moved through Eufaula here in the southern portion of Alabama. This is just one area that has sustained damage, and in many areas we've seen multiple scenes like this. We've seen buildings down, we've seen cars destroyed, we've seen trees down, we've seen multiple areas of power outages, and unfortunately we also have seen deaths as a result of some of these tornadoes in Alabama today. We're continuing to get new video in. We'll bring it to you as we are getting it and continue to keep you updated on the tornado warnings that we still have ongoing here in South Georgia and new ones here in Florida too, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. New storm further south down the line in Florida. New warning continuing the storm that came through Cairo, Georgia, on its way towards Thomasville. So we're going to follow both of those for you. Again, they're both in this line, a very fast-moving line of thunderstorms. We call it a QLCS to go inside baseball with you, the quasi-linear convective system. It often features these kinks in the line, these bends that then produce fast-moving tornadoes. Remember, this line is moving close to 50 miles per hour. So that's the forward motion of these storms. They're with the line. They're not out ahead of the line like they were earlier today. This is the storm kind of complex at this point that we're following that came through Cairo and is going towards the north side of Thomasville. At times, we had very strong rotation here, and unfortunately, the worst of the rotation was right over the town of Cairo. Now, it looks like that rotation may be broadening out. In fact, they just put out a new severe thunderstorm warning to cover that entire line. That said, there certainly could be a little bit of rotation still kind of embedded within that. Before we had, yellows and oranges right next to greens. This is more kind of bright red next to not as red, or kind of red next to a little bit of green. It's not nearly as good of a couplet as it was. It was step that back for you. This was a beast of a rotation signature coming through Cairo. Then kind of came right through the city, went its way towards the east, just north of 84, and then it loses some of that. But now if we look at the debris that's still potentially in the air, we still have a little bit of that. It looks like it right in there. Not out of the question that there's still enough rotation that we're getting a little bit more debris within this area being lofted into the sky, but that is really losing its most ominous signs. That is the good news. Got to watch this one. It has a history of likely producing a tornado, using all of our available scientific data from the Doppler radar system, Nick. So a lot to follow with these storms in South Georgia and the Florida Panhandle tonight.
And some breaking news right now, some sad news as well. Sheriff Jay Jones just confirmed 14 dead in Lee County, Alabama. There are several people still missing, and he expects there may very well be more fatalities. He calls the damage in this area catastrophic. And as you can see, we have trees down, we have buildings down, we have roofs off of buildings. And this, unfortunately, is where we have 14 confirmed dead here in Lee County, Alabama. We'll continue to keep you updated. Stay with us here throughout the duration of this tornado outbreak here on the Weather Channel.
This program brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Tornado outbreak ongoing across the southeast. Our coverage ongoing as well. I'm Storm Specialist Mark Elliott. Thanks for joining us tonight right here on the Weather Channel. Following a line of storms that's really blasting its way through South Georgia and the Florida Panhandle. I don't use that term lightly. It's moving highway speeds 50 to 60 miles per hour. And so not a lot of warning because of that forward progress, but the National Weather Service offices are doing great, keeping ahead of these storms and warning them along the line. So several warnings right now, the most pressing of which is the one furthest down the line, headed generally towards St. Marks, Florida. We've got this, this is our line of storms, but some of that air is wrapping back around and coming right in here, and that is where we have a very strong rotation signature right now. Leon and Wakulla counties under this tornado warning as it makes its way on off towards the east. So goes until 8:30, and look at this right in here. That is our couplet. Green colors going towards the radar, which is in Tallahassee. Red colors moving away, and that is your, counterclockwise spin where those two meet up. That's the shear. That is what we would look for on this mode of the radar to determine if there is a tornado. It's just crossed over Forest Road 348 as well. Forest Road 13 is nearby, headed generally towards 350. You notice almost all the roads within here are named Forest Road. We're going through some state or national forest at this point, but the St. Marks area is not too far down the line, and right now we do have a pretty good look at this storm. Here's that wraparound motion, and so if you're going to see a storm, we've got inflow air coming in this way, rain-cooled air wrapping back around, and right in that intersection is where a tornado likes to lie. So let's switch that over to the mode that shows us what's in the sky, more or less. Solid red when it's raining means that we've got is tumbling, that scan to scan or pixel to pixel as the case may be on the Doppler radar system. You no longer have symmetry. You don't have a symmetrical object in the scans that are going up and down and the scans going side to side. Instead, 1 second it's long widthwise, the next scan it's long lengthwise up and down. That is debris tumbling through the sky, and we can step this back and follow that debris field over the past several minutes. We're back now to the top of the hour, 8 o'clock or so. Got a warning right about then. Started moving towards the east, really picked up steam with that debris as it went over Forest Road 13, continuing right over the roadway, now continuing east, generally headed towards Forest Road 350, and it's over Forest Road 13 right in here, right? This is 13, this is that black line, and it's following that roadway. Not a safe place to be in a car. Further down the line, right, further towards the east, we have State Route 319. That if you're taking Tallahassee down towards the coast, you may be on that. Here's St. Marks, right, just on the right side of your screen now. You start getting into much more populated areas east of town. Not saying nobody lives through here, but there is a lot of forest land also, okay? So this is what we're looking at. Eventually, you get over towards Ivan or River Springs Middle School just before the bottom of the hour. Hopefully, this will dissipate before then, but we don't want to put our, our weight in hope when the storm is moving at 50 miles per hour and has a history of producing a tornado. So get in your safe spot right now. Put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. Wakulla and Wakulla Springs on either side of 8:30 local time, and that'll be getting right towards towards the St. Mark's area. The Wakulla area is just north of St. Mark's. Again, lots of people live right in here. Beautiful part of the country, assuming you don't have a severe storm and a tornado potentially headed towards you. That's saying that because we know there are people in the way of this storm. Don't discount the straight line winds either. Straight line winds can be strong enough to create damage that looks very much like a tornado, especially in this highly forested land, especially over land that has been so soggy as of late. It's been raining like crazy through the southeast basically since the year turned. And then, of course, this is the same area, more or less, that Hurricane Michael came through. So if a tree and a root system was already weakened because of that, you're now adding the risks up. You know, you add a little bit of a layer upon layer upon layer, and suddenly you've got a disaster on your hands with all the trees in your yard falling down near your house. Keep that in mind as well. Lowest level of your building, interior room of your building, and a mobile home is not a safe spot to be because you just don't have that kind of construction. You don't have the walls and the roof around you to protect you if you need them. Again, we've got the timing on the screen for you. Not only are we looking at very gusty winds on the north side of this warning, but this is the couplet that we are following. It would be completely rain-wrapped. Do not think that just because it is raining already, I mean, it's raining along 319. That's all the way out here. That's 319 more or less. The worst of this storm is back here with regards to the tornado potential. So, Nick, this is one of those situations where you just would not see it coming, where it's getting dark out. You wouldn't see it because of that. You probably wouldn't even be able to see power flashes at this point because it is completely rain-wrapped.
Yeah, there's all the more reason just to get to a safe place and stay there. Do not try to get out and see a tornado. You won't see it anyway.
Yeah, it's a tough night for that.
Yeah. We're continuing to get pictures in, and these are new pictures in now from Salem, Alabama. This in Lee County in southern Alabama, an area that was especially hard hit by today's tornado outbreak. The outbreak that started earlier today and is continuing even as we speak. We're just seeing this drive-through now of one of the neighborhoods that was just devastated by the tornado. The buildings are down. Trees are down, and Lee County, as we mentioned before, just one of the areas that is really especially hard hit. Lee County schools, by the way, will be closed tomorrow as a result of all of this damage. This is also an area in Lee County. This is Beauregard, Alabama, and we're driving toward what appears to be the tornado that moved through, killed as many as 14 people, still assessing the damage, still looking for more victims. Breaking news now, the latest from Alabama after a very large, very powerful tornado swept through Lee County, Alabama. Sheriff Jay Jones just confirmed 14 dead in Lee County, and he says there are several still missing. He expects there will be more fatalities. He calls the damage here catastrophic. The National Weather Service office is giving this a preliminary rating of EF3. EF3, and they say it was at least a half-mile wide. So a very large, very powerful tornado swept through Lee County, and this is the kind of damage it caused. Mobile homes just ripped apart, overturned, trees down, vehicles flipped, and we're continuing to get in these reports of damage and new video as well that we will bring to you here. Mark, we still have ongoing problems, though, in southern Georgia and in northern Florida.
Just a devastating day so far, Nick, and it's not showing very many signs of being done yet. We keep hoping that this line is going to blast through and be done, get rain-cooled air to kind of squash that rotation, but we have 4 different tornado warnings, a couple of them still with the potential of active tornadoes and active damage occurring in both South Georgia and in the Florida Panhandle, just outside that Big Bend speed. This is Tallahassee right in here. We have a new warning on the northeast side of town, still in Jefferson County, still in Leon County as well, right along I-10. Now within here, this is a new warning. This is not the one that we were following on the west side of Tallahassee. This is a new complex that is also showing signs of rotation. Tornado warning there goes until 8:45. This is the mode of the radar that shows you the heavy rain, and there's plenty of it, maybe even some small hail on that north side of the storm. But we can also use the radar picture to show you how all this is moving around. And right in here, clear signs. In fact, Cinco, let's back up. I pointed out heavy rain. Let's go all the way back to the normal reflectivity mode of the radar right here. There are several signs. That is debris. That is not necessarily rain. That is debris being thrown into the path of the radar. It is tricking the radar at this point, saying it's very heavy rain. It is not. That is stuff from Wadesboro Road or from Turkey Roost Road being thrown into the air right now. We can also show you the rotation as well as the correlation coefficient. Two other ways to say that this is a very dangerous storm. We've got this rotation right through here. Green colors going towards the radar, red away, and in between, right in here, that is our counterclockwise spin. That is the tornado that we are looking at throughout the atmosphere. This is the debris I told you about. It's not heavy rain. If that were just heavy rain or even hail, that would be a symmetrical shape, generally round as it falls through the atmosphere. What the Doppler radar is picking up on is a debris signature that the scan, 1 second going up and down, next moment going left to right, that the kind of the length and the width are changing dramatically scan to scan. That's because stuff is tumbling. It is not a symmetrical meteorological weather thing in the sky. Instead, unfortunately, it is debris. It's just north of I-10 for the worst of this debris, headed away from Tallahassee, but bending its way just south of east, headed towards Nash by 837. But that would also mean that this likely tornado would have to cross I-10 to get there. Okay, that is a very dangerous scenario when you have that potential for an active tornado crossing a major interstate at night with very little visibility. In fact, very heavy rain out ahead of this storm as well, and thus you wouldn't see this coming. So if you are listening with one of those devices in the cab of your truck, if you know people in this area, Old Lloyd Road, Lloyd Creek Road, eventually a Halpin Road, or any of that stretch of I-10, please tell them to seek shelter right now, putting themselves in the best spot they can, the lowest level of their building, an interior room without windows, putting as many walls between you and this storm as possible, because it is still quite strong, still means business as it makes its way off to the south and east. There are some other storms that we've been following. There are some south of Tallahassee, including headed towards St. Mark's. Very strong signature on this. Even just with the normal mode of the radar, you can see that wrapped up nature. There is a likely tornado sitting right in here, about to cross over 319. St. Mark's, you might be familiar with that. Here is that rotation. Gotta hope that this is going to gust its way out. We're seeing sub-signatures that rain-cooled air right through here is going to cut off some of the inflow and, be able to stop this rotation. But it's lasted a while. In fact, this has had a history of a couple of different tornadoes, and we can show you that using the correlation coefficient. This is a bit of a mess. It's complicated right now, but let's step this back. We can follow the debris that the radar was seeing. We had one main storm right through here. Even further back, it was one tornado. As we went through time, this storm weakened a bit, right? We can, so here's one. Let's follow that forward. This is our tornado. This one starts off towards the east, and we're still seeing some signatures that second in the family is producing at least some debris. It's a very wrapped up storm, lots of spin. Got to follow this one carefully as it works its way to St. Mark's.
New video into us here from Talbotton, Georgia. This is in the western part of the state between Columbus and Macon. And as you can see, the damage is quite catastrophic here. We have roofs off of homes. We have homes in the area that have actually been demolished or even turned on their foundations, perhaps. Cars are flipped in the area. Trees are down, and multiple power outages as power lines are down around the area, too. Unfortunately, this is not an isolated incident. This is just one of many areas that have received damage from tornadoes today, and the threat is on.
Storms on the Doppler radar system. Now we're at night. We're not going to get the same visual confirmation. We're not going to be able to get the same, damage confirmation. So you got to, rely on our voices, rely on the technology tonight to be your warning system. Rely on the National Weather Service warnings. Do not wait for your own confirmation, as so many of you like to do. This is not your normal day, and it's not your normal evening. We've got this line of storms that's moving very quickly through South Georgia and North Florida, the Florida Panhandle, moving forward close to 50, even 55 miles per hour. Highway speed forward motion to these storms, several of them with potential active tornadoes. So let's get a little bit closer in, give you your bearings on the worst of these storms. This is I-10. Tallahassee's just on the south, the lower left side of your screen. You may be familiar with Monticello. We've got Jefferson and Leon counties underneath the tornado warning until 8:45. Madison County included further north. That goes until 9. One storm potentially two kind of twin tornadoes working their way right through this area. Started off in this warning, never really bent as far south and east as I think a lot of us were intending that it would with the amount of rotation that we saw. Now it's moving a little bit further north of east, which means that places like Monticello may still be at play. Right now, looking at the rotation signatures, they're not nearly as clear as they were a bit ago. Hopefully that means the storm is broadening out and that rain cool air is winning. I don't want to give you the all clear yet in Monticello, however, because look at the debris that may potentially be with this storm. It's not too far away from Monticello, and we're seeing the winds kind of fanning that out on the kind of the eastern side of that flank. But back here, there are still indications of a significant amount of debris lofted through that column of air, and so there is still that chance of a tornado in progress, basically north of I-10, not yet to State Route 19, but headed in that direction, moving east very quickly, 50 to even 55 miles per hour. So this may be new debris. This is likely old debris falling out of these storms. And again, there's a potential that we have a little bit of a split, that there may actually be two rotation centers that are playing with each other, which also complicates that weather picture. If we go back to the rotation mode of these storms for just a second, it's really tough to see. It may be that the correlation is a scan behind, as is often the case when we have active tornadoes. They put the radar into a kind of a juiced up mode, if you will. And so the rotation might be here and here, as opposed to where we're looking at the debris, but it is definitely headed towards 19 in some form or fashion. So again, there is that debris signature right in here that this is not raindrops. Timing it out for you a bit, doing our best job to show you where the worst of the storm is, headed towards Montevilla by about 8:37. Jefferson Elementary School, that's right outside that town we've been talking about, Monticello, at 8:39, right in the heart of Monticello there. That's not the only storm we're following. South of Tallahassee, headed towards St. Mark's, very gusty winds are plowing into St. Mark's as we speak. But behind that rain and wind, we've been following a very wrapped up portion of this storm that still is showing at least some signs of rotation. Again, not the tightest knit rotation couplet we've ever seen, which is good news. But my goodness, look at this. This is just straight line wind, rain cooled air, and the force of that line of storms itself. Those blue colors indicating very strong winds, something you don't see all the time. That's 60, 70, even 80 mile per hour potential headed directly towards St. Mark's. So if you are in St. Mark's, it is really knocking on your doorstep. Got you a bit of an update. The worst of that rotation should stay north of St. Mark's with the newest warning that was just issued by the National Weather Service office. They are still following this rotation right in here. That's your couplet that we're watching. One more quick look at the potential correlation within there, maybe a little bit right in here. Hard to say. It's getting a little bit messy, Nick, but again, that could cycle up and strengthen up at any point. We're now watching that headed towards 363, just north of St. Mark's. A lot to follow. There are
I mean, we've continued to see the damage reports come in from the area and back into Alabama as well. I want to show you this video now. This is taken by a storm tracker as he was driving toward this big, gigantic 1/2 mile wide wedge tornado. Obviously, this is a professional storm tracker. You should not be driving toward anything. But Mark, you said earlier that we need to be especially on our guard at night, because can you imagine if something like this were there? You would not know it's there. You would not be able to see it. And so you're looking at something like this during the daytime, and this is actually just a little bit before sunset. But anytime after sunset, you get something like this, and it is going to be just increasingly as deadly simply because people are unaware.
Absolutely. Nick, what a scary scenario this could really turn out to be. It was, as frightening as it could be during the day, it's just as bad now at night with a couple of storms here that are still showing that we may have a tornado in progress. So let's take another look at these storms. We didn't really get to any of the Georgia storms, leaving those for the edge here of our coverage, because it's not because you're not important in Moultrie, not because you don't have a tornado warning, but not as clear a signature that there's an active threat. That said, there is still a National Weather Service warning, which means you need to take it seriously. It goes until 9 o'clock. Arlington, Moultrie, Riverside, all included in this, although the worst of it is now just east of Moultrie. We'll probably get an update from the National Weather Service. They're following this right in here. here. Again, you may be used to seeing reds and greens. Sometimes with these types of storms, along a line of storms, you can get kind of bright red next to not as bright red, and that is the signature. That would be the rotation. And we're seeing a little bit of that on the traditional mode of our radar. Right in here, there's a bit of a, a kidney, and on the north side of that, you get rain, cooled air kind of wrapping back around. It's forcing this part of the storm forward, while this part kind of bends back around. So you can get some rotation in there and enough to get a brief tornado. So that is that intersection of the wind that we watch for. Generally exiting Moultrie, headed towards Lenox, headed towards Adele, headed towards, that's I-75, mind you. So headed towards our major interstate from Georgia into Florida. I-75, of course, major roadway. It is already raining there, so don't put your guard down. You got to watch this storm back towards the west. With regards to anything being lofted into the air, our correlation coefficient across this area not showing anything apparent in the immediate future, and that is the good news. But again, that could change in mere seconds when you have storms like this. Of course, that's the Georgia storm we're following. We are still following 2 tornado warnings here in just outside of Tallahassee along the I-10 corridor. Jefferson and Leon County warning until 8:45, adding in portions of Madison County until 9 o'clock. That includes Monticello, where you very well may be seeing some debris falling out of the sky right now from this storm that happened earlier. We've got basically a shear line right now, which means not a clear-cut rotation signature with regards to a tornado, but lots of wind and a shifting wind at that, and that's helping keep that debris from earlier aloft. At least we hope that it's from earlier. It is also a potential that along that shear line we have very small, hard to pick out on the radar spins that could still be active tornadoes. So this is all debris falling down from the sky. Hopefully not new debris being lifted right there. That is kind of the worst of that correlation coefficient dropout signature right there outside that number. This is 259, State Route 259, just south of State Route 90 for the worst of it. But again, that is all debris. And then we're also looking outside St. Mark's, where a storm that it was very strong about 5, 10, even 15 minutes ago, headed towards St. Mark's, has cycled through a bit, but there is tons of rain, tons of wind, very strong wind with this part of the storm that's now blasted through St. Mark's. So St. Mark's things should start to get better for you, but we are still following the rest of this storm for a potential tornado lasting until 9 o'clock. We'll be right back. Continuing coverage right now, right here on the Weather Channel. It's been a tornado outbreak day. It's now a continued threat this evening. South Georgia, still very gusty winds, but the active tornado warnings are now in the Florida Panhandle, several of them in a cluster. I also want to point out this giant severe thunderstorm warning. That entire line is being severe thunderstorm warned right now by the National Weather Service office out of Tallahassee because of extremely strong winds, enough to do damage. I would have an embedded tornado at any point, and we are seeing tornado-like strength winds with the straight line wind potential with this storm. Let's follow both of those topics for you, starting with the tornado threat. This is along I-10 south of Monticello, Jefferson and Leon County. Tornado warning continues there until 8:45, while just north of there, including Monticello, that threat goes until 9. Although I would argue that Monticello is much more in the clear than you were, say, 20 minutes ago. The worst of the weather now moving towards the east side of that warning. So that's kind of the traditional sense, and we just dropped the one to the south as these storms have been kind of broadening out. That is good news. This is your rotation potential, basically a shear line at this point where the greens and reds are near each other, green going towards the radar, reds going away, and so you have kind of a counterclockwise shear zone where if that were to become tighter, if we were to see that really ramp up, that could be a spot that gets a new tornado. But right now, not looking extremely likely that we have a tornado in progress there. But we have very strong winds, and combine that with the tornado debris that we had from earlier that came out of this area right towards Monticello. That is still old debris. So I'll leave that. Look at that. That's a tornado. Very clear, kind of round tornado signature. Picked up some stuff there on the north side of the Tallahassee area, crossed over I-10. Hopefully that wasn't any cars. And it would continue, kind of bent south briefly, and then that debris field really fanned out, caught that wind, very fast winds, and is now right in here in that circle that I drew. Not as clear a case for a tornado at any stretch at this moment. Further south, however, this is a very dangerous part of the storm. North of St. Mark's, potential tornado. East of St. Mark's, extraordinarily strong straight-line winds. But this is a new kind of cycling right in here. You see how we have that classic shape. Fast-moving winds are pushing this part of the storm forward. Wraparound wind coming right in here, and sitting in that could very well be a new tornado trying to form with its own little gust front coming out of that part of the storm. That is Jefferson, Leon, and Wakulla counties. Let's take a look here towards that rotation, and that is really strengthening, not only with the straight-line wind potential in the blue colors out ahead of the storm, but the green and reds are right next to each other with regards to the rotating part of the storm as well. And so if you're over Old Plank Road, Old Magnolia Road, that circulation is right in here, and then very gusty winds are screaming out of this thing. That is enough to do damage before the rotation gets to you, okay? Got to treat the tornado warnings and the severe thunderstorm warnings very seriously. We're looking at velocities, the motion, the speed there, 60 to 70 miles per hour. Just off the, off the deck, just a little bit off the into the atmosphere. Heavy rain falling through that will push that down to the surface. You'll have the added motion of the, gravity-fed raindrops, and then it spreads out. And that's what we're seeing, potentially causing some debris and some mess there. A couple of different features that could be giving us some potential tornadic debris sitting right there behind it, okay? So very complicated picture, but a couple of different features that could be giving us some debris being lofted into the sky right now. We also have the very strong winds. Again, that is a classic view of that gust front. That's all rain, cooled air coming out of this part of the rotation. We had another one of those cycling through, so that's the very gusty winds moving through. 9:15, new tornado warning there, Jefferson, Leon, Wakulla until 9:15. Very gusty winds are also coming through St. Mark's and points just south of there. Perry, Madison, very strong winds. You're also getting that in Port St. Joe, Apalachicola, all the beach towns along the Florida Panhandle and about to cross into the Big Bend area. Just getting slammed with wind. One more look at the kind of the radar motion here, because we want to show you what it looks like with regards to the wind potential. Okay, this is the traditional look at the radar. Very strong winds within this area. We've lost some of the blues, but in here as well, greens, reds, and there's some of the blue colors that we were showing you. Not as bad now east of St. Mark's, but they were just a few minutes ago. That potential is still there. Very strong winds. Perry, not in any warnings with regards to tornado warnings. You are in that severe thunderstorm warning. Keep that in mind. It could be headed in your direction. But the wide view, still looking at severe thunderstorms and potential tornadoes, South Georgia and the Florida Panhandle, as the risk slowly wanes towards the eastern seaboard. We'll be right back.
Lee County, Alabama, one of the hardest hit areas here in today's deadly tornado outbreak. Sheriff Jay Jones has confirmed that there are 14 people dead in Lee County and several still missing. So perhaps there might even be more deaths to report amid all this catastrophic damage. 14 deaths makes today the deadliest day for tornadoes in the United States in over a year. January 22nd, 2017, 16 died in southern Georgia. And Mark, we may very well even surpass those numbers, even in Lee County. But of course, we have so many other areas that we're watching in Georgia and in Florida, and even ongoing warnings in Florida right now.
Yeah, that Lee County storm, preliminary rating means it could conceivably go up. What you call it, whether it's a 3 or a 4 at this point, doesn't matter. Huge loss of life. Hate to see that today. But it would, if it gets to a 4, end a record streak of the lack of 4 or 5s in the U.S. at this point. So that is certainly possible. When we were watching it, when we were seeing some of that debris and seeing some of that video, we were saying, this might be a 4. This might end that streak, unfortunately. But again, the more important note here is that it ended the death-free streak that we may have been in, and there's just a catastrophic day from kind of Georgia, Alabama into Georgia. Now it's the Florida Panhandle's turn. You continue to have some tornado warnings along the line of storms. We keep waiting for the signs that, this is really weakening and the rain-cooled air is going to win and we're losing and running away from that different wind direction with height. We're not quite there. I think we're mostly in the clear further north, Georgia into South Carolina. Very heavy rain. There have been some embedded spin-up type tornadoes in that heavy rain. So I'm not saying it's impossible to see more tornadoes, but the active tornado threat is further south along that line of storms. Let's get a little bit closer into the Florida Panhandle. We were following these storms as they came through Tallahassee or thereabouts. They luckily kind of skirted on either side of the city, did that big V. Some storms went north, some went south. The most active storm is this one, southeast of Tallahassee, Jefferson, Leon, Wakulla counties. Goes until 9:15. Now, what we're looking at here is the traditional mode of the radar, the reflectivity, the radar beam bouncing off of stuff that's in the sky. And what it can tell you when you have a shape like this is that you've got a lot of straight line winds pushing that rain forward aloft through the atmosphere. What it can also tell you is where those winds bend back around towards their big finish right in here. You can sometimes have tornadoes embedded within that. And that's what is being warned right now, that potential for some rotation on that kind of northern and interior side of that big bowing segment of thunderstorms. So we continue to have that tornado warning that's in place until 9:15. Taking a look at the motion of the raindrops within that zone, not nearly as clear-cut with regards to a strong tornado in progress. That's what we like to see. But when you have a radar signature like that, this is all strong wind moving out of our storm, bending back around right in here. So not out of the question that we wind up with a tornado or at least a brief spin-up type tornado right through there. That's why that warning is still there. So if you're following that down, it would cross portions of 59. I keep emphasizing this tonight. Don't just say, oh, it's already pouring here, we're out of the woods. We may be in the warning, but it's not your traditional tornado warning where, a supercell tornado may go, okay, you're in the heavy rain, the hail, you're not going to necessarily get the tornado, the spin side. That's not how these tornadoes are working tonight. You're going to get both blasted through with all this kind of wind and rain and just nasty weather, and then an embedded rotation behind that as an extra kicker. So that's what we're watching, moving towards State Route 59 and further east from there. I believe we still have a warning that includes the north side of St. Mark's and not much back there. That said, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that extends way to the east through Perry, all of the coastal communities. Again, that big, it's tied to right in here. I was telling there might be some rotation here. This bowing out segment goes all the way back. This is all straight line winds pushing that rain forward. And so where you get that big, huge surge of, action right in here, all of that wind-swept rain, that is enough to do damage. We've seen some, at least radar estimates, just aloft of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. That is usually the underestimate because you then are forcing that wind down. Thanks to the rain, it hits the ground and spreads out. So a huge severe thunderstorm warning that is along I-10, headed towards I-75, all of the coastal communities. That's it right now for the warnings, and let's hope we keep it that way, right? Because it has been an extraordinarily active day, Nick, and we have the video to prove it, unfortunately, that we've seen all kinds of damage, debris, the whole shebang today.
It began early in the afternoon. Alabama, Georgia,
yep.
Florida, all affected by these tornadoes today. This is Eufaula, Alabama. This is an area where damage was quite extensive to the airport. The municipal airport here, Wheaton Field, sustained damage to many of the hangars in the area. And we're also told that just adjacent to the airport is the Northside Fire Station. That was also pretty much destroyed from a tornado that moved through here in the southern Alabama area today. That's Eufaula, Alabama. We also have other areas that we're getting in video from. This, just a little drive-by showing the damage, the extensive damage here along the roadways on both sides of the road in Macon County, Alabama, as a tornado rumbled through this area here. This is just one of several tornadoes that moved through, causing not only damage to homes, but also the trees down in the area, multiple power outages, more than 42,000 homes and businesses without electricity in Alabama and in Georgia. And then we have another area that we're watching too around Fort Benning, Georgia. This near Columbus in the western part of the state. And the damage, again, very extensive in this area as well. Fort Benning, of course, a military base here, and the bowling alley just completely demolished here as a result of the tornado that moved through this area here. Again, one of many tornadoes that affected portions of Alabama and in Georgia today. We're not getting reports of any injuries here. They're taking shelter, I'm told, in the bowling alley here as the tornado has been coming through. So we do have damage that we want to show you here in Beauregard. And this, unfortunately, is one of the hardest hit areas here in Lee County. Unfortunately, this is where many of the deaths occurred here from the tornado today. As many as 14 deaths reported in Lee County today as a result of tornadoes moving through the area. They're continuing to assess the strength of this tornado, but the preliminary rating of this is an EF3. So a strong, powerful tornado could go even higher as they get out and assess the damage from this tornado and assess the strength of it tomorrow. But about a half-mile wide wedge tornado moved through the Beauregard area here just before sunset and continued to move as it moved through, just continuing to cause destruction of homes and power lines and trees down in the area, and unfortunately, numerous injuries and deaths in that area. And this in Salem, Alabama, we have a cell tower that just collapsed as a result here down near Highway 280, and also many roofs off of buildings here around the Salem area. And obviously, the damage quite extensive here. Just one of many areas here that we continue to watch. And unfortunately, Mark, I fear that we're going to get more video in from southern Georgia and perhaps even Florida, too, from storms that have moved through here after dark tonight. So we'll probably see that video sometime tomorrow.
Yeah, and you know, that last image you were just showing us with that mangled cell tower, we are so reliant on our cell phones to get radar data, to get information, to be able to tell people that you're okay or that you need help. You know, that's a real kind of underrated part of the severe storms now, that you lose that communication, you lose your power, you don't have TV, you lose the Weather Channel, you may not have cell phone signal. So, you know, I'll use my parents as an example, right? They get everything from one provider. If that provider goes down, they lose their power, the lights go out, they lose their TV, they lose their phone, and you got to hope the cell works. And if the cell phone is taken out by, the tower is taken out by the same storm, you're really out there just waiting to be able to tell people that you're okay.
And of course, we rely on information too. You know, getting it via a cell phone signal, via all of the microwave signals, and when that goes down, of course, the radar signals, not the least of which, you know, helps us determine where those tornadoes are.
And so, because of all of this, maybe the least of the reasons why, but because of all this, we want to go through a little bit of forecasting, keep you ahead of the storms, so you know where to expect the threat into tonight. Again, the threats increase at night. We know that they're more dangerous for severe weather at night. You don't have the same lead time. You might be going to sleep. You have to have someone to wake you up. You got to know where the threat is. And through tonight, there is a zone of severe weather potential from coastal South Carolina straight on down through coastal Georgia and the Florida Panhandle. I would argue that the worst of this risk may be right through here, especially coastal Florida through the Big Bend. We may need to extend that a little bit further in towards Jacksonville, into the rest of the Big Bend area, because as we go through this evening, this is the high-resolution future radar. This stuff rolls off the coast pretty soon. We're an hour and a half away from the worst of it leaving. This, however, does not, just because of the shape of our storm and the shape of our beautiful country, right? And so these storms could still be hammering through 11 o'clock, maybe even after midnight, 1 a.m. Some of these storms lingering off the coast. Now, the good news with this front flattening out as it does so through the Gulf is that we're kind of racing away from the upper level low and the wind shift that we were seeing with the, you know, the upper level winds just aloft coming in like this. Surface winds coming in like this, that was the spin that really got all these storms going. With this front flattening out, we're not going to see that in the same way through the rest of the lifespan of this storm, but still storms. And the model's hinting that even through 4 or 5 a.m., north and central Florida could have at least a chance of some isolated storms that could be quite strong. Most of this is done by tomorrow morning. It'll be a day of cleanup. It will, however, be a very gusty, windy day behind this front, ushering in much colder air from the north and west. So if you did lose power, it is going to be a shock to the system, especially for those storms from Alabama into Georgia. Low temperatures Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night could get back down into the low 30s, if not 20s, for the northern extent of this damage zone. Okay, so not having power this time of year is a big risk. The good news is that the rain will be done. You'll be able to clean up. Let's take a look at this. We've had some new video coming in throughout the day. Want to get you updated on some of this. This is Smith Station in Alabama. A roof completely peeled off this building, which is often the risk when you have these kind of broad either stores or broad kind of gymnasium type parts of a building, like at a school. Those broad roofs do not withstand the wind the same way. So that one was just peeled off, and then you're at the mercy of the storm. You are, even in the interior rooms, you're outside at that point, Nick. That is a very, very scary scenario.
And this is very probably the same tornado that down that cell phone tower nearby there in Salem. Just an amazing path of this tornado as it moved through the area here. Okay, this is a Google picture of before here in Salem, Alabama, of the cell phone tower standing. All right, there's Highway 280, and the cell phone tower is right by it. And of course, as the tornado moved through this afternoon through the Smith Station area and the Salem area, we had the cell phone tower fall down over the freeway and block traffic. So only one lane was good for both directions here for a longest time, and may still be the case, probably, Mark.
Yeah, a lot of cleanup after this. You know, cell phone towers on the road, trees on the road. We keep reminding people that this is the same part of the country that had not only an extraordinarily soggy beginning of the year, and we're still in that, so the grounds are saturated, the trees don't hold on the same way, but it's also the part of the country where a Hurricane Michael came through not too far ways back. And so trees are weakened. You know, this could be that proverbial straw that breaks the camel back, and you get all this tree damage through the highly forested southeast. And so these big buildings, again, not the safest place to take shelter. If it's between this and being in a car or being in a mobile home, sure, take the building. But if it's between that and a well-constructed big office building, or, you know, a traditional two-story home with a basement, that's a better option for you. We try to remind you guys of those kind of the hierarchy of where to go, so you know what to do when these storms come your way. And we are still following this line of storms. This same culprit continues right now. Earlier today, we had widespread storms developing out ahead of the main line. Those were all supercells. We don't have that right now. That is the good news. The bad news is that the line of storms itself has been creating some damage and some problems, including not only a severe thunderstorm warning that continues until 9:30, so you got about 20 more minutes on that, this warning right here. But within that, we also have at least the potential of a tornado moving through the central portions of the Florida Panhandle. So let's start there. This is basically an area that we've been following for some chance of some rotation, thanks to its location kind of on that back edge. This is all wind-swept rain. The back edge of that sometimes can wrap back around. And so it's losing some of that signature, but it's not completely out of the question that there is a further rain wrap spin in that portion of Jefferson County going until 9:15. Not much on the motion of the raindrop, the velocity mode of our of our radar system, and that is good news. And we have a decent view of it coming from Tallahassee, the Tallahassee radar right here. So I would argue that this is probably going to be allowed to expire in the next 5 minutes, that the risk is much lower in this tornado warning than it once was. But that whole area is under a severe thunderstorm warning. And these storms are very effective at kind of bringing down that wind from aloft. We had very strong winds aloft today. That was part of the story that gave you that spin through the atmosphere, that gave us these tornadoes. That severe thunderstorm warning continues until 9:30. It goes all the way well east of Perry now. Perry, you're about to get slammed through those winds. They're just off the coast now for much of the, the Panhandle beaches, Apalachicola, the worst of it coming through right now. They're going to work their way down the Big Bend, eventually to Cedar Key. They're going to continue to plug east along I-10, eventually to I-75. So these are all areas that that we need to continue to watch. Within here, maybe, Cinco, we could jump into that area as well, just in case, because that is that kind of curly Q. If it's not back here, it may actually be this right in there that has a little potential for some rotation. Again, not a great signature by any stretch, but when you're on that kind of back edge of a big old wind push, it's an area that grabs my attention for sure. Again, not anything super clear with regards to rotation. That is the good news. So overall, the storm scenario is on a weakening trend. Let's time it all out for you. Let's time this big line of storms out towards the east a little bit further. It's through Valdosta, it's through Tallahassee, it's through Panama City. I get to give you guys the all clear, the big sigh of relief, and you can head to bed and be safe tomorrow morning. However, points further east from there, not yet doing that all clear. Again, the weakening trend is there. It likely will not be horrific damage potential, for example, in Jacksonville when it gets there. It won't get there until after 11 o'clock this evening, but there could be some gusty winds. You may have severe thunderstorm warnings issued, maybe some lightning as well. Cedar Key, around the Big Bend, actually has a better chance of keeping some strong, because then you've got some built-in spin, some built-in shear, because these storms are going to be coming in from the Gulf. And when they come in from the Gulf, they're moving over areas over water where they don't have the same kind of friction as they would when they start interacting with land. And that speed shear may keep the storms right along the coast just a little bit stronger. I would anticipate a little bit more in the way of severe thunderstorm warnings there as opposed to the Jacksonville side of this timing. We'll be right back, keeping you ahead of these storms for the evening.
A day of devastating and deadly tornadoes across the South today. Lee County, Alabama, one of the areas especially hard hit from this gigantic tornado that moved through this afternoon. The preliminary estimate from the National Weather Service puts this at an EF3. They will go out and examine the damage from it tomorrow and come up with a final estimation. But also, it's estimated to be at least a half-mile wide. Unfortunately, Lee County is one of the areas that has been just devastated with fatalities as well. And it's easy to see why. So much devastation, so widespread here, with homes that have been pushed off their foundations, that have been just totally ripped apart, cars flipped, power lines down, trees down as a tornado moved through this area here. This is Talbotton, Georgia, another area just so hard hit today by the tornadoes that moved through. You can see cars there flipped over. You can see trees down. You can see houses that have collapsed.
And Nick, look at that purple car. Do you see the 2x4s through the car?
Amazing. That's
the force. When a structure like this gets obliterated, it's not just about that structure. It's about everything nearby. These things are like toothpicks. They just go flying. They can pierce through outer walls of buildings. They can go through cars. It's why we say interior rooms are the place to be.
Yeah, and you can only imagine what people had to deal with in this area as this came through. Yeah,
that's just devastating.
Just the tops of the trees totally blown off here. And of course, roofs blown off as well. Lowest level of your home, away from windows, away from outside walls. That's the safe place inside a structure. But, you know, these structures obviously not surviving. So this is an area that it went on and on and on. I mean, we're seeing just this wide picture here of the devastation from this tornado in Talbotton, Georgia today.
It also shows you that kind of eerie walk that tends to happen with these storms. You've lost some of your landmarks. You know people need help, but you're not sure where to go. You're not sure what to do. You step out, and it's a total new world. And you can see the people just kind of meandering through the streets. There's some emergency vehicles being walked through because people are clearing debris out so, like, their tires don't all pop. Like, what good would the ambulance be if they go through debris and then they can't get you anywhere? And so it's a very slow process. This recovery takes days and days and days. Luckily, the weather looks okay for that cleanup, but it will be getting progressively colder. And unfortunately, that search and rescue is still ongoing tonight across portions of Lee County. I know emergency managers in the area just saying, do not come here. Yeah. It is too dangerous. It's now night. They've been asking for people to stay away, stay off the roads. If you're in a safe space, to stay there. They've also been, tapping into their state and local government resources to bring lights into the area, to bring those big pole lights that can run off generators. Because that is an active search and rescue, and it's nighttime. They don't want to wait just for sunup. It will get easier by sunup, but they got 10 hours of effective work to do. So lights are being brought into the area, Nick. And then here's another area, Salem, Alabama. Just tree litter everywhere, right? Getting through this is very, very difficult. And then you have home debris on top of that.
Talk about the lack of landmarks that you mentioned.
Right? What road is that? Yeah. What street is that? What house number are you at? You call 911, you say, I need help here. Well, where's here at this point? Even the first responders have a hard time finding that house number when something like this goes through. It just makes everything that much harder.
This is obviously, all we can see with the limited light here that we have with these nighttime shots. But just driving through this, the damage obviously goes on, and it's so widespread, and obviously a very powerful tornado that moved through here today. Crews will be out from the National Weather Service to assess the strength of the tornadoes, and we'll probably begin to discover how strong some of these were tomorrow and over the next couple of days.
Now, and Nick, we're following the potential for some more severe weather. We had a bit of a lull with our tornado warnings. Not a guarantee that that's going to stay that way. The tornado watch continues across, say, the Florida panhandle into North Florida all the way until I believe it's 9:15 or so. We've got a ways to go. It's 9:15 now. Sorry, that it continues until 10. And so we don't have any active tornado warnings at the moment either, but that can change. That watch is still there through the top of the hour in this area. No kind of new warnings issued since 8:45. That's been a nice little lull. It's given everyone a chance to kind of catch up on the storms, catch up on where the worst of the risks are. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues until 9:30. So this, you don't want to jinx it. Knock on wood if you're, sitting next to a wood table for me. No active tornado warnings at the moment, but still the threat for very gusty straight line winds, pushing this wind down towards the coast. So if you are in any of these coastal communities outside St. Mark's through Apalachicola, those beaches are getting just pounded with heavy rain. I would think the worst of the wind is now just off the coast for just about all of you, other than maybe the point right here towards Apalachicola and the bay. That said, down the line, outside of the Panhandle beaches, you got the Big Bend, Cross City. You very well may have very strong winds coming your way. Cedar Key may be next in line as well. I think the risk for the wind, the risk for the severe storms is going to be, more pronounced right along the coast. Not out of the question that places like Cross City, Gainesville, even Jacksonville winds up with some strong storms, strong enough to give you warnings needed over the next couple of hours. But in the shorter term, the risk is right along the coastline where these storms are coming in without any friction, right? There's nothing to really slow down that push of wind now that it's over the water. That front is still going through. You got some upper air help because that front is pushing its way through. And so that potential is there. Looking at Cedar Key might not happen until close to midnight, but there could be more severe thunderstorm warnings and wind along the way. We'll keep you ahead of these storms coming up.
It has been a day of tornadoes across the South, and unfortunately, I fear we'll be talking about this day for some time. This, just one of the areas that was hard hit, this in Talbotton, Georgia. Widespread damage here with homes demolished, missing roofs, in some cases missing walls, in some cases missing everything, as you can see, right down to the foundation. Folks just wandering, trying to determine just the extent of the damage here over an incredible area. Cars that have been overturned, and even cars that have been basically impaled by trees. You can see there in the lower left-hand corner. Trees down everywhere here, and communication kind of hard tonight as a result of power outages. Lee County, Alabama was probably the hardest hit, at least in terms of deaths. So far, we are reporting 14 deaths, and the sheriff says there may actually even be more. We'll continue to try to keep count of that, but that already makes it the deadliest day for tornadoes in this country since 2017, January of 2017. So, unfortunately, a statistic that we do not want to put in the record books, but it looks like it will go down there. So we'll continue to keep watch over the damage that's already occurred, and we'll continue to keep watch over still other possibilities of severe weather tonight.
Yeah, that's right, Nick. And, I want to bring in now Rita Smith from Lee County, information officer there with the in Lee County. Rita, first, we're so sorry your area is going through this tonight. What a destructive day. What can you tell us now that we're going into the night? What do you want people to know?
Well, what I can tell you now is that we need a lot of prayers for the families who've lost loved ones today. And we really need to commend the first responders that we have here in this county that have done a tremendous, tremendous job today. And they're tired. And, it's very dark now. And they're going to cease the searching tonight and start again as soon as daylight hits in the morning. We still have a number of people unaccounted for that we anticipate being able to take care of that in the morning. And it's just been a very sad day with a lot of injuries. Some lives lost. A lot of people lost their homes. And Mother Nature was not very kind today.
No, not at all. Just a heartbreaking scenario there, Rita. What can you tell us about how those operations go through the night? Are you just hoping to get to morning where things just get easier for the search and rescue?
They are easier due to visibility. They will be easier in the morning. And, we've got a little bit of a mist rain here going on. It's not a downpour or anything. But visibility, as it gets later and darker, it is diminished. So you definitely want to be able to let those folks get a little rest tonight, start fresh in the morning, and we'll actually be able to see
Rita, I can hear it in your...
exactly how significant this damage is tomorrow.
Absolutely. I can hear it in your voice. This is your community, right? These are people you know. How's the community doing? Are you guys pulling together? Everyone trying to help each other out tonight?
No, Lee County, Alabama is a phenomenal place to live. It's a phenomenal community. The first responders I would put them up against anyone nationwide. They are wonderful people, and there's a lot of big hearts here. We've already had numerous people want to donate, agencies, departments, commercial and non, and citizens want to volunteer. So immediately they jump to, how can we help you?
And we only have about 30 seconds.
Thing.
We only have about 30 seconds left, Rita. Anything you want to tell people about, coming into the town, keep the looky-loos out kind of thing?
Please don't. Please give them time, especially Lee Road 38, Lee Road 39. Please give them time to do what they need to do. There'll be plenty of time to see that damage. And actually, it's not pretty. And the people that lost loved ones, they don't want a lot of people around them right now anyway.
Absolutely. That is Rita Smith, Lee County PIO. Thanks so much for taking some time with us tonight. Our thoughts are all with you. Just a devastating weather day for Lee County and for many others through the southeast. A tornado outbreak will get you up to speed, keep you ahead of any active, ongoing severe weather coming up.
This is the result of a tornado moving through Beauregard, Alabama. And as you can see here from this video, the skies are dark. A tornado that we're told probably measured at least a half mile in width and was as strong as an EF3, perhaps even stronger. You can see the trees that have been downed as a result of that, the heavy rain that has fallen here around Beauregard, Alabama. This tornado, by the way, had a path of at least 75 miles. It moved through southern Alabama, then into Georgia, causing damage in several places there. So unfortunately, we have a death toll that is at least 14 people here in Lee County, Alabama. Salem, Alabama, similar situation here with the skies very dark as the tornado moved through here. And this is an area that saw roofs off of buildings. It saw a cell phone tower down on Highway 280. Just a very powerful tornado, probably the same one that moved through Lee County. There's the cell phone tower as it is just lying across one lane of Highway 280 here in the Salem area. Unfortunately, so many people have had their communications cut off, not only from cell phones, but just sheer power outages. More than 42,000 homes and businesses across portions of Alabama and Georgia were, or perhaps still are, without electricity, even at this hour, as we continue to see the aftermath of these tornadoes as they move through. We'll continue to get new video in, obviously, and show it to you as we get it, but we also want to take a look back on this tornado and just kind of see the damage that it has done, Mark, and the places that it went over this incredibly long path.
Yeah, this was a long-lived tornado, potentially, right? The National Weather Service is going to be out there seeing if this is one tornado, if this is a family of tornadoes where kind of one happens, it cycles, another one drops down, another one up the line, or if it was one that just kind of lifted off and skipped, or if we're only getting reports where, say, there was people and damage, and it was one continued path. That's why the National Weather Service goes out there to kind of set this all up. We can show you the radar recap starting at 2:25 Central Time, 2:05 actually Central Time this afternoon. This is the Alabama-Georgia border right in here. This is our supercell. Tornado sitting right in here. And look at that. It bends right through Lee County, headed towards the border with Georgia, comes towards Columbus, Georgia, right? Columbus, Georgia on the other side. So this is 2:25 just north and east of Crawford. And then that storm continues on over the county. And this is another way to look at it, right? This is that rotation signature where the greens and reds are right next to each other. Just a huge path through the county. This is Lee County. We talked to the PIO, Rita Smith, where, my goodness, that community is really hurting tonight, everyone. This is lives lost here. This is a strong, strong tornado. And this is a look at that debris signature where stuff was being thrown into the air, that blue dropout area right on its path, right through there. That shows you the power of the storm, lifting that debris into the atmosphere to the point that the Doppler radar system, which is from here, can see it all the way out there as it moves its way through the skies. Instead of seeing raindrops, it was seeing debris. This little path right in here, those reports, those are all associated with that potentially one tornado, maybe several. That's one of the things the National Weather Service is going to be watching. But you can see they line up pretty nicely. Nicely not in the best way. They're not using that lightly tonight to any degree. But, there's reports here and here, right, next to each other. Is that part of one storm? Is that reports because of, the storm grew? It's, they changed their width, they changed their length, throughout their history here. Is this skipping around? Or is this one tornado and just those are the reports? That would be a 75-mile path length or so if that's one storm. We'll see if that's kind of divided up into segments, maybe one here, one here, one here, one here. We'll see. We'll see if they can find damage to justify that one path. That may have been one storm all the way through. So those are the storm reports from Lee County, then continuing on into Georgia. But look at the coverage here of storm reports that we got into us here at the Weather Channel today. Many, many reports of trees down, wind damage, goes all the way through the Carolinas, tornado reports along the way in many, many different areas. This was a very difficult day across the Southeast. Because of that, as Nick mentioned, we continue to have power outage issues across this area. We'll try to show you the trends of those power outages from Alabama into Georgia as we continue on. Nick.
We want to show you some more video that we're getting in now to the Weather Channel, and we're continuing to just be amazed by the damage here. Talbotton, Georgia, another area right along that path here of this tornado or tornadoes as it moved through. This area right in western Georgia, kind of west of Macon, east of the Columbus area. And you can see just how widespread the damage is, how long the path of this tornado is as well, and just the sheer length of damage of trees down and homes that have been demolished here. The cars either flipped or been had tree limbs come through them. That just shows you how powerful the tornado is. When you get a tree limb that goes through, pierces the metal of a vehicle, you know you've got a strong tornado. The preliminary estimate on what may have been this same tornado back into Alabama has been listed as an EF3, but the National Weather Service will go out tomorrow and survey all of this damage. That's the way that they determine just how strong a tornado was on the enhanced Fujita scale. They actually look at the damage, and they look at the structures that were damaged and the type of buildings that were damaged, and they're able to come up with the strength of the tornado. So that's what they're going to be concentrating on tomorrow. Of course, emergency managers and local officials will be concentrating on not just cleaning up, but also continuing to search for victims. Unfortunately, that's what they have been doing here around Beauregard, Alabama, as this very strong, very wide, at least a half-mile wide tornado moved through Lee County here around the Beauregard area. One of the hardest hit areas from the tornado outbreak today is the Beauregard area. Lee County Sheriff reporting as many as 14 people dead, numerous injuries from this. And of course, as the cleanup continues tomorrow, Lee County schools will be closed in this area as they continue to pick up the pieces here. Lee County, here's some nighttime footage here, and showing you just sort of a closer view of some of the devastation. And this is painful to look at, Mark. You look at the people's belongings, you look at the people's homes and vehicles, and the damage here, and it gets very up close and personal when you just see the kind of damage that this has been affecting the area.
It's so disorienting, right? You can't tell if that was a mobile home. You don't know if that was where it started. These are people's belongings. They're on the outside of a home. That generally means that things were rolled or that exterior walls fell and the winds came down through the building and pushed whatever was inside out. Okay, that means a very destructive storm came through, and because of that, in Lee County, it is still an active search and rescue operation right now. As you heard, confirmation from the sheriff, Jay Jones, that not only do we have at least 14 people dead, but there are several still missing. So they are still going out there, bringing lights in, generator-powered lights, vehicle lights, trying to go kind of home to home, debris field to debris field, and seeing if anyone still needs help. There are numerous trees down, power lines down, roads closed. So the emergency management saying, do not travel. Do not be on the roads unless you are emergency personnel, and do not come here just to look. We will contact you if we need you to come in to help us, right? There's no room for extra people on the roads right now. The power outage tracker tells you a lot about what happened today, from just about everybody with power on to a huge spike when these storms really got going late afternoon in Alabama. The good news is that the power outages have been slowly coming down, right? Not nearly as bad now as it was earlier in the day. That said, just about all of these are right in Lee County. Okay. Also, Georgia, with those storms crossed over Alabama into Georgia, big spike right through the evening hours, and then started to come down. These colors indicate at least 20,000 customers. That was at 9 p.m., but the current outages are lower than that, so 16,000. So that trend is a good one as well. And again, a lot of those are spread throughout the state because of gusty winds that went everywhere from the Atlanta area down, and also the severe weather. But I can tell you one other kind of glimmer of hope, one good news now: no active warnings at the moment. We are still watching this line of storms coming towards the Big Bend. Risk of strong winds near the coastal communities of the Big Bend. We'll be right back.
This was the scene in Warner Robins, Georgia this afternoon. As a strong tornado came through the area here, there was some damage reported in the Warner Robins area. Mobile homes damaged, at least one injury that we know of, and also numerous reports of damaging winds and hail throughout the area too. This very possibly was at least in the family of tornadoes that moved through Alabama and then made its way over the border into Georgia, through the Columbus area and eastward all the way toward the Warner Robins area. So obviously there's going to be a lot of research done to see if this was indeed one tornado or if it were several tornadoes over this line that moved through Alabama and Georgia today. But still, a lot of folks without power in the area as a result.
Oh, absolutely. That was a major storm that came right towards Macon some power issues and some tree damage in Macon, and then just south of there, by not too far, is Warner Robins. And so that storm with the potential tornado came right through that area. We can show you some of the storm reports that came in. These red symbols indicate a tornado. The National Weather Service team will be out there seeing if that's one tornado, if that's several that came through. But Lee Pope, mobile home on Greer Road, destroyed in Crawford County. Another home damaged on Wesley Chapel Road. Reports of several homes and several trees just absolutely destroyed there, right? Just multiple roads blocked by downed trees. It is a mess in that area. Really tough travel there. Powerville, tornado was spotted there. West of Highway 49. Observer there reported it was a small tornado, lifted around 325, although small tornado is one of the, worst euphemisms, if you will. Any tornado can be very strong, and so small doesn't tell you much. It's not a huge wedge coming across. It's not a mile-long wedge or whatever, but it can still destroy your house. So small doesn't necessarily cover it. Trees down with another tornado report on the kind of the east side of and north side of Warner Robins, southeast of Macon. Combine that with some hail reports and some tree damage, and you know that things were squirrely across this area earlier today. You're now in the clear. That said, with all the storms that came through Georgia, we had a good bit of power outage issues. Power outages were within that kind of 20,000 range for much of the evening hours. It has just recently come down a bit. Some people got the lights back on. 16,000 or so customers. Now remember, customer doesn't equal people. Customer can be one house, and that one house can have as many people that live there in it, right? So it's not the number of people, it's the number of customers. That's what's tracked by the power companies across the state. So Nick, some optimistic news that some of those customers are getting their lights back on, but it's certainly not as many as we'd like to see at this point.
Of course, the damage widespread, as we have seen, and we want to take a look back at some of the damage here right along the Alabama-Georgia border in the town of Eufaula. Now, this is where they have a municipal airport, and the tornado came right through the airport, damaging several of the hangars and even a fire station. The Northside Fire Station is right there adjacent to the municipal airport, and as a result of the tornado, the fire station basically is no more. So obviously, the damage is widespread here. The trees just stripped here of leaves and in some cases bark and the tops of them as well. Now, Macon County, Alabama, just driving by the damage here, right along the roadway, it's easy to see just how widespread this is as the tornado apparently came across the highway.
You wonder where all that siding even came from. Right, maybe it's the buildings all the way on the other side, but like what you were looking at when the camera was out the passenger side of the car, that was all like siding wrapped around trees, pieces of roof material. There wasn't an obvious home right there.
Yeah.
Where's all that from? It was lofted up by the storm, came across the road, and then landed over here.
So scary, to see tornadoes go across major highways like this, recognizing that people may be driving unaware of the danger. And of course, they were aware of the danger here in Fort Benning, Georgia, as the tornadoes came through. And so the folks here sought shelter in a bowling alley as the winds roared outside.
I will never forget, Nick, some of my tornado coverage. It featured a bowling alley. Some of the pins were still standing, and the building was destroyed. Amazing. It is amazing what tornadoes can do when they come through an area, come through a building. Beauregard, Alabama, Nick, also hit very hard today.
Yeah, Beauregard is where we really are grieving for the folks who have lost numerous people today. A lot of folks have lost their family members in Lee County. As many as 14 people have died in that area, which makes today, unfortunately, the deadliest day for tornadoes in this country in over a year. Unfortunately, so many people are still missing in this area, and officials will continue to search for other victims within this area as well.
So, Nick, let's kind of move this forward. Let's talk about where these storms could still be going through the night. Severe thunderstorm risk is still there. Coastal South Carolina, coastal Georgia, North Florida. I would argue the worst zone within this kind of deeper red is actually here, the Big Bend area of Florida, potentially extending outside some of this area as we go through the overnight hours, just kind of into tonight as that line of storms is going to continue to move through. You're almost out of the way, right? The thunderstorms are now mostly off the coast. You get quite the light show east of Charleston now, but big thunderstorms are kind of tracking along that Big Bend coastline. That's where we've got the big updrafts in order to separate the types of precipitation throughout those clouds, snowflakes, or which there can be this time of year, even in Florida, hailstones moving through the storm, raindrops, of course, falling. That helps separate the charges, and you wind up with lightning strikes. 945 of those within just the past 15 minutes. This is a real-time count. You'll see the lights kind of flashing on, the numbers changing moment by moment. That's because this is a real-time lightning detection network. That said, there are some limitations, right? You don't get all the data out over the water. And so the risk is that this number is underdone as opposed to overdone. And with these storms coming along through this line and working their way down the coastline, that is where we could get some severe weather. And it's as if they're listening, right? There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up. This is south of Perry. Perry, you're in the clear. Cross City to Horseshoe Beach. Line of storms moving through. This is the kind of the zone that will likely continue to see severe thunderstorm warnings. Bend of the storms, right? Rain being pushed out ahead of the very strong winds, and that rain also helping to bring winds that are aloft down towards the surface. So gusty wind threat, Dixie, Lafayette, I think it's pronounced there, as well as Taylor, getting towards Cross City, getting towards Horseshoe Beach. The risk here is straight line wind damage. No indications of rotation, no indications of current tornado risk. But we know that straight line winds can and sometimes do create damage that looks very much like a tornado. We've seen that with other severe thunderstorm warnings today. So take these seriously, guys, especially right along the coast where that wind is coming in without any friction because it's going in over the water. We'll be right back.
Tornado outbreak in Alabama and Georgia today produced this. Just incredible damage here around Salem, Alabama. New video into us here from the Weather Channel showing the views here after dark of the devastation that occurred when this tornado moved through. We don't yet know the strength of this tornado, but it was estimated just in the area to be as high as an EF3 tornado on the enhanced Fujita scale. The National Weather Service will send a crew out to survey the area and just see if maybe it's even stronger than that.
Yeah, the whole brick wall gave way there, Nick.
Yeah,
that's an exterior wall. That's why we tell you not to be there. But if the roof gets peeled off, that's the roof. The roof is gone. There's nothing holding up that exterior wall.
Yeah, and obviously this is the reason why we've had so many reports of not only damage but also injuries, multiple injuries around portions of Alabama today as this tornado moved through. It's amazing to see how things have been picked up and just thrown. Obviously, this beam thrown through the windshield and vehicles obviously tossed about and things that have actually pierced the vehicles themselves.
Yeah, not a safe place to be. A vehicle's never a safe place to be when there's debris like that.
Well, we're continuing to...
Then you hear the wind pick up, the house started to vibrate. Some items project out through one of the bedroom windows, shattering the window. And we lay there to about the length of the storm, and then we woke up, we saw the devastation that was left behind.
We're so happy that Randall actually survived this tornado as it moved through. Obviously, folks heeded the warnings. They took shelter. And here in Smith Station, Alabama, this tornado, which probably the same tornado moved through this area here, just took the roof off of a saloon here in Smith Station. That's what's left of the saloon right there, Mark, as the roof of this massive building was just ripped off.
Wow.
Revealing everything underneath.
I mean, that's one of those kind of broad roofs, kind of a one-room building, if you look at it that way, when you have like one roof that goes all the way through of a one-level building. It's why, you know, back in the day when you had the severe weather drills in, say, an elementary school, they brought everyone into the gymnasium. everyone was together, and the studies came out that those one big flat roofs are actually not that safe, and that might be the first part of a school to go. And so instead, now everyone goes by the lockers in the hallway and gets that extra kind of stuff. That was because of studies from engineers and the National Weather Service offices, as we're looking right now at the kind of the before and after zone of Smith Station area. There's that big building that we were just talking about with the roof peeled back, and you get the flat roof there in the background on the right. That's what that area, that's the gas station view to get your bearings, I think.
Yes, and also right nearby was a cell phone tower that collapsed in the tornado as well. It actually collapsed right over Highway 280. As we look, there's the cell tower. This is the before picture, obviously, right there on Highway 280, next to the saloon and the gas station. And this cell tower collapsed in the tornado and actually blocked traffic on one lane, and they had to just use one lane to go in both directions, and probably are still having to do so as the damage was so extensive that it's probably going to take a while to clean up.
Yeah, and you can see the sign there on the left that says the saloon. That past the gas station, that's where all that came through. So those two images that we were showing you related today, Nick, as we've been following that chance for more active weather coming across that area. I will say that things look much better now than they did before.
After several hours.
Yeah, it took a bit, but some optimistic news. No tornado warnings right now. Line of storms moving through North Florida. There is a severe thunderstorm warning right along the coast there, getting towards the Big Bend. That is for Dixie. I think it's Lafayette there, as opposed to Lafayette, and then also Taylor County, and now also a little bit further inland. This is the risk, the gusty straight line wind risk, going for the next several hours, mostly near the coast of the Big Bend. That is where these storms kind of moved through. That's our front moving south, moving in, but also moving over the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico. So there's nothing really slowing down the wind in the same way as land would. The further east you are through Florida, the lower your chances of seeing damaging winds now that we're going through the rest of the evening hours. However, right near the coast, the counties right along the coastline will likely still have at least a few tornado warnings. Now, you're right on the edge, right on this range folding of one of the Doppler radar systems, and there is a little bit of rotation. This is very high up. I believe this radar may be coming out of Jacksonville, maybe Tallahassee. It's far from here. That said, there could be an outside chance of a tornado here as well. So it was a dangerous day. An active evening continues. Looking at some new video, and Nick and I will be in the building. If there are more active storms, we'll jump back in for you. We'll also update you on the winter weather in the Northeast. Stick around.